Let's see, who is our new October queen?
Here's my chance, sneak on in, 'cause it's calling out to me.
Where have you gone, my naughty kitty?
Light up the night, eyes up to the skies. If I wear the crown, then my dreams will align. To hold him once again and to see her smile.
Meow! But the crown is mine!
Wow, 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 wow! Time to live it up, the night has only begun. Better catch that kitty by the time mysterious time. Hurry up and get to it now, 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 now!
All right, enough with the games. The people are ready. The crown awaits.
The crown!
And the crown chooses its queen. Father and daughter unite with glee. Raising the dead was just a bait, you see. For a hopeful heart is the sweetest prey.
Round and round the story goes. Where it ends, no one knows. Meow!
If the father is a miner, so shall the son.
If you want it, come and get it.
I once thought the same.
Kind child, please, slaughter abandon me. No! Damn it! You hypocrite!
Poverty is the worst curse. But sometimes there are ways to make a change.
Travelers in the desert often ask me, "Where are you headed, traveler?" I tell her, I'm visiting a dream. A dream of celebration. A dream of 1,000 arrows. A dream of an endless abyss. This memory of the oasis, is it a memory of the past? Or an illusory mirage?
When I heard the bad news once again, I knew the time to make a choice had arrived. The people around me often say music is my mission and glory. Their empty words intertwine into chords, and the notes played by them sustain the prosperity of both dynasties. Some offer their kindness, while some stop the music. I wish to respond to that kindness and hear the melody of peace once more. If heavy shackles stand in the way of it all, then let me remake them. Let me compose this movement myself.
Racing against the time, I don't want wasted. Or while I'm chasing you, you hate to hide it. 臆病さとにらめっこしたら逃げることはやめにして Gliding across the stuff, meanwhile you kiss it.
Controlling your heartbeat, you and I be together.
心の声に耳を澄ませば
暗くなんかい夜が明ける梦想在路旋律，对至今以来的爱毫不吝啬的表达感谢。Everybody sing that song. Everybody sing this song for you and
あ
me.
なたが未来を見せてくれた
もう何も怖くない
Everybody sing that song. Everybody sing this song for you and
明
me.
日な明日へ歌うメロディー
Remember the last time we had.
新しい道をつないでく Sing all the time. 'Sometimes I do feel that need you by my side. Forget about time, fine, I keep feeling it. 如果听到我心跳声，就首先说滚吧吧。
对着老地方，不用另外找地方。这里忘记时间流是记录时间流。Can't stop it，当然一起找秘方。这是对我15个最追求你感到迷惑。让我们技术无法抵挡，不管让我们击掌，有彼此此刻才有了力量。
是不会忘记我们曾携手并肩。Everybody sing that song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. あなたと未来を共に生きてどんな壁も越えよう Everybody sing that song.
Don the robes of lies, singing the song of shepherds. When a dream shatters in a trap or fail when on the run, doomed to be exiled and buried over and over again. When decisions become blades, when lies dictate everything. Only by reaching deep into the soul.
Will redemption come?
Great messenger, bringer of strange joy to Yuga through the void. Father of the million favored ones. Stalker among the stars. Through the sacrifice of you all.
Hello, detectives. Welcome to day one of Identity 5 NAEU IVT Autumn. Joining me here is the dashing Eli O. Very early in the morning. How are you feeling, Eli?
Yeah, very early in the morning indeed. I have a sleep schedule where I stay up very late and sleep in very late. And unfortunately, in the current time zone for me, it is approximately 4:58 a.m. So that did not work out too well. But overall, very excited to be here. Of course, it is the NAEU tournament. This is the region that I'm originally from. This is the tournament that I look forward to throughout the majority of the Identity 5 year. So this is very exciting. Very happy to be here.
Exactly. I mean, nothing that a couple of Red Bulls can't fix, or a cup of coffee. But
that is correct. Yes.
Yeah. But to all our friends, to all the viewers who are halfway across the other side of the world, well, good morning, good night, good evening. Hope you have a good day. Welcome to the Identity 5 channel, and hope you guys have a pleasant day. So I'm seeing a few people. Hi, Identity 5 chat. Necromancer, hello to you as well. Sylvia, AI. Hope you guys have a pleasant stay as we commentate the very first matchup. Eli, B4U versus Ace. I mean, we kind of talk about how B4U, they've constantly been top of the game, right? Like when it comes to the NAEU scene, they've never failed to represent NAEU scene, right? But more of that later on, because here are the 8 teams finals that made it to the top 8. B4U versus Ace, that's what we're going to be seeing later. KNS versus CH4 right after that. And of course, BR versus Omni, followed by Fusion versus Adams at the very last one. So just back to our thoughts. Eli, you think between B4U and Ace, like I've mentioned that, you know, top of the game, never fails to represent NAEU. You think any of these teams in the top 8 will be able to bring the fight to B4U?
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. Ace is a long-time NAEU team. Their competitive experience is a little bit, I would say, lacking in comparison to some of these other teams, but they have been playing for a long time. A lot of the players on the team have been ranked players for a long time. They have played in various NAEU tournaments. They've only played in a few IVTs, I think maybe 1 or 2 in the past. And they, from what I know, they haven't played too much in the COA qualifiers. So they are, again, a long-time NAEU team. They just don't have quite as much tournament experience as these other teams we see here on the screen. But yeah, definitely, I think they could bring a pretty good fight to B4U. I think in reality, when it comes down to overall tournament experience and overall past success, I definitely think B4U would have a very large advantage when it comes down to that. But overall, it could definitely be a pretty good match. Also, CH4 is another team to watch out for on that same side of the bracket over there. We're going to have the B4U roster here. Of course, B4U Sprinter, one of the best hunters in the NAU region, and also very well known, not only in NAU, but also on the global stage. Of course, we have the Survivor team of Schmitty, Myleg, Paul Blems, and Roland as well.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I mean, Sprinter has been getting high praises, right, from the China scene, like what you've mentioned. Beautiful Dream Witch, which brings a lot of headache to the survivors of the China teams. And of course, next up, we have the Ace lineup, Yukine being the hunter of the team, followed by Lace, TY, Erza, John Tao. And I believe Lace is actually the captain. Pretty chirpy team, I would say, coming up against for you here, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, again, Ace, this is a very similar team. John, a bit of a newer addition to Ace, but besides that, a lot of similar players we've seen on the Ace team in the past from, out of the players that have competed at a tournament level. Looking at the player statistics here, you see immediately Sprinter's win rate at 77%, very high in comparison to the rest of the field, 3.29 eliminations overall on average, incredibly high. We're going to see a lot of good things from him today, I would imagine here now. And on the side of Yukine, 49% overall win rate, a little bit lower there in comparison to Sprinter, but definitely, again, you're going up against one of the best hunters on in the NAU region there against Sprinter, so nothing to scoff at as well. 49% win rate overall, 2.63 eliminations, pretty high, above average there. So very interested to see what this Ace Hunter will bring to the table. A bit of a newer name to Ace as well. We haven't seen this Hunter play for them in the past.
Yeah, but just coming into this game as well, just to add on a little bit to that, Yukine is also a top S batch Naiad. So just a little bit of info to throw in here and there. And he also mastered Opera Singer and Nightwatch. So hopefully we'll be able to see that. But more of that later on. Next up, the captain. Captain versus Captain, Schmitty spotting the forward versus seeing Lace on the Seer. I mean, Schmitty has been known not to just play forward, he also plays acrobat, he also does kiting as well, apart from his main job of harassing.
Yep.
Nothing that we don't know about him. But of course, coming up here, Lace. Lace, he's actually also an S batch forward. So he's kind of like the adapter, right? He's like the person who adapts to any role you need. And, it's just something that's really impressive when you can play every role, which is kind of like a jack of all trades. Yeah, so just looking at the stats itself as well. Next up, we have Myleg, a very familiar name, up against TY.
Yeah, very high win rate as well, 74% up against the 31% of TY. You do have to take things into consideration as well, though. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, some of the B4U survivors currently still have been playing. I know a lot of them have been busy when it comes to rank, so I think a lot of them still play in the Griffin and Alicorn tier currently, so tier 5 and tier 6. So definitely You know, being able to win quite a few games over there, which is of course very nice. But you also have to consider that TY, I believe a lot of the ace players usually rank up to the top of the leaderboard, so I would imagine some of them are competing at that Titan level tier, peak tier, so the matches definitely get a bit more challenging up there. But again, still nothing to scoff at. 74% win rate is still quite impressive from my like here. Obviously, again, very well-known player. 83 seconds of containment time, above average as well. As for TY, we do see them on the rescuer side here. Looks like escape rate of above 50% with the first officer, definitely indicating they will be playing rescues. Rescues are 1.03%. So I would imagine they will be playing characters such as Mercenary Officer and possibly Wildling as well.
Yeah, I mean, all these stats have been gotten from preliminary stage all the way up until the top 8 stage. But next up, we do have the partners, the pairs, Problems representing B4U on the Antiquarian. Always a pleasure, personal pleasure of mine to see Antiquarian gameplays because, you know, just amazing kiter slash harasser slash OBer. So yeah, we'll be looking forward to seeing how Problems will be able to use that bamboo stick to pave the way, hopefully, for the B4U survivors to go up against, you know, the Hunters of Ace. Next up, Urza. Urza with spotting the Edgar as well. Not only does he play the Painter, he also plays Prisoner and Ento. Some of the characters that we don't really see much, especially the Prisoner. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to a very interesting performance by Ace Survivor Urza. But of course, I would definitely want to see a Prisoner because what do you think about having a Prisoner though in this current meta now?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it comes down to obviously Opera Singer is the strongest hunter in the game currently, and there's not really any character that actually counters Opera Singer. And so what really happens at this point is you have to either decode really fast or you have to just rotate and hope that they don't find anyone. So that's kind of how difficult it is to be Opera Singer. So nowadays, having you know, a higher decoder team comp isn't necessarily a bad thing. Prisoner usually not too strong, but maybe it's something that Ace will opt to go for. We do have last survivors here. We have Roland here with a 72% win rate, 71 escape rate of 68 seconds of containment time. A little bit lower than we've seen from the rest of the team, but Roland usually will be playing a slightly more rescue-oriented play style, so that might be something to consider. And we do have, of course, we have John on the survivor side. Formerly a Hunter player. We've seen him play a lot of Hunter in the past in the NAEU region, but now on the survivor side here for Ace.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing a Cowboy play actually. Like spotting the Cowboy, we definitely see Cowboys making a difference, especially in maps like Red Church, like the middle part of the Red Church. So yeah, hoping to see more action. Just a little shout outs I want to do as well. We've done interviews with the teams. Thanks to Posh, courtesy of Posh. Thank you for the questions and the responses by all of the teams. Lays, thank you. Just want to give a little bit of shout out for him. Lays. I do not want to assume the pronouns, but Lays has a stream on YouTube, so do check him out. Of course, but right now we are going to go to the map ban picks. Red Church apparently is going to be banned by Ace, probably doesn't want to deal with the Cowboy. Going to Sacred Heart Hospital straight away. So what do you make of this, Eli?
Yeah, interesting. B4U leads Sacred. We haven't seen them actually do this at all, so this is kind of I feel like this might be a bit, if I'm going to be completely honest, I feel like B4U is doing this as sort of a way to throw off the teams they play on later on in the tournament. I don't think that this is a very standard round 1 map selection. Sometimes we'll see teams do this, especially in the NAEU region. In their first match that's on stream where a bunch of people are watching, they'll maybe go with something a little bit different than they typically would. Maybe a different hunter, maybe a different map selection, and they'll try to sort of throw off the approach from other teams that they play later in the tournament. I think that might be the idea here with this Sacred Heart Hospital pick. This is not something, again, not very standard of B4U. The other reasoning could be that, of course, now that Opera Singer is one of the main meta hunters in this game, Opera Singer doesn't really struggle on any map. She's just that strong of a hunter to a point where you can play Opera Singer on any map successfully, and you don't really have to worry about, you know, getting hospital looped or anything like that, because she's such a fast hunter. You can catch up so easily. not a lot of characters, I mean, no characters really counter her, so that could also be the reasoning as well. But yeah, Sacred Heart Hospital, B4U doesn't really take these risky approaches like this, with a risky map like Sacred. So either maybe they're going for a new strategy, or maybe they're just trying to surprise Ace, or maybe throw off the mindset of teams they might play later on in the event.
I like what you mentioned, throwing off the team synergy, their plans, whatever they have. So I mean, they are veteran enough to pull off a strategy like this. But you know, that's just one thing on my mind. Like you talk about Opera Singer being really strong in any maps. Opera Singer seems really fast, but in reality, I just checked up the stats. It's actually 8% movement speed when she's on the Shadow Realm. So this 8% though, I don't think the movement, the animation do justice. The animations do justice to the 8% because it really feels much faster than 8% movement speed, honestly.
Well, you can also, what's really nice is you can also boost that by dashing between the shadows, and then you get even more speed, right? Because when you are in the shadow, obviously you're already fast, but what a lot of hunters do is they go back and forth, they zigzag between the shadows, and they close even more distance. Looks like we're gonna see double Rescuer ban first. We're gonna see Merc and Officer, and it looks like B4U is gonna lead Explorer here. We have seen this quite often over in the China region. This is sort of approach that a lot of teams will bring to the Opera Singer, is go for the decoders. Because Opera Singer is so hard to kite, you can promote Cypher Rush, then you have to worry a little bit less about the overall first kite. And in this case, Explorer is going to be B4U's sort of character selection, and that's going to be their decoder approach to this match.
Yeah, I mean, this has to be a strategy by Yukine, right? Usually you would see the Priestess being banned first, but now it's the last choice of ban, and just taking out all the all the rescuers, all of the harassers as well. So you kind of have to wonder what Yukine wants to do here,
right?
Because let's not forget, B4U has choice of map. So Ace, this is Ace sending out Yukine first. So you gotta wonder what she's what strategy or what plan that has been concocted behind the mind of Ace. But hey, we have the lineups now. Explorer, very interesting pick. Coordinator, female dancer, and acrobat. You think Yukine could go for a Sangria right off the bat here?
I mean, yeah. What's so great about Opera Singer is you can play against any team comp. There's literally no, again, like, there's really no characters that like counter Opera Singer. Like, that's how strong of a hunter she is currently. So I definitely think that it would make sense. And 99% of tournament hunters play Opera Singer round one, you know, as we've seen over in the global region. So I would definitely imagine we'll see that here right away. I mean, unless this hunter doesn't actually play Opera Singer, but I mean, who doesn't play Opera Singer nowadays, right? So I think we'll most likely see that as the lead here. And yeah, before you opting to skip on the main rescuer, we do have the Coordinator, which is a very useful rescuer on Sacred. Because once you go for a rescue, you can use the flare gun. It allows the survivor to rebound, gain distance, and then rebound inside the hospital, which is obviously one of the strongest kiting areas in the entire game. Now, the only problem with this team composition is if you do get cut off from a distance when going for a rescue, it's a very difficult save because there's no stable rescuer here. It could be that B4U is just going for a tie approach rather than a winning strategy, which is what we've seen a lot against round one Opera Singer. A lot of teams sort of sacrifice the round one, and they just try to play for a tie against this incredibly powerful hunter rather than go for wins.
Yeah, I mean, Lorelei has made her appearance. There you have it. Opera Singer, without a doubt, like what you've mentioned. And we actually talk about this behind stage as well, right? Like Opera Singer, because of the movement speed and being in the shadow realm, right? It makes dodging the Coordinator's flare gun so much easier.
Yeah.
You know, so you gotta wonder if Roland's gonna be shooting the wall this time around, or will he be able to successfully disable Yukine on Sangria? But here you have it, the spawns.
Yep.
Explorer in the middle?
Yeah, so it looks
in the
like
bush?
there's two ways in which Dancer can spawn on this map, and you can set up boxes either ruins or you can set up hospital. Looks like B4U will prioritize ruins here with the Dancer spawn. Yeah, Explorer's a little bit interesting, going straight to hospital. I don't know if I agree with this, as you know, it's sort of like you want Explorer to be in one of those areas where it's very easy to hide, right? One of the sort of grassy areas.
Yeah.
And hospital doesn't really have that. So it could be, I guess the idea is that, you know, hospital's a big area. It might take them a long time, the hunter a long time to find the explorer, and that could waste a lot of time. So maybe that's the idea here, or maybe they just don't want their Dakota to be in a weak hiding area if they do get found. So that could definitely be the approach. I think a lot of the time we will see explorers spawn in a better hiding area, but yeah, I guess B4U is going to go for more of a, I guess like a kiting safe strategy here rather than the hiding strategy. The only problem with this that I've noticed is, again, your one rescuer is coordinator, right? You need to spawn at shack, and that's not exactly the easiest place to kite at. I would have thought that you might want to prioritize ruins or hospital for the coordinator, considering that they need to be the one to go for most of those rescues. And it looks like already the coordinator does have heartbeat.
Yeah.
And an early hit.
Wow, that's gonna be that's actually a really good start, right? For the Sangria. Sangria's already breaking the... It's just gonna clear the slow music boxes first. Doesn't want it to be a hindrance later on. First one has already done, but you see, Opera Singer has to constantly get out of the Shadow Realm just to destroy the box. But it doesn't really matter now because he's not been disabled. Now he's just gonna go straight up, and the flare gun is gonna be released. Roland has successfully not shoot the wall, and Opera Singer is gonna be stunned for quite a considerable amount of moment. But it looks like Yukine's lost Roland.
Yeah, lost him for a second there. I think he did vault the window, so he did actually see the vault there. So he's going to catch up to Roland, but does buy some time. But you see why Coordinator against Opera Center can be a bit difficult, because even if you use that flare gun, you have to make sure you get it in an area in which he's going to go for the blink. Does get the down with the blink, and that's a pretty quick down. That's how Opera Singer goes. You get quick downs, and you just spiral the game from there. But I was going to say, against Opera Stinger, you have to make sure you hit your flare gun. You have to make sure you have them in the open, which sometimes means you have to use it really early. In that case, Roland did use it early. Now, I'm not saying what he did is wrong. I agree for him to use it early. That's absolutely correct. But it doesn't waste as much time as you would like. Typically, you'd like to use it a little bit later and extend the kite even longer.
Yeah, worst case scenario, they can just go for the full blood rescue. And mind you though, it's not exactly that bad because it's 3 ciphers. It's almost 3 ciphers kite with the flag gun being used successfully. Schmidi is just giving out tinnitus. I'm not really sure if he's going for the kite,
he gets found
for the rescue, but yeah, exactly. The white bomb. Oh, Yukine's afraid. He's afraid of the backdoor rescue. He's just gonna head right back for Roland. He's like, yeah, I'm not gonna let anyone rescue successfully. And I don't think anyone is, but Explorer, the tiny little guy, oh, he's in the vicinity, giving tinnitus, but Yukine has to know, right? He has to know they're selling him.
Yeah, I think the hunter realizes that it's, yeah, okay, so there's no, well, there's tinnitus, but they must know it's coming from the Acrobat. So he's gonna change targets to the Acrobat here. Yeah, I mean, and that's the downside of no stable rescuer is this what happens. If you get your coordinator down, no one can really save successfully. And that's why you really want to spawn that coordinator in a stronger kiting area. You saw there now, very early hit onto the coordinator. And even with the flare gun, first kite wasn't that long. We're going to see the bomb, but does get the hit. I think Schmitty should have definitely flywheeled first and then went for the bomb. So unfortunately, a misstep from Schmitty is going to cost a hit here. But he does still have the flywheel to work with, still has some bombs to work with, and has that hospital. So definitely could extend this kite a pretty decent amount here if, you know, if he utilizes these abilities properly.
Yeah, look at Yukine with that smooth shadow leaping. Almost missing there, but trying to go for the shadow dance, leaping back, but Schmidi knows what's up. He's still maintaining the kite. He needs to buy enough time because right now 2 ciphers are moving really fast. No last cipher yet as of late, but Schmidi playing with the pallets, multiple bolts through the pallet, really playing with fire here. It's just Yukine is actually really fast, really smooth transitioning with the shadow strikes, with the shadow leaps, but it looks like after that one hit, he's like, okay, I'm awake now. I'm not gonna give that second hit anymore. So preemptive bomb as well. So he's actually doing a really good second kite here.
Yeah, Schmidt's doing a pretty good job here. This is exactly what you need to do against Opera Center. He's going to avoid the hit as well. Now, something that's really important to notice here, Nell, is
he's going to get it? Yeah.
No, he's going to get down. And they do have the Cypher ready, but there's no borrowed time. I was just about to say, they have flywheel and he has the broken windows, and there's no borrowed time. And B4U actually, maybe, yeah, they went for the pop as if he had borrowed time, but he doesn't have it. So they really need to pop that earlier. Schmidt needed to use the flywheel there to stay alive. Now you're going into the end game here. Your survivors on share. Nobody's at the exit gate just yet. And this opens up an opportunity for more than just a tie here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand the logic behind not bringing borrowed time, but we'll probably talk about it later because now Yukine swapping the trade for a teleport. Problems is in the vicinity. Yukine trying to look for Problem, but Problem's already running away far from his aggressor. Yukine is still trying to chase, but Schmidt's gonna be rescued backdoor. So Eli, probably it's looking like a draw here again because
Well, they don't have the gate open yet. Yeah, I think it will be a draw. I was gonna say, I really think the Opera Singer maybe should have waited a little bit longer before teleporting. Maybe try to find that Explorer. But it looks like gate is 60%. And are they gonna push the gate? Schmidt's gonna go for the gate. It looks like I don't think he's gonna make it in time even with the Shadow Dash here. So this is going to be 2 survivors out the exit gate. Before you does manage a tie, although it was on Sacred, so it's sort of a bit of a trade-off. Against Opera Singer, your mindset is usually want to tie round 1. You don't want to drop that first game to the Opera Singer if possible. But usually you want to try to win on Sacred, so it's sort of a bit of a trade-off. But I think Before You probably doesn't mind this, again, considering how strong of a hunter Opera Singer really is.
yeah, I mean, back moments ago, we literally saw an amazing kite, right, on the Acrobat by Schmidty. But, when the Cypher popped, he was still on the ground, and then we're like, okay, he doesn't have borrowed time. So any idea, right, Eli, behind not bringing borrowed time against Opera Singer in Sacred Heart?
Yeah, I guess the idea, again, is that I don't think based off of this team composition and their personas, I think Before You just did not care about winning this game at all. I think their idea was just like they only wanted to get 2 out the gate. Which again, is Opera Singer, right? And that's not necessarily a bad mindset. If you're able to get 2 out the gate against Opera Singer, it's fine, right? I mean, it's such a strong hunter. It's so hard to beat. Again, if you go watch the China IVL, the Opera Singers, in a game that's supposed to be survivor-sided, the Opera Singers almost never lose. So I think this is definitely not a bad idea. When you go no borrowed time, your strategy is basically, I'm going to prioritize first kite, or second kite in this case, and sort of sacrifice the borrowed time. We don't care if the survivor dies, we just want to get the other 2 out. Something like that, right? Although in that situation, it almost did cost them. If the Opera Singer was maybe a bit more patient on the teleport, could have extended that to a 3 kill, but it still did work out in Before You's favor in terms of getting 2 survivors out the gate. Now, typically, I would say this is a really good position for Before You because now you have Sprinter coming up to hunt, but you do have to consider, again, it is Sacred. It's still not that easy to win on this map. Even with a hunter as strong as Sprinter, Sacred Heart Hospital, as we know now, is the best survivor map in the game.
Yeah, I mean, statistically speaking, Sacred Heart is really strong. It's survivor-sided map. It's been known to be a survivor-sided map, but we've also been caught off guard before, right, Eli? Yeah. Remember the Night Watch play in Sacred Heart where it was like 3K, 4Ks.
Oh,
and, yeah, like, right? So I'm just saying that, guys, stats says a lot about a player, but it doesn't mean everything. So let's see if Ace survivors will be able to defy the statistical odds up against Sprinter later on. But here we have the match stats. It's a draw, I guess, like what you said, Eli. Before You is really just looking for a draw with the no borrow time and with the Explorer play. Yeah, you can see that the Cypher was actually doing really good. Like, Roland, you mentioned he wasn't exactly covering as much distance as he would want to. But hey, it was a very, very strong 280% Cypher decoding progress, and I think ultimately it made the whole a lot of difference, the Cypher rush, right?
You see 500%, right? They got exactly 500, so there wasn't any missed decoding in this game, which is exactly what you want to see as a survivor side. One of the big problems with some NAU teams is they often will over-rotate or over-hide. In this case, Before You immediately just push Cyphers, did not really care about who got chased first. Now, I do think this has to do with the spawn a little bit. Again, I do think the Coordinator needed to be in a stronger kiting area because she is the main rescuer. And you saw in that case, right? Coordinator gets chased right away, relatively quick down, even with the flare gun. But with that decoder, with the Explorer, this is how you can tie against Opera Singer. If you promote Cypher with a decoding type character, you can still go for ties, which again, against Opera Singer is nothing to be ashamed of. So, yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah.
Because I kite so bad against Opera Singer. and remember, Eli, like there problems even set up. There was even the slow music box set up for him right from the start, right? So even with all that support, it seems like you do not want to be caught in a loop against Opera Singer here. So I mean, I don't know, man, Eli. Like, you think Sprinter in the next round he's just gonna go ahead, go along with the meta, bring out Sangria as well?
I think so. Something I wanted to note, I think Roland, like as we were talking about before, using the flare gun early isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I actually think he could have waited. He was in Ruins, which is a really strong kiting area, and then you use the flare gun to leave a strong kiting area. Doesn't really make sense. You usually want to use it to transition to a strong kiting area. So for example, if you're gonna use your flare gun, you want to either transition to Ruins or transition to the hospital. In this case, Roland used it to transition back to Shack, which isn't really ideal. So I think maybe Roland's kiting route could have been a little bit better, but I think overall he did waste enough time to get a tie, which obviously is a job well done in the long run. If you can think about it this way as well, if you die to a blink and you don't use your flare gun, that's actually okay on Sacred because you get rescued, then use your flare gun and you use that to get into hospital, right? So that could have also been something to consider as well. So I think, I think maybe could have conserved it a little bit longer there. But again, not necessarily a bad thing as well to use it early against Opera Singer because it's so easy for Opera Singer to just dodge the flare gun because of how fast she is.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. The confusion, right? Like leaving a strong area, using a flare gun just to go to the Shack, right? But honestly, it's probably just warm up, right? We would like to think about it as a warm up. They're just getting into gear. They're just getting used to it. Roland's just like, yeah, it's just the first game. And after all, the mindset is to just get a draw, which is kind of surprising because I think, they definitely would have the mindset of like, yeah, we want to go greedy. We want to have 3 survivors escape, 4 survivors escape. So it's kind of, I would say surprising that their mindset is just straight away draw. Sprinzer, go for the kill. We just get the draw. So it's kind of surprising to see that. But hey, again, warm up coming in. But next up, we will have Sprinzer coming to the arena. It's going to be him as the hunter in Sacred Heart Hospital against the survivors of Ace. So talk to me, Eli. How do you think Ace can deal with Spencer as how he is now at the moment?
Yeah, so I think the goal here for Ace is also just, if they can just tie this game, I think it's fine. Obviously, if you're able to, we talk about this all the time, right? If you're able to tie on opponent's map selection, that gives you a slight advantage, right? So I think that's really what they should prioritize here. I think they should prioritize decoding and also utilizing hospital to your advantage. So what that means basically in this case is take advantage of the spawn location. Prioritize decoders, spawn those decoders maybe in a good kiting area, with the exception of Explorer. For example, maybe if you're going to go something like Lawyer, which is actually a character we've seen now become very meta. Who would have thought? Utilize that character, spawn them in a good area like Hospital, take advantage of the fact that you have a survivor-sided map, put yourself in a good position based off your spawns, and go from there.
Yeah, who would have thought? Yeah, but next up, who knows? Gardener, Doctor. I mean, what we're talking about, we've seen those as well, right? In tournaments as well. But yes, Lawyer, in case all of you guys have missed out on the updates, Lawyer now is really, really, I would say, much stronger than before. In addition to the no Terra Shock, you kind of build up on I can't remember the name of the trait, but he's able to build up movement speed up to 5%, and of course interaction speed up to 12%. That's actually a big deal, right, Eli? Like 12% interaction speed, 5% movement speed, permanent 5% movement speed.
And not only that, it's another decoder, right? We talk about decoding characters is ways you can beat Opera Singer. You have so many ways. Not only is Lawyer just stronger in general, you have the ability to promote Cypher Rush. There's just Veterans bonus characters are actually really good against Opera Singer. Again, there's nothing that counters Opera Singer, but when you take that Veterans bonus and you make a ton of distance, that's one of the few ways you can sort of extend your cut against Opera Singer. That's why we see Gardener get utilized as well, because Gardener is in some ways a better psychologist against Opera Singer. Usually psychologist is a lot better. When you can use the bubble to take extra, you can take 3 hits, and you get the Veterans bonus, which buys a lot of time. So that's sort of something we've seen as well. But yeah, I think
big chairs. Useful skill.
You can, but I mean, on Hospital, maybe it's not bad. If you die inside a hospital, break a chair, could be good.
Break all the basement chairs. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But in Vital, I mean, in all seriousness, right? In vital positions, breaking a chair is actually good in certain positions where you kind of bring max struggle speed, and with a cowboy, who knows, you might be able to make that happen. But yeah, here's a question though. Let me just have a look. There is a question here. Why don't they use Perfumer anymore? She's good to use in kiting, by Sasha Medea. Would you like to answer that?
So actually, Perfumer has been utilized a little bit as a counter to Opera Singer. Again, not really like counter, but it's pretty good against Opera Singer because you can. It's a single hit hunter, right? Perfumer is only good against single hit hunters. The problem with Perfumer against other hunters is that she's very weak against majority of the meta. For example, Dream Witch, if you go for a Patroller, Perfumer can't really do anything against that. If you go for a Perfume, they just wait for the Perfume to disappear while you're Patroller. You get hit anyway. What else is there? Bon, really strong against Perfumer. Night Watch. Chip Hunters. Night Watch is actually good as well, believe it or not, because even if you use the Perfume, they just wait for it to disappear. They use the Wind ability. You can't really they just bait out your Perfume and then use the Wind ability right away, and you can't really get away from your Perfume, and you still get hit. So the problem with Perfumer is she's decent against Opera Singer and just not really good against anything else, unfortunately. While Perfumer is, in theory, a good kiting character, she's just not good against the current hunters in the meta that most people often utilize in this tournament setting.
Okay, so I hope that answers your question, Sasha Medea, with the question of why we don't see Perfumer much anymore. And yeah, I mean, we are going to be waiting for the second half to happen. As we are going on, we'll continuously be reading the chats as well, so hope you guys have a good time here. And of course, we'll continue to talk about the current scene, the meta, whatnot. So I believe you've talked about the decoders being a counter to Opera Singer. So if decoders are a counter to Opera Singer, what's the logic behind Yukine not ban decoders, but decides to ban all rescuers and even antiquarian?
Yeah, I think the idea, I think maybe it's just I'm honestly not really sure. We've seen a lot of like the China hunters, they opt to ban decoding characters like Explorer. We've even seen Lawyer get banned sometimes. You want to get rid of the decoding characters as much as possible, because that's one of the ways where Opera Singer can technically lose. So yeah, banning the rescuers is a little interesting. I guess maybe the idea is that because it's hospital, you don't really want to give them a rescuer which they can utilize to help the person rebound kite, once you get a safe rescue. And as you see right away, we're going to see Sprinter already ban a decoding character with that Explorer. But yeah, banning the officer as well. Yeah, I guess it's just because on Sacred Heart Hospital, you don't want to give them a very strong rescue character, which they can then rescue, and maybe the starter makes up the hospital and can rebound kite. I think that's the general idea here. Additionally, with Sprinter banning the rescuer here, this gives Ace two options. They can pick Mercenary right away, and then Sprinter won't be able to ban it, but then they lose Mercenary for the rest of the series. Or they can just not go for Mercenary at all, and then Sprinter gets to ban it, and then they're left with no safe decoding characters or rescuing characters. We're going to see Gardner right away. I actually like this. We talked about before, Gardner is a character that's good against Opera Singer. He can take 3 hits with that bubble, and also gets a Veterans bonus, which is really important. Is you can make distance against that Opera Singer. You can sometimes extend the kite longer than another character might be able to.
Yeah. The Veterans bonus, for those of you who are curious what it actually is, it's actually just plus 2 seconds. Like, when you get hit, you get that movement speed buff. So it's plus 2 seconds, right? Further away, so 2 seconds make a lot of difference. But here's the interesting thing. Picking the Antiquarian right off the bat, which means we won't be able to see... I mean, Ace won't be able to use Antiquarian in the later rounds, and for me, I just feel like Antiquarian is a really good character to harass and support. So you think... I mean, I get the idea of not picking Mercenary first. They want it for the later rounds. But losing the Antiquarians right off the bat in round number 1, what do you think of this, though?
Yeah, it's interesting. Because a lot of Sprinters hunters struggle against Antiquarians, such as Dream Witch, such as Night Watch, such as Clerk, losing Antiquarian this early, I think, is probably pretty weak for Ace in the long run. Antiquarian isn't... I mean, Antiquarian's pretty good against Opera Singer, but it's not necessarily as strong as going against something like a Night Watch, right? Because Opera Singer can dodge the stick because of how fast you can dodge the stick you get for the hit on the Antiquarian anyways. So I actually don't really like, as you mentioned, no, I don't think Antiquarian here is the best idea for Ace, but yeah, they're really just going to prioritize it early, I guess. Looks like we have Acrobat as well. Pretty good comp, though, for Ace, I would say. Overall, if there's any comp that's going to be able to deal with an opera singer, I would say it's probably something like this. They do miss out on a decoder, which is a bit unfortunate. Lawyer was on the table, and they didn't go for it. So I think that is a pretty big missed opportunity from them. But they do have... See, I would have liked something like Lawyer and Gardener at first. I think that would have made a lot more sense. Because you don't really need Lawyer in the later rounds. You really want that for the opera singer matchup. And it sounds so weird now. It's like, oh,
know, right?
Lawyer for... It's like, oh, why are we playing Lawyer? Oh, because it's good against, you know, it's playable somehow.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Lawyer would have made a lot more sense, save the anti for later. But still, this is not too bad. Again, Acrobat we saw in the last round, earlier in the first round, pretty good against Opera Singer. Gardener is good, Antiquarian is very versatile, and you do have a good safe rescuer here with the Mercenary.
Exactly. I actually chuckled because I was like thinking, who would have thought there comes a day where Eli says, go Lawyer first. It makes total sense.
I never would have thought.
Exactly. But hey, just looking at the chat as well, yeah, we're having a lot of supporters here for both teams. And no, unfortunately, I would not do the Rock Lee eyebrow thingy paradox, so no. But here you have it. Sprinzer is going to bring out Sangria. Well, I mean, it's a mirror match in its best. But with different survivor lineups, like what Eli said, Ace has the advantage, right? Ace has the advantage when it comes to the survivor lineups, but with the minus the Lawyer, minus the Lawyer. But here, you would think that Gardener is the best first chase, or would you prefer the Acrobat to get to take the danger spot actually?
Yeah, I think Acrobat or Gardener both is fine here. Antiquarian even wouldn't be that bad. I think Sprinzer had a missed opportunity. I don't know if banning the Officer makes a lot of sense for Sprinzer. I'm not really sure behind that ban. If you're going to go Rescuers, you might as well just ban Double Rescuer like we saw in the first round. Banning Explorer, I think, is absolutely correct from Sprinzer. But when you go for that ban, you need to continue with that and go for more support characters or kited characters instead of going into Rescuers. So I think Sprinzer absolutely should have gone Seer and Explorer. Because then he had to ban Seer third, which opens up characters such as Acrobat and Mercenary for Ace, which is not really something Sprinzer wants to give. If you're gonna ban Officer, you need to continue with that Rescuer ban approach. If you're gonna ban Officer, you have to ban Mercenary next. He didn't go for that, so he gives the Rescuer anyway, and Mercenary wasn't chosen in the first two, which means Ace will have it later on. So an interesting choice from Sprinzer with the ban pick there. Again, I think it could have maybe even worked a little bit differently to work out his favor. Again, this is a good team comp for Ace to play against Opera Singer. I think if maybe Sprinzer leads Seer Explorer, and then they pick a Rescuer, and then Sprinzer can go with something like an Acrobat ban, and then you don't have to deal with that character anymore. But looks like this time around, it is going to be the Acrobat, as we mentioned. So yeah, here we go. Ace Survivors versus the B4U Hunter. This is the second half of round number 1, B4U versus Ace at the NAEU IVT. See how this goes, no?
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Let's see if they'll be able to tie it up. But going straight into the match, we can hear heartbeat coming very close to TY actually. So Sprinzer, wow, I can't say I'm surprised, but he's actually trying to get a hit onto TY first. Elbow pad has been expanded. Sprinzer is forced to break Shadow Realm. Gonna break the pallet. That's actually a really strong pallet to be at. But TY has trying to bait Sprinzer closer to the window. But hey, it looks like Sprinzer's actually going straight for TY. He's persisting on TY.
Yeah, I'm not really sure the idea here. Missed hit opportunity there as well. He's gonna drop a P. He's gonna teleport, but Merc does have an elbow pad, but he does get his elbow pad canceled there. So unfortunately, big misstep from the Merc. But even if you down Mercenary, it's not really that ideal. Mercenary does have that extended time. You have to wait 15 seconds before they go down. Mercenary can just use another elbow pad here. He has this pallet. And Sprinzer doesn't have Blink. He has Peepers. Which means this is a really long first down. I guess if you eliminate the Rescuer early, they don't have a safe Rescuer, something we talked about before. Miss swing there. That's a big miss there, unfortunately for Sprinzer. Let's see if he can catch him and hit the Mercenary. I think he's going to be able to do so. He is able to do so, but again, it's his extended time on the Mercenary, so I don't really know. Okay, he is going to get the down here,
Almost done, man.
Yep.
Yeah. very close to what Roland's result would be. But the difference is they can actually come for a rescue here if they want to, and Mercenary, like with the extended with the delayed damage as well.
Yep.
It's
almost like a tide turner.
maker. Yeah,
You know?
it's almost like a tide. Yeah, exactly. So here, I mean, best case scenario would be Ace actually getting a draw here.
Yep.
Forcing a BO3. But
Yep.
interesting choice with the peepers here, though. Eli.
Yeah, this does look good for Ace, and Spencer doesn't see the rescuer. They're gonna get a free
What?
save here.
Oh my God.
And yeah, Spencer a little bit off his game so far. He's gonna get the first hit onto the Mercenary there. Again, it is going to be a delayed effect, something to keep in mind. Mercenary is gonna still go down, it looks like, but the Antiquarian is here to harass. Let's see what Lays can do. Mercenary does do a good job of dying in the corner. Will Spencer go back? He's gonna go back. He's gonna go for the pickup, but the Antiquarian is here. Let's see what she can do. Will Spencer drop? Goes for the bait. Misses the swing there. Still gonna try to make it to the chair. Can Antiquarian catch up? It looks like no. But the last two ciphers do have progress. Unfortunately for Ace, they are decoding near the last cipher. It looks like we're gonna get a bubble from the Gardener just to stay safe. Mercenary does have extended share time, so Antiquarian can wait this out a little bit. But gets an early hit and didn't use the flywheel.
Yeah, didn't use the flywheel, and now missing the swing as well. But the flywheel, oh no, he didn't. Sprinzer did not hit the chair, and now all of a sudden, Ace, the turnaround by Sprinzer. Now they have to rotate. John Chow has to be the one to rescue, but it's so close to being 100%. Will he be able to make it? Oh, Terra Shock! Terra Shock, Eli! The game changer is here!
Yeah, that looks so good for Ace, and all of a sudden it's right back into Sprinzer's favor. And all of a sudden it actually looks like it's going from a win for Ace to a potential loss here, because this is the last Cypher Machine. Sprinzer can pressure down this Antiquarian here. He's going to drop a peeper on the Cypher. Will he camp the chair? Looks like no, he's actually going to go for the Antiquarian here. Trying to bait out the stick. Does get the stun here. That's a pretty big stun. But they're going to get a free save as well. So unfortunately for Spencer, that's another free save, which is really not ideal. But it looks like we're going to see down onto the Gardener, and they're really just going to try to finish this last Cypher. But I don't think it's really going to work out, because again, you can just chair on the last Cypher again.
Yeah, and with the peepers, now the peeper makes sense, right? Because Ace survivors are playing right into where Sprinzer wants them. He's not actually. Oh, he's gonna fix the chair first. You see, breaking chairs is useful.
Waste some time.
Yeah, for John. But the thing is, he's still being chaired at the last cipher. They're not even gonna start another new cipher. So, I don't know, Eli. Like, not starting a new cipher and forcing this with a peeper around and Sangria. I don't know, man. The rescue is gonna happen pretty soon. Yeah, it's gonna happen now, but without Tide Turner. Oh, Erza gonna fall to that pallet drop hit. Yeah, Sprinzer just needs to catch up to John, and John's gonna be sent back to the manor. He cannot even build up the bubble, Eli.
Yeah, that's gonna be elimination onto the Gardener here. And yeah, Acrobat's down as well, so this should be potential 4-kill here. Let's see what Lays is gonna do. Is he gonna chair here? Is he gonna? Looks like he's gonna chair. He doesn't want to risk the last cipher popping here. Antiquarian should decode this.
Yeah.
Because he's just gonna drop. If he sees the cipher's not moving, he's gonna drop. Watch, he's gonna drop. Yep, he sees the cipher stop moving, and he's gonna drop. If Lays continues to decode the cipher, he has to chair, and then Lays can potentially get dungeon. But because he stopped decoding, Sprinter knows the cipher's not ready, which means that he doesn't have to chair, and he can now go for the 4-kill. So I think Lays really should have just continued to push that cipher there. Unfortunately, this does give an opening for a 4-kill now. So Sprinter's gonna go look for the survivor. I think he does see the trail here. Drops a peeper. We're gonna see the pallet drop here. He's gonna go ahead and take down this pallet. Acrobat can get back up. Now the issue here for Sprinter is that last cipher machine is already 60%. So there is a big opportunity. But Lays can stay alive long enough.
Nice.
Does he get it? Mind Game gets the pallet drop. Beautiful job from the Antiquarian. He needs to live long enough for the cipher to be primed. Gets the stun here. It's almost ready. It's gonna be really close.
Yeah, the double back, and then the patience by Lays. Wow, that's really beautiful. Just has to. He needs to drop the pallet here. Oh no, coming back with the Terra Shock with the Cypher. Can they pop? They can run. Oh, Lays with the borrowed time speed, but it's not. Oh, wait. Oh my god, I thought Sprinter missed that.
I think he misclicked on the shadow. He threw the shadow accidentally. I think that was a misclick, but he still does get the hit there, which means he can't share the anti-core. So Acrobat needs to be really careful. I think the problem is Acrobat opens gate very slow. So if you try to push gate, Opera Singer is going to cut you off. He's going to teleport to the other gate, but the Acrobat is not there. So the idea for Acrobat is stay hidden until the tension runs out, and then you go for the dungeon. You want to at least get a 1 escape here. It's very important that you get at least 1 survivor out the exit gate.
Yeah, because the score difference is going to be too huge, right? 6-3 is so much better than 7-2 in this case. But Erza is going to prop Tinnitus onto Sprinzer. Sprinzer hasn't quite found out where the Acrobat is just yet. You can see Sprinzer just creating remnants left and right, you know, very masterful Shadow Strike, leaping. Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to look for the last survivor, but yeah, I don't think he's gonna find him. Erza, he's giving an opening, but now Sprinzer's just gonna be medium far camping the dungeon.
Yeah, I think the Acrobat needs to wait out detention.
Yeah, he does.
That's really your only play at this point. So we're just gonna try to. Spencer has 2 options. You can try to find the Acrobat before detention runs out, but then you risk the Acrobat sneaking around making a dungeon. And your other option is that you try to cut off the Acrobat from a distance from the dungeon, hit them, and then dash to the dungeon. Now he does get crows here, so this is pretty important. And the Acrobat leaves hospital. I think they needed to wait in hospital, and they didn't actually do that. Did get slowed down there. Acrobat's going to take the vault, does get the speed, was going to teleport closer. 5 seconds. This is really important. Can Acrobat live this long enough here?
Oh, nice!
3, 2, 1. Oh, he does live long enough, and he's got. I think he's gonna make that. I don't think Spencer can catch this in time. It's gonna be really close. Does he have a shadow throw to work with? He does have it. Gets stuck. Can he make it in time? This is gonna come down to a swing on the dungeon. He does get out just in time, and that is gonna be a 1 survivor escape for Ace. So definitely a good job from the Acrobat at the end there. But what a turnaround! I mean, that start from Ace was so good, and that's why you don't really want to chase the mercenary. I'm not really sure the mindset from Sprinter. I guess the idea, again, we talked about if you eliminate the rescuer, they don't really have a safe rescuer. And you saw that was kind of the case there. But when it came to that second rescue, but yeah, interesting choice to go for the mercenary. I think if the rescues were both successful, I think Ace definitely would have won in the long run.
Exactly. But I think that's where the impact comes from, right? That's where the consequence comes from. The turning point was when the rescue didn't happen successfully, right?
Yep.
So I think Sprinzer was betting on the probability that the rescue's not gonna go successfully. If it's not the merc coming for the rescue, then it's probably not gonna be as successful. And that's where the peeper, which we thought it's not really the best thing to chase someone with. But that's where it happens, and everyone happened to group up at the same time. You notice that 3 ciphers were done. You notice that there were 2 survivors at one point, right? Next to the mercenary. So you kind of have to wonder about the rotations as well, and the decision to push the cipher at the last cipher at the chair so close to the hunter. I think it all just adds up in the end. But hey, at least the saving grace for Ace. Erza, the man who survived Sprinter, well, that's something that they can still, write home about. But here comes the hard part. They are down 1 game, Eli.
Yeah.
So next map, what do you think? Do you think they should? What do you think? What map do you think Ace should go for? That's really uncomfortable for B4U, or I don't think there's any map uncomfortable for them though.
The problem is we don't really know what Ace's Hunter because they're a newer player. We're not really sure.
He has a Naiad.
There's a Naiad. Okay.
Yeah. Night Watch. Naiad. Night Watch.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that you want to prioritize a larger map. Spencer probably wants to lean into something like Dream Witch or Night Watch. So maybe if you go something like Moonlit, that could be pretty good because it's not exceptionally good for Dream Witch. It's also not great for Night Watch if you prioritize using the roller coaster before the Night Watch has presence. So that could be pretty good as well. So I don't know. I think those are probably pretty good options here for Ace. But yeah, again, it's a bit of a tough position losing the first round. Of course, it was on sort of an interesting map selection of Sacred on the opponent's map selection. So it's not the end of the world, but definitely not in a place Ace wants to be considering how strong that start was. Spencer's Opera Singer looked pretty good. I will say, first time we've seen it, it definitely looks pretty strong. But again, yeah, I think just the first chase choice almost backfired there.
Exactly right. Mercenary, it's such a strong situation for Ace to at least get a draw there, right?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, if they actually sold the Mercenary and focused on decoding, which they kind of slowed down a little in the middle, I think they would have gotten a draw, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, if you leave Mercenary on chair, it feels so bad, right? Because Mercenary has the delayed effect anyways, so you're sort of just you're losing out on free time there. I think if the Antiquarian when Antiquarian got hit, because the Antiquarian got hit early, but they had Flywheel, they could have Flywheeled that, right? But
he actually did, but Spencer didn't hit the chair, so there was no.
No, I mean like when he took the first hit.
The first hit, yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
He could have Flywheeled there, yeah.
Well, I would have flight wheeled and still get hit. So I'm not really sure. Sometimes this mechanics really doesn't play out to how we want it. But here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Ace survived. Urza survived with getting one score for the team. So not too bad actually, 5-3 in the map that B4U is choosing. So yes, and I can see some people saying hi. Hello, I see familiar faces. Chihaya, hello. Pumpkaboo, Chu, and Hanako as well here in IVT. We're just going to head into round 2. For those of you who just joined in, this is only round number 1, Battle of the Sangrias. And quite honestly, it's a pretty neck and neck fight, I would say, sort of, because could have gone either way, right?
Yep.
But Peepers, I don't know. I think Eli's best advice, and my best advice is don't chase Mercenary. Don't chase Mercenary, especially if you bring Peepers.
Yeah.
But hey, at least Prism made. I think he should be called the king of comeback here, right? Because he come back from that situation where 3 ciphers were almost done, and the Mercenary was only on his first chair, and I think he was countering your thought. Because for you would think, oh, it's such a waste to let Mercenary just sit on the chair and get sent back to the manor, right? So maybe Sprinter's like, yeah, I'm gonna get some action here. So he's like, oh, okay, yeah. So imagine if they don't think like you, Eli, and then they're like, yeah, we don't care about the delayed damage, just sit there. Because you don't have I mean, yes, delayed damage is good, but you don't exactly have elbow pads to run further away, and with Sangria sleep kind of fast though. So yeah, I think that's the conclusion, the highlights, the lowlights, the highlights of what happened in game number 1. So for those of you who just joined in, please do stay put, because we are going to head into round number 2 very soon. Ace, I mean, I don't know if you have read the interview by Ace, but the captain, I think the captain Lace, very optimistic. Here's a message from Lace actually. He's like, okay, they're just really proud to achieve top 8. So honestly, just keep playing. For Ace, just keep playing, do the best that you can, just have fun. And when you have fun, you get the best result achievable. I mean, do you believe in playing sad? Playing angry? Does it motivate you to play better?
Maybe. I don't know, yeah.
Your new favorite
I feel
hunter,
like
Sangria.
Yeah, no, I feel like when I play, I don't know, every time I lose a rank match, I get, like, especially as Hunter, if I lose a rank match, then I get, like, really, like, I'm like, oh, this is so annoying. And then I, like, get, like, super upset. And then, like, the next game, like, I feel like I still play bad, but I don't know.
Do you power up? Do you think Sangria is one of those hunters where, like, okay, I'm tilted, I'm mad, I can, and Sangria is the perfect hunter for me to just swing and whack, hack and slash left and right and still get a tie or a win. But yeah, we just saw the ban picks for the maps. It looks like B4U is gonna ban Chinatown, so maybe something going on here. And Ace is going to go for Ever Sleeping Town. Any thoughts here? Why Chinatown is getting banned?
I don't know. I mean, considering Spencer's characters, Chinatown seems really good. So I'm not really sure why they go for Chinatown here, but maybe it's the survivors aren't comfortable playing on Chinatown. Not really, again, not really sure. If Spencer wants to play Dreamwitch or Nightwatch, Chinatown would be a pretty strong map for both those hunters. But it looks like B4U is just gonna opt to steer clear of that altogether, and they're gonna prioritize just banning it. And so Ace is gonna go Eversleeping. Again, this is probably fine for the Ace hunter as well. Nightwatch and Naiad, both pretty effective here, so I think this is probably fine. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, probably wants to negate the Naiad factor. I mean, we've seen a couple of matches in IVL and IGL where the Naiad's like the Terror Shocks, especially in IVC, coming all the way back to IVC from IVC. That's the Terror Shock, the Naiad dominance, the huge puddles, especially in Chinatown. But then again, if you want to say that it's to counter Yukine's choice of hunter, Ever Sleeping Town is also good for a Naiad to make puddles, right? We also seen a Naiad being really dominant in Ever Sleeping Town, especially with the huge puddles being made, getting the survivors down really fast. So I'm not really sure what's going on, but if it has to do with something that Yukine plays, well, I guess Ace has to make do with Ever Sleeping Town. But hey, just answering a few questions in the chat. So here comes the session where I read the questions from chat and Eli's gonna try and answer it after drinking some coffee. I'm not sure. That's
my 7-Eleven coffee.
Oh wow.
It's currently almost 6 a.m. and I slept about less than an hour and a half, so this is how I'm staying awake for the time being.
Exactly. And Nello, we miss you. Oh, I miss you guys too. Sorry I haven't been on your streams. Eli streams much too, because you know, I'm just, he streams at weird hours.
Yeah,
to make do for the NAEU viewers. So you guys have to support him, man. And here comes the first question, Eli. Are you ready, Eli?
Yeah.
Okay, you ready? Okay, the first question is by Caitlin Martinez. What takes so long between rounds?
Oh, that is a very good question. So for those of you who have ever played in a tournament before, especially an NAU tournament, there's this thing where the NAU players in particular, they love to take very long periods of time in between games to do their ban picks, to get online, to be prepared to play the match. Even though you're supposed to be ready before the match begins, for some reason, something always happens. Whether that's, I've heard so many excuses in my time of NAU. My mom said I have to go walk the dog, or I have a doctor's appointment,
Sure?
or I have to go walk my cat. I don't know, something like, there's just like so many extended periods of time because, so in between times it's usually, the production staff does a very good job of getting people ready as quickly as possible, but there's often some, oh, my internet died. Well, guess we can't play anymore, something like that. So, yeah.
What's the funniest reason that you've heard about being late? Okay, while you think about it, for me, the funniest one was my phone was overheating, so I had to put it in the fridge to cool it down.
In the fridge.
This is legit true reason. The phone's overheating, so I have to put it in the fridge to cool it down.
Yeah.
So okay.
I got one. I'm gonna expose someone a little bit here, but
no. Is it controversial?
It's okay. No, it's not controversial.
Okay.
So for those of you who know Dreamer, who used to be a competitive player, he played on one of the other teams, but Dreamer. So at nighttime, his mother shuts off his internet before he goes to sleep. So he's actually missed a lot of IDV related things because the internet was shut down. Yeah, so that's a pretty good one right there, I think. So for those of you who know Dreamer, you know that his mom turns off his internet.
Oh my god. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it's just for laughs, guys. So please don't take any of this too seriously.
Yeah, Dreamer's a really good, really close friend of mine. So it's all good.
Exactly. So next question next question. Okay. Oh wow, saved by the band picks. So I think Eli needs to buy like 2-3 more cans of coffee if this goes
Yeah.
on. But here comes round 2, first half. The band pick screen is up once again. B4U reciprocating by sending the survivor teams first. Ace choose this map, so B4U is choosing the factions to go first, and they opt to go against Yukine first. So no surprise there. Opera Singer is being banned first. For Yukine, doesn't have to worry about Coordinator anymore because global bans, and of course Explorer doesn't really make sense to play Explorer here anyway. So he's gonna opt to ban Priestess and Antiquarian first. Yep. So now first 2 picks for B4U, which is
Seer is open, so I think you definitely would prioritize Seer. No, looks like we're gonna see Entomologist and Psychologist. So that's a little bit interesting. Again, we are expecting possibly Naiad or Nightwatch here, but I think Seer would make a lot more sense. But it looks like it's not going to ban anyway. We're going to see Dancer ban here as well. So I think now you take Seer for sure. You don't want to give that character up. You still have Rescuer available. It doesn't matter what the Hunter bans next. You will have Officer or Mercenary as your final character selection. So no need to pick the Rescuer now. Definitely go for the Seer here. Lock that character in. And then you have a Rescuer as your last character selection. To go Acrobat, I think it's a really big missed opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, no lawyer. What's going on here? See some lawyer, man. Even some of the viewers are also saying, "Where's Freddy? You want to see Freddy?" For those of you who wants to see Freddy, well, Freddy, what's that name? Friday Nights at Freddy is in the cinemas now, so you guys can go and watch it if you can't see Freddy here. But I agree with you. Missed opportunity here. But hey, Acrobat is still a strong character to use, and maybe they're just confident with it. I mean, Smitty did do quite a great job being the second kiter in the previous game that we saw, without the borrow time some more. So we'll see what happens here. Game number 2. Well, Yukine going up against this lineup. A Naiad, you think?
It's possible. Nightwatch also is fine. Because there's no Seer, this does open up a lot of opportunities for things like Nightwatch and Naiad single hit hunters would be pretty strong here. But yeah, I mean, Nightwatch, obviously, besides Dreamwitch and Opera Singer, Nightwatch is the third character. Those are like the 3 best hunters in the game. So if Yukine doesn't play Dreamwitch, I think definitely prioritize the Nightwatch. That would be really ideal here. Good map for Nightwatch. It is a high win potential hunter, and this is definitely a spot where Ace needs to get a lot of kills.
Yeah, needs to get a lot of kills. Needs to get a lot of things going on actually. Like, amazing first chase, fails the rescue, terror shocks. Those are the top 3 killers for factors for the hunter here. But honestly, I would like to see a Nightwatch here, Eli, because remember when Itakwa was so dominant that people were chanting Itakwa Nation every time we had the stream on the official channels, and now it feels like it's just Sangria Nation the entire time. But yeah, you think Nightwatch is still? Oh my god, I almost said Nightwalker from X-Men. But do you think Nightwatch is still very viable? Even in addition to having Sangria.
Nightwatch is still really good. And what's so nice about watching Nightwatch in comparison to Opera Singer is Nightwatch is a lot more complex, I think, than Opera Singer. Opera Singer is basically just like, I'm gonna dash really fast and just kill people quickly. We're gonna see Naiad actually instead. Yeah, I mean, this is also fine. Again, you don't have to worry about anything like a Seer. Obviously, Seer is very good against Naiad because you can farm owls while they're in swim mode. Also, the single hit hunter is really Seer's really strong there as well. But because there's no Seer, you now get to play Naiad pretty safely. And yeah, looks like we're gonna have Schmitty back on the Acrobat. Leg is gonna be on the Psychologist, and Problems on the Entomologist. Let's see what Problems can do with this Entomologist. We've seen some really impressive Entomologist gameplay from him in the past. Looks like we're going to see the middle spawn is going to be for the Psychologist here. We're going to see Acrobat taking that corner house. Entomologist the middle 2-story, and Roland will be over at the Fake area. Pretty good spawn for B4U. The rescuer spawning closest to the hunter is definitely ideal for the survivor side.
Yeah, let's hope. We'll just have to wait and see because Yukine needs to, he needs to get a victory for his team in order to ease up the survivor side. And quite honestly, though, this is what Ace team has to say about Yukine. Yukine is really patient. Ace thinks that Yukine is really patient, really tactical. So probably playing a Naiad here would be his 15 minutes tactical decision thing. I'm not really sure about that. But here, you think getting a draw here is enough for Yukine as a Naiad?
It's difficult because
it's hard to say, right?
Yeah, you really want to try to make a comeback here. So I also think Nightwatch could have been a little better just because Nightwatch has a little bit more win potential than Naiad does. But it looks like we're going to see first chase onto the Psychologist. Now B4U is kind of rotating a lot here. This is not something we saw in the first game. They're prioritizing rotation over decoding this time around. And let's see what the Psychologist can do here. He's going to pull back the Trident. Leg should be able to get out of range here, but does pick up a little bit of water in the process. Loses sight of the Psychologist for a second. Does make some distance here. You definitely want to get this water in as quickly as possible. We're going to see hugging the wall here. Oh, but he actually runs back into the water, so he's going to pick up a little bit more water in the process. The goal for the Psychologist, just force 3 basic hits. Don't get watered. Just force 3 basic hits. And he gets popped. Beautiful Trident actually snipes the Psychologist. He's going to get a double hit here. So unfortunately, Leg did not force a basic on that first hit. And this actually makes the first down for the Naiad a lot easier.
Yeah, don't get popped. Next second, instant pop. My leg. But it's okay, my leg still has 1 leg to run with, so he still has 1 hit left in him. So let's see if my leg will be able to kite out at least 3 ciphers. The dash is available, but Yukine is up.
Yeah.
But still, it's 48%, not too bad. My leg can still. He has to force out Yukine bling, right? He has to force out Yukine's bling here. My leg trying to rotate. Yeah, he's gonna force it out. So my leg's like, yeah, my job's done. 3 cipher almost done. Okay, I'm good. You can sacrifice me or not. But either way, pretty good start for B4U Survivor so far.
Yeah, 2 ciphers down. I don't know if it's gonna be enough for a win, as the 70% cipher is not quite as far as I think they would have liked. Schmidt's gonna pressure the rescue. Gets cut off early here. And it looks like we're going to see actually the first officer is going to come in for the save. And Roland needs to... does dash into the wall there. We do have the bees coming in for the support as well. Pulls back the Trident, does get the rescue off, and the bees... Huh?
I don't know. The bees... Yeah. I think...
I actually didn't even see what happened. That's so weird. I thought he hit the bees, but I guess he... hit the Psychologist there. So unfortunately for you, yeah, they weren't able to get the rebound.
Yeah, the Trident goes through the bees. I mean, so sorry for the entomologist. But yeah, but the good thing is at least Roland still has full health, so he can definitely go in for a second rescue if he wants to. But honestly, I don't know how we keep jinxing it, because the moment I say that, Yukine's gonna bring my leg all the way to basement, and I don't think anyone's gonna rescue anymore. So I think Yukine's best bet here should be to try and get a draw, because at 3k here, I don't know. B4U's being really safe here. Even Roland's quite far away, just giving Tinnitus. And the ciphers are dangerously close to being completed.
Yep. Yeah, we're gonna say Roland is gonna feed Tinnitus. He did actually use a watch. I think he probably didn't need to use it on that rescue, but he did end up using one. So he does have 1 left to work with, but it looks like Yukine's not gonna bait out the watch. He's actually just gonna go for the entomologist instead. Paul was not able to avoid the dash there, so it does pick up a little bit of water in the process. Gonna try to use the beast to avoid this hit, but does still get the hit anyways.
The Tridents, man. The Trident.
Yeah,
the length does matter.
He kites to the last cipher, I think, right?
Yeah, he maybe he wants Schmidty to give a bomb or something, like, a red bomb splurs, I need it now. Another bee? Okay.
It was a different cipher.
It's not. Yeah, it's a different one. Escalate, actually. Closely being completed by Roland. I love that skin of a first officer. But Pablos needs to be really careful not to to drown. Yeah, basic hit's gonna do it. Problem's gonna rise straight away when Cypher's being popped. He needs to just not lose sight of the entomologist and safely get a draw here, right?
Yep, absolutely. Entomologist has no more beasts to work with. You have to watch out for, I think, the trim's coming. Maybe not. Okay. Okay, it looks like no. He's gonna trap the entomologist in here. He's gonna get the speed boost, but he's gonna go down here. Unless he can make. Oh, they both get hit by the tram. They both get hit by the tram. I don't know if Paul can get away from this. We're gonna have to wait and see. He does. Okay, so he stays alive a little bit longer.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's gonna matter. Dungeon is not at the middle here, and he does have. He's probably just gonna use blink. I think.
Yeah, he has to. Yeah, the dungeon's actually very close. The dungeon's actually just to the right of Problems, but yeah, he's like, enough of this. I'm just gonna use blink. And the moment they use blink, Roland and Schmidi went out the gate. They're like, sorry, Problems, not my problem anymore. They have to be really happy that, you know, they got a draw. I think that's the game plan all along, right? Draw, let's preserve, take it away. So simple and effective. Doesn't matter if the score difference is only 5-3, because it doesn't really matter if you get the 2-round wins. Then score doesn't really matter. So so far, getting a draw on a selected map, I would say slight advantage to be for you, but Sprinter's coming up next. And you gotta wonder, in this map, Night Watch, you think? Definitely not Nayad. I don't think he's gonna play a Mira Nayad here. Night Watch here?
I think Night Watch is fine. I mean, obviously, I would consider. I mean, if you're gonna go based off of, you know, some of the best hunters in the game, you would opt for Dreamwatch or Night Watch here. I think both would be okay. Obviously, you probably just ban for a specific hunter, and then you'll just kind of go with whatever composition is the best. Probably makes the most sense. Yeah, I mean, I think looking at the round here, I mean, it's not bad for Ace that we're able to get a tie. Again, I think Night Watch would have been a little bit better for Ace, just because you want to try to get some of these points back here. Tying doesn't really advantage you. It sort of gives for you the lead to hold on to, right? So you sort of want to try to make a bit of a comeback, and I don't know if a tie is going to be enough. So I think Night Watch might have been a better gamble in the long run rather than the Naiad.
Yeah, but here comes our favorite part. Highlights, lowlights of the game. Any turning points, which is very notable to mention as we look through the match stats.
Yeah, pretty standard game. I mean, first kite was pretty average, 58 seconds. Was able to get the blink out, and then, you know, was able to die pretty far away from Cypher machines. And overall, just that's pretty much it. Changed targets to the entomologist after the down, got them down, but they popped the Cypher, got the chair in the ento, and that was it. Not much. Kind of pretty straightforward, just tied game. Nothing too exciting, unfortunately, in this one. But yeah, definitely a good job from Paul. You see 103 seconds, which is pretty impressive considering the Naya did have presence. Now, before you, I think they did. I think there's a few times where they didn't look behind them because the Naiad was able to get free dashes on them. But when you don't have full presence as the Naiad, it's not quite as strong, so it ended up not mattering too much in the long run. So yeah, definitely not too bad. So 2-2. I think benefits before you a little bit more than Ace here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of problem rescuing against a Naiad, because usually you would see that Naiad pressuring the chair with the puddles, trying to get a Terror Shock. That's gonna matter a lot, right? But for me, the highlights is probably the double kill by the tram.
Yeah,
I think that was the highlight of the moment for me. Hitting the entomologist first and followed by the Sangria. But yeah, I'm just sad that I'm just upset we didn't bet on the tram kills.
Oh, we forgot. Yeah,
we totally forgot. But next round, we're not too late for next round, guys. So here comes the next session of. Let's ask Eli some questions, okay? So here comes the next question, Eli. Why? Okay, wait. I swear I saw a question here, which I think you need to answer. But while we're looking at that, we'll just have a look at the scoreboard. Eli 7-5. Sorry, 2-2 in the first half of round 2. Night Watch sweep. Itakwa sweep again.
Yeah, I think Night Watch is definitely pretty good here. So if I was Sprinter, I would play Night Watch. But obviously, it does have some other things to work with as well. So we will see.
We will see, indeed. Yeah. Okay, here comes the first question. Valentine asking a question. How?
How? Okay. I don't know.
I think Valentine's referring to how the hits registered.
Yeah.
Well, with the bees around. Yeah.
Very
So
specific one.
yeah. So that's the answer.
Yep.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah. But here's the win conditions. One escape and before you wins. So Sprinzer honestly needs to get 3k. If he gets 3k, then the game is it. For Ace to survive, they gotta get a draw. And quite honestly, after the performance in game number 1 in Sacred Heart Hospital, with the exception of the failed rescue, I think they did pretty good. I think they did pretty good.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, it's not bad. I think Ace is playing. I mean, considering that they don't have as much turn experience as Be3, I think they are playing pretty well overall. But yeah, definitely, if they do want to win, they do have to sort of work out of this deficit a little bit. Do you want to? We have some of these interview questions. No, do you want to?
Sure.
Go through those or okay? So we were able to get some questions to some of the players, and some of the captains responded. So for B4U, we have Schmitty answering. One of the questions was.
Okay, go ahead.
How does the team feel about the tournament and the current meta of IDV? Schmitty answered with, we feel very confident. We should have beaten GW and ZQ during Co, and that gave us the confidence we need for anything we face. The meta is very funny currently. It feels like we're back in Season 1 with Coordinator, Gardener, and Lawyer, which is characters we've seen pop up as of recently. Opera Singer is currently very strong, one of the strongest hunters we've seen in a while. So this does cause the meta to shift, especially in the first rounds.
Yeah,
so
I think you forgot. Yeah, that's what Sneedy. Thank you so much for answering, and not just to B4U, but for all the teams that have answered the questionnaire, courtesy of Posh for initiating it. Thank you so much.
Yep.
You forgot to mention what Schmidi said. You missed one word. He said, the meta is funny. You forgot the haha.
Oh, okay. He said the meta is funny, haha, exclamation point. I didn't read that, my bad.
You forgot to read that. But quite honestly, it's not exactly funny. If you think about it, it's not exactly funny because Coordinator, we've seen a lot of it already. Gardener against Sangria, a lot of it. Lawyer, even when MX brought it out, for those of you, a little context, back in IVA, IVC, even, we've seen lawyers, right? So, quite frankly, it's not exactly a new meta. But hey, Sangria is really strong. I think we can all agree with that. But here comes the deciding moment, at least for Ace, right, Eli? Because round 2, second half is going to decide if they're going to be able to tie it and bring it to game number 3, or will Sprinzer shut down the hopes of getting a draw and just close the curtains on Ace?
Yeah.
So there you have it. Sangria getting banned. Eli.
Yeah, I just want to address this real quick. Someone keeps asking how many tides should we bring if we want to win.
4.
I've seen it asked about 20 times in the last 30 seconds, so I'll just go ahead and answer it now. Basically, typically, a lot of teams will only bring one tide turner. You have one main rescuer character, mercenary and officer being the 2 best rescuers in the game. You want one of those characters with tide turner, and then everyone else can usually go broken windows or flywheel. For rank matches, that is the most ideal situation. We're gonna see Doctor and Lucky Guy, which we've actually seen, believe it or not, a little bit of Lucky Guy in China, because again, Veterans bonus is very good. Not so much against hunters besides Opera Singer. You might want to see this more in round 1. Same with Doctor. Not really sure what the idea is with this. I don't know. I'm actually pretty lost now, but
if you're lucky, you should play Lucky Guy. I think that's the only thing I can say about this, because Eli, are you lucky? Yeah. If you're lucky, you should play Lucky Guy because you'll get what you wish for. But if you're unlucky, well, like you wish for a gun, you get a syringe.
Yeah.
You wish for
That's
a mechanic
usually how it
doll.
goes. You wish for anything, and it's always a syringe. That's usually how it
That's
goes.
strange. It's like, thank you so much. I'm honestly, I know that I'm gonna be injured after like a minute or two, but I'm at full health. But thanks for the syringe.
I almost feel like chests are like jinxed to a point where it's like, oh, I need a syringe because I'm half health, and then you get a perfume, and it's like, oh, I need a yeah, it's like, oh, I need a perfume because I'm full health, and then I get a syringe. It's every time, or I need an elbow pad. It's like, oh, I need some kiting item, and I get a syringe. It's like, oh, I need a syringe because I'm half health, and it's always a perfume. I feel like the game's just rigged. I don't know, like that always happens. You know, it's crazy.
But I've seen people who are really lucky, like, I wish for a gun, I get a gun. I wish for a mechanic doll, I get a mechanic doll. I wish for a win, I get a win. So maybe that's the thing with Ace. They kind of need, honestly, they need skill, they need teamwork, and quite honestly, a little bit of luck as well when it comes to RNG. In Never Sleeping Town, you'll never know when the tram is around the corner, trying to claim its next victim. Yeah. But there you have it, 2 veteran characters in the game, and why no gardener or lawyer? I want to see a lawyer.
Well, I'm not really sure why Doctor. I don't actually know what the point of that is at all. I mean, the only character Doctor is good against is like Photographer and like I guess Mad Eyes, which we're not gonna see. So
I don't think it's even good against Photographer if you're first chase, right? Because 2 hits is gonna do it. It doesn't matter if you heal up a quarter of your health.
Yep.
Unless if you're really good in hiding. But honestly, do you remember that game where MX picked Doctor against a Night Watch? I feel like I bring this point because I feel like Sprinter's gonna go with Night Watch here, and it's in Ever Sleeping Town too. And remember when everyone had to support him? Oh wait, a Dream Witch.
Here's my Dream Witch.
Doctor counters Dream Witch. Yeah.
Kinda. I mean, it's. Technically, yes, but it's not that bad. I think Dream Witch is still fine. I mean, I personally would play Night Watch, but I think Dream Witch is also okay.
I would prefer Barmaid though. Barmaid's so much faster. But Barmaid's being banned, so I guess. I mean, the first 2 choices were literally Lucky Guy and Doctor. So if you guys are saying, oh, why not Barmaid first? Well, that's the reason. But hey, at least they got the Psychologist. So let's see if they're gonna be able to pull this off with the lineup, because if we go back to, I mean, according to Ace, right? In the interviews, we found out that they're really creative with their picks. They like to do risky moves to get the 4-man or win. Sometimes these things are necessary to make big plays and change the outcome of a game. The character pool is pretty diverse, so Ace made it pretty clear this is the kind of risky, unconventional, interesting move that they want to make. So let's see if it's enough to catch Sprinter off guard on his Dream Witch. And Eli, Dream Witch, Sprinter's Dream Witch, high praises by China. What are the odds? What are the odds of getting a draw here against the Dream Witch with this composition?
Yeah, I mean, Ace should be trying to win here. If they tie, they're just still they're just going. They're not gaining anything back.
Yeah.
And they're still in a position where they're losing and they're running out of time. So I think definitely you want to try to win this game here if you're Ace. I don't really understand Doctor. I don't know what this is for. But the Lucky, I mean, again, like if you're gonna play Lucky Guy, you really would only play it for Opera Singer, and Opera Singer is banned. So it's an interesting choice for sure. We're gonna see Lucky Guy does wish for an item. What's the item?
Switch! A switch!
Wait, is it actually?
Switch!
Oh,
I was not gonna switch!
That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
We're not making this up. Like literally, quite literally, as we see, as we go along, you can see that Ursa has a syringe, and he's the first chase. So good luck kiting the Dream Witch with a syringe.
This is a perfect example. Oh, this follower actually gets hit, so that's gonna buy a few extra seconds. This is a perfect example of just useless item in a situation where it doesn't matter. Or oh, Lucky Guy runs, throws the pallet too early and takes an early hit. Did Spencer stop his follower? I think he actually stopped his follower there, which means that Patroller... No, he did stop the follower, which means Lucky Guy's gonna go down right away here. Does have, yeah, just gonna go straight down. And an instant down for a Dream Witch. Yeah, no, did not have to use any trait at all here. And that is why we don't see Lucky Guy played very often.
Hey, at least it's still a 2 ciphers kite. It's still a 2 ciphers kite. I'm not really sure what happened with the third cipher because 2 ciphers kite, man. Sorry. While all of that happened, it was still 2 ciphers. So, but while all of that's happening, Patroller is gonna probably try and slow TY. I think he should just go in and take that hit. You know, like because if he wastes too much time, he's gonna time the Terror Shop. TY. Wait. He just wants to farm off Lucky Guy. He's not even gonna take a swing at Mercenary, so...
Yeah.
Huh? And now he's going to try and hit Mercenary?
He is gonna get that hit there. So...
Okay.
Yeah. And he's gonna be able to go ahead and leech the Mercenary as well here. Looks like Doctor should try to body block, I think. But they're not really decoding. 2 people are not decoding here. So just gonna try to get one more hit here onto the Mercenary. He's gonna elbow past the
nice.
follower. So definitely the correct play to avoid that, but yeah, we're just gonna see the leech chair onto the Lucky Guy, and unfortunately for Ace, not having a very good time against this Dream Witch thus far.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna seal the deal with Erza. He's gonna put him down all the way in the basement. No one will be going in, and you see the Doctor not even gonna try and heal the Mercenary, right? Because you see, using the Psychologist heal, the Wi-Fi heal, it's so much more efficient. And you don't even need to, you know, spend the time to move halfway across the map. But ciphers are really, really slow coming into this game, Eli. I don't think folk decoding is much of a focus here. Lace is gonna take that second kite, so we'll see how effective the Doctor is against Prince's Dream Witch.
Yeah, so as a doc, you want to make sure you take your leech hit as a Doctor. Never, again, I mean, obviously you never want to give a spawn for it anyways. But yeah, excellent job. He's not going to avoid giving any hit at all here. But yeah, just going to throw down these pallets, going to kite in this area. Goes for the mind game, gets the hit onto the Doctor. That's a pretty big hit, as it was with the follower. He's going to try to use his Patroller before the Doctor can heal. And I don't know if this is going to work or not because the follower is so far away. What Spencer needs to do, he needs to switch to Blink to secure this tower. See, Doctor needs to run away. Oh, she's going to stay here. So Doctor will go down. If Spencer doesn't even use the flywheel or vaults the pallet or anything, just takes the bite and goes down. So unfortunately, a big misstep from Lays there, and that's a pretty fast down considering that Doctor should be pretty effective against Dream Witch. That is not at all what Ace wants to see now.
Probably missed the bite timing, right? What was it again? 39?
Is 19, 14, 9, and 4.
14, 9, and 4. Yeah, those are the timings of the bites of the Patroller. But while all of that is going on, hey, Ace managed to go all the way down to their last cipher. So last cipher is at 40%. Mercenary is still at full health. John Chow is also at full health. Wait, the struggle by a little bit of time. I think the idea is just to camp him all the way at the last cipher. But while all of that's happening, John Chow has already primed the leech. Yeah, but the last cipher is being camped though, so they should start a new cipher here, most definitely.
And so if Doctor's kite was even a little bit longer, they might have had that cipher ready. So yeah, unfortunately that's not ideal for them at all. Doctor also has no borrowed time, so if they do manage to get to the end game, it's not going to be very good. Mercenary does get the rescue off, and Doctor doesn't use the flywheel, and that's another opportunity to flywheel, and Lays just, I guess, doesn't use it.
Oh, and the hit as well. Yeah. And Doctor, no borrowed time too.
Yeah, this is not looking good. This is spiraling out of control for Ace every second at this point. If you're gonna bring flywheel, you gotta use it.
You gotta use it. I mean, we gotta feel for Lays, cause oh my god, that's how you use flywheel. But the moment of hesitation and the attack recovery allows Sprinzer to land a hit onto John Chow. Everyone's injured. They can't even touch the last cipher here. So I totally agree with you, Eli. It's slowly spiraling, and John Chow is gonna get leeched again. Yeah, this is looking really hard for Ace. The one hit's gonna down John Chow. TY trying to rescue here, but gonna go down again. So Eli, I think Eli is really speechless. Like, oh wait, third time you can use flywheel and
he didn't use it again.
You're gonna die with the flywheel, unfortunately.
Yeah. Gonna try to get the Doctor up here, and just gets Terror Shock, and yeah, that's gonna be it. So that is gonna be a 4 survivor elimination here. for Sprinter, and this means that they will be advancing to 2-0 in this series. We're gonna see John's gonna get back up here, but yeah, just gonna go ahead and share this survivor. Actually, doesn't even need a 4 kill. He can just share this this mercenary here, and if there are 3 survivors eliminated, it does mean that Before You will be the winner for this game.
Yeah, and a little bit of vaulting action, but John Chow's gonna go down. Sprinter's just waiting for the time for them to click on the surrender button. But yeah, you know what? To just like, yeah, Ace has definitely fought the best of their abilities, and I mean, as we've established before, they've already made perfectly clear that they're just here to have fun. The score doesn't really matter to them. They just want to perform the best that they can do, and they're already proud to achieve top 8. And so are, I believe that's the key to go further in the competitive scene. But first things first, congratulations to Before You. They are moving forward to the next round of the competition, Eli. So can't say that we don't expect it. Coming from the reigning representative champion, right? In KOA and AEU. So the moment, why don't you break it down for us, Eli? Like all the way from the band picks, because I can see that Doctor not really working. But I'll leave it to you. So the lowlights, break down the events for us, starting from the band picks, if you will.
Yeah, so I think definitely
Doctor's not good.
Yeah, Doctor's not good. Doctor's not good, and Lucky Guy's not really good if it's anything other. I mean, Lucky Guy's kind of playable against Opera Singer, and not really that good against anything else. I mean, I guess it depends on the situation, but definitely not here. So yeah, definitely. I think they should have realized we're gonna see Nightwatch or Dream Witch. So you need to prioritize characters like Acrobat, Psychologist, Barmaid, and they instead went for characters like Doctor and Lucky Guy, which evidently did not work out too effectively. So I think that ultimately Sprinter kind of just saw the comp and he's like, well, I'm just gonna play whatever I want because we have a Lucky Guy and a Doctor, and he was able to get the Lucky Guy down. I mean, you saw 13 seconds on that first kite, was able to get the down there, and then the Doctor's kite unfortunately was not as long as Ace would have liked. They need that kite to be longer. If it was longer, they could have tied, but just not long enough, unfortunately.
Honestly, for me, I would have gave up if I got a syringe on the Lucky Guy right off the bat and getting chased straight off. I think that's the worst possible situation any player, anyone can be in when they're playing a Lucky Guy. Don't get me wrong. It's an amazing character to have. Yeah, the only character that can wish for an item, whereas everyone else, luck of the draw. So it's just very unfortunate that you are the first chase, you get the syringe, and what exactly can you do with the syringe? Unless if they buff the syringe, like paralyze the hunter with the syringe.
Yeah.
That might work. Yeah. Wink, wink. Adjustment. Yeah. If the Doctor's syringe can paralyze the hunter, I would take that. Like one use, paralyze, 2 seconds. That would be an interesting concept, right? Then maybe people will start playing Doctor more. Like if the hunters don't chase you, well, you can start healing. You can start decoding. You can start healing. Worst case scenario, use it to, especially when you are being rescued out of the chair, use the syringe and stick it onto the hunter's neck, and then the hunter gets paralyzed for 2 seconds. I think that would be a really good adjustment. Just an idea there, but yeah. I mean, Eli is contemplating it as well. But hey, I mean, I don't know, man. It's very early in the morning, and we're thinking all sorts of things. And yeah, I think Chihaya has put it perfectly well with the match results here. She said, shout out to Chihaya, she said, Before You slayed. And that's exactly the case with it. 12-5 in favor of Before You. Ace, don't get us wrong, Ace has definitely played the best of their abilities. It's just very unfortunate in the second round with the inclusion of the veteran characters, not against Opera Singer, but against, they were preparing for a very strong possibility of a Nightwatch, but it's Sprinter, man.
Yeah.
He has Dream Witch, and quite honestly, it doesn't work against Dream Witch. So here are your scores: 12 to 5. And congrats to B4U. And as for Ace, we would like to say, keep playing, don't give up. Hope to see you in the next tournament.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the first round looked pretty good for them. It was looking pretty good, but the second round B4U definitely worked out the, I guess, figured out the, it just really showed improvement in that second round for sure. So that was pretty important there. And so yeah,
exactly.
moving on that 12 to 5 victory here. So as we talked about before, you definitely did have the advantage going into this match anyways. We will see, of course, Spencer with the MVP here. With
12,000.
Yeah, 3.5 eliminations on average. Very impressive.
Yeah, with a scary lady and a scary daughter. I mean, Dream Witch has always been Sprinzer's go-to. When we think about Sprinzer, it's like, yeah, Sprinzer, Dream Witch, BO1. But Sprinzer has learned over time to adapt to new strategies, like to not be so predictable. And I feel like, yeah, he's picked up quite a few hunters that he doesn't, that so much so that he doesn't have to use Dream Witch all the time anymore in BO1. So props to Sprinzer, all the best to him, and before you as well, moving forward. I have to say though, the highlights for me in Sprinzer's Dream Witch match is that you notice that he didn't even use Patroller to down a survivor. He didn't even change his trait to Blink to down any survivors. I think that's just, I just think that just shows how masterful he is at this character, knowing the limitations and all of these things. But yeah, I feel like if you want to place, okay, here's a question. If you want to place these three characters, Sangria, Nightwatch, Dream Witch, what are your top three, like in terms of tier?
Yeah, so definitely Opera Singer's the best, for sure. Opera Singer's very good. And Nightwatch and Dreamwatch are both sort of around the second and third best. We're gonna go on to a break though, so we still have 3 more matches for today. The next match will, of course, be a fan favorite of CH4, so make sure you come and watch that. That'll be a very exciting one, and we will have that in a bit.
Exactly.
So stay with us, and we'll be back soon.
See you guys.
of strange joy to yuggeth through the void. Father of the million favored ones. Stalker among the stars. Through the sacrifice of you all. The truth shall now be revealed. Now this is the key shot. Detached from the pompous sham of this show, you can now listen to the whisperer in darkness among the stars.
Who, when, where, what, and why. Nothing escapes the eyes of a reporter.
A tragic cave-in occurred in the mines, burying the miners deep within. The incident has now claimed 13 deaths, with only one survivor.
Hide here and don't make a sound. Whenever in doubt.
Curse child! Your family is
All because of her. Whenever trouble strikes. Face it, and it'll all be over. That is what I've always believed.
There is no rebirth without pain.
The whispers by my ear. The scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
That was the beginning and the end of everything.
I have thought about what I might encounter here.
But everything I've encountered so far has still exceeded my expectations. The girl mentioned in here, Emma Woods. Is he back? Hunters? My gut told me it might be my only chance to unravel its secrets with my own hands.
Don't look back.
Stories that say the stars are far beyond our reach. Our stars? They are cursed. I'm going to see a real star. And leave this place. Simon, you can do it! I once thought there was only laughter in the castle. Until that monster appeared, growling at me with the face of our father. Simon, can you hear me?
All right. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to our second match of the day for NAEU IVT day number 1. So now we saw a pretty good match between Ace and Before You ultimately advancing. Now we have the next one and another team that's very close to Before You in skill. and that is CH4. Definitely one a lot of people are looking forward to. And they're gonna be up against KNS, which is a team we don't really know too much about. A bit of a newer team to the NAEU scene, it looks like. And looking at one of their interview questions, which I thought was kind of funny.
Okay.
It said it was what is the playstyle and character pool of your Survivor team, and their answer was our survivors have their own ideas. They play whatever they want. So we're gonna see a lot of
Whatever they want.
potentially some interesting characters from KNS, I would imagine.
Wow, yeah. I mean, here's a fun fact as well, which I think you would definitely find very useful, since you're learning a little bit of Chinese Mandarin, right? So here's a slang in Singapore where KNS actually means something. It is a direct translation. KNS means kanasai, kanasai, which means like shit. So pardon my language, but yeah, I think I'm just bringing it out because I feel like this team is a playful team. Like what you said, they want to play whatever they want. They want to have fun. They have their own ideas. So I feel like, yeah, definitely a team that we have to watch out for, because you know what? We just want to be here to have fun with all of you guys. We want to have fun watching these teams. Not all serious. If we want to get all serious and stuff, you know, we just go to work. But here, we want to have fun. We want to drink Red Bulls, all the Red Bulls we want, all the coffees Eli wants. And honestly, yeah, CH4, a really, really huge name, like what Eli has pointed. Even B4U acknowledges that CH4 is one of the biggest competitors out there that's standing in their way in this championship. So Eli, coming into this another session of questions and answers. Well, the question here is, how do you think CH4 is going to adjust to this new meta? Like, what do you expect? What can we, as the audience coming into this game, like, we know B4U, right? But for CH4, maybe not everyone is familiar. What can we expect to see from CH4? What are the highlights of the teams?
Well, I think that I imagine Ling probably will be able to play opera singer, so that's something that we're going to expect here. I think this meta actually, if it comes, so next round, if CH4 does win here, it's going to be CH4 versus B4U. Which is a matchup we've seen play out many times, in which B4U has managed to win in each of those. But I think this time it actually benefits CH4 a little bit more, because now we talked about something we've talked about in the past is B4U, their Survivor team plays well. They're pretty consistent for the most part, but for some reason, when it comes to Axeboy, they don't necessarily have the best performances, right, against Axeboy. So now that Ling can go Axeboy and Opera Singer in the first two rounds, I think that actually makes CH4's matchup against B4U a little bit stronger. But we will see that, of course, tomorrow if CH4 is victorious. Today we're going to have the KNS lineup. Dawn will be the hunter for the KNS team with the Survivor Scar, Beachy, Carrot, and QX OVO.
Yeah, I mean, I never imagined I would see an OVO ever in my life, but here we have it, OVO. KNS, fun fact, they're all Chinese players, right? They're all Chinese players residing in the NAEU region. And up next is a name that's familiar in the household of NAEU IDV tournament scene, CH4 Ling, like what Eli has mentioned. Sangria's up for grabs, and Ling, who could have forgotten, who could ever forget the X-Boy by Ling, the respect bans by opponents, and of course followed by 933. Xia, Natto, Sesame, and speaking of Natto, there's another Singapore slang for Natto. In Singapore, people literally say Natto. N stands for A, T, and O, the abbreviations. No action. Talk only. So it's very broken English. So yeah, well, but jokes aside, here comes the player stats. Both of them spots the Night Watch, and interesting fact about KNS, they did mention that the Hunter is a very good Night Watch, right? Our Hunter is good as a Night Watch, hopes. So definitely gonna look forward to seeing what Dawn will be bringing to the table. Both of their deduction points are really, really close. Dawn's win rate is lower than Ling's. I mean, Ling. I mean, who doesn't know like Ling's awesome performance in the previous tournaments? Very irregular. But here we can expect to see Itakwa Nation rise. I mean, Eli, that's if Sangria doesn't stand in the way. I mean, between Sangria and Nightwatch, I think you made it perfectly clear. Sangria over Nightwatch, right?
Yeah.
But both these hunters,
absolutely.
but both these hunters are afraid of Platform Rush. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. But yeah, I mean, again, most of these hunters do have a lot more win potential than some of the other hunters in the game. Ling boasting some very impressive stats. We see 74% win rate, eliminations at 3.2. Very similar to Sprinter's numbers. So again, that's what makes the CH4 B4U matchup so fun to watch, is that you have two incredibly strong hunters sort of dueling it out to see which one will ultimately be the winner. So that is what something a lot of people look forward to. Two of the best hunters on the server going at it. But of course, we still have this match in front of us. We have Scar on the side of KNS, 41% win rate with 53 escape rate. Day1 tied with only 61. Definitely a bit lower there. So not exactly ideal. But overall, on CH4, 933. For those of you who have ever, I've done a lot of reviews recently when I do streams, and 933 has been one of my favorite players to watch in a lot of when reviewing the NAU tournaments. We talk about this player a lot. Containment time on average of 91 seconds. That is well above the average. That is extremely impressive. Only 42% win rate overall, but if this player does get first kite, I imagine we're going to see some really good stuff.
Yeah, so Eli singing some praises, sharing some love for 933. And just to top off, both of these players actually have Little Girl in their arsenal as well.
Oh,
yeah?
no.
Yeah. Oh no.
That's
Oh no.
good,
A little, yeah. I mean, with the recent adjustments, I think it's still okay now. At least you don't cancel the Hunter's attack recovery. Remember before this, you keep when you play Little Girl, people are like, SMH, why are you playing Little Girl? They're just constantly afraid of canceling the Hunter's attack recovery. But a little bit more about that later on. Next up, we have BQI from KNS and Xia from CH4. BQI spotting a mercenary, right? BQI also plays Painter and, mind you, Mind's Eye. So not really the Rescuer main we think he plays, because Painter, Mind's Eye, BQI. So a little food for thought later on. So next up, Eli, Carrot and Nato.
Yeah, so Carrot, 31% win rate here, only 46% escape rate, but 79 seconds of containment time, pretty strong overall, slightly above average there, so definitely see some good things there. Nato, 51%, containment time of 98 seconds. Nato has been known to play harassment characters such as Batter, Prospector, and Forward, so we will most likely see that, as he's already listed as the Batter player here of CH4. I wonder if we're going to see that, though, because Batter has sort of fallen off the meta a little bit. But yeah, Nato, again, 98 seconds. Impressive numbers. And again, this is really representing why CH4 is one of the strongest teams out of this North America European region.
Yeah, falling out of meta, I partially agree, because Honest Case Batter just makes you go in awe, right? So maybe a little bit falling out of meta, but Honest Case just makes, he's a monster. If all of you know Oniske, he plays an amazing batter as well. But moving on, KNS QX Ovo, side by side with Sesame from CH4. Ovo plays Norton, and mind you guys, the new hunters coming out, the Alter Hunter version of Norton. Wow, I can't wait to look for it. Can't wait to try him out. Actually, we've seen a few people trying him out, but not only does he play the Prospector, he also plays, let's have a look, he also plays Wax, what? Wait, what? He plays Wax Artist and Evil Reptilian? So he's a Hunter main too? I'm not really sure.
So some of the characters listed, when the players like fill out their submission form to join the tournament, not application form, but you submit a form when you join the tournament, and it says like, yeah, and it says like on the form it's like I can't remember, but I think it's something like which characters you prefer to play, and then some people will answer them honestly, and then some people will just say like Hellember, Evil Reptilian. They'll just make stuff up. So this might be one of those made up things, but I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah. Application form. Interesting. Hello, sir. Is this your first time joining the tournament? So I can even I don't know, man. But honestly, I feel like KNS. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is the first time they joined this tournament, or have they been in the scene before? I mean, CH4 we know they're a returning team, but for KNS this is their first time.
Yep.
Yeah. So definitely looking forward to see how this team KNS is going to fare against CH4, because CH4 they've been known to put up a very good fight up against the champions. I mean, acknowledged by B4U as one of the strongest competitors as well. And correct me if I'm wrong again, but both these teams are Chinese teams. So we're gonna see a little bit of action going on, KNS versus CH4 in Leo's memory. So Eli, what do you make of this interesting choice going for Leo's memory first?
Yeah, it's another one of those situations where, you know, you have Opera Singer in the first round, and it doesn't really matter what map you play Opera Singer, because Opera Singer's good at everything. So I think that's maybe the idea. We're not entirely sure if Ling plays Opera Singer, but I'm almost 100% sure he would have learned it for this event. He's one of those hunters where, similar to Sprinter, a strong hunter comes out, picks it up, gets very strong with that character and plays it in the competitive scene. So I definitely think that that's going to be something that Ling will have available. We are going to find out shortly, but again, if Ling does have that, that adds to his arsenal. Now you have Axeboy and Opera Singer. He also has Night Watch, has a very strong Bloody Queen, many things to work with. Yeah, just making CH4 team even stronger here. Yeah, Candace just not really wanting to deal with the Sacred Heart Hospital. Definitely makes sense. Very survivor-sided map. Not ideal for your hunter side for sure.
Yeah, the opposite of B4U. They want to go Sacred Heart Hospital first in round number 1. But here, yeah, it's a no-go for them.
Yep.
Like, it's taboo that we don't want to go to the hospital. Going to the Leo's Memory again. But Leo's Memory for us, for some of us, like me, one of them, it's a cursed map for us because it's so hard to see in this terrain. And actually playing an explorer here in this map is actually good, right? Because you mentioned it's good against Sangria as well. So hiding might be the solution they're looking for against Sangria here. But you mentioned that this map, Sangria being good in every single map, but with a semi-huge map like this, and with a huge factory in the middle, you think his movement's gonna be impaired a little? Like if Sangria's gonna be out in play?
I mean,
Second floor, up,
I mean,
down.
every map has its ups and downs. I think Opera Singer will be impacted a lot less than other hunters will, though. Even if you go on the second floor, there's 2 shadows on both sides of the stairway that goes upstairs. So you can just dash, but you can just zigzag between them, and you catch up super fast to the survivor. So I think it's still okay. We're gonna see double Rescuer ban again. So similar approach to what we saw last round. We're gonna see a Magician lead here for CH4. Magician is actually a character, and the Wildling as well. Interesting. So they want to have a Rescuer right away with the Wildling, and the Magician is actually, decent against Opera Singer as well. So that's, I think the approach here is they're just preparing for potential Opera Singer. Although, we did see that KNS does prioritize Night Watch, so I don't know if we'll see Opera Singer Night Watch here.
Wow. I mean, I'm just in awe. I'm awestruck by the Wildling. I think that's one character they can just sacrifice in the later rounds, right? But you think Wildling is sufficient against a Sangria in this situation? Like,
I think it's fine. Wildling, I mean, if you don't have after Officer and Mercenary, Wildling's probably the next best option for rescuing characters. So
how about Gravekeeper, stuff like that?
Personally, I think Gravekeeper is terrible. Obviously, every time we see Gravekeeper get played in tournaments, it's usually very ineffective. Also, Gravekeeper is one of the very few rescue characters they can actually chase, because as soon as you get out a shovel, you just can down them really fast. So it's not too strong. It's a chaseable rescuer, which is really not ideal. As a rescuer, you don't want to get chased. That's kind of the point, or one of the points of a rescuer.
I mean, but in the previous game, you're a merc and you don't really want to chase the merc, but they still want to chase the merc. So Spencer still chase the merc. But first things first, we are gonna see the second lucky guy of Day 1 IVT NAEU Autumn tournament. I don't know, Eli. You think You think they're feeling lucky? CH4 feeling lucky? Are they known to pick lucky guys?
No, I think it's just another instance of which This is probably going to be an opera singer. You want to have a veterans bonus character. In this case, CH4 will prioritize lucky guy. Again, I think things like lawyer or gardener are a lot better, but yeah, lucky guy will be the case here. They're going to have to be a bit luck reliant on this character, so we'll see how, you know, if, as you mentioned, if they're lucky or not. I don't know.
Bet. Let's do a prediction. First item that the lucky guy gets.
I think...
Will he get what he wishes for, or will he not? I think it's easier, like 50-50.
I think this time... Well, see, the thing is, typically you wish for a flare gun, but flare gun isn't that good against opera singer. So... maybe you wish for a perfume. I'm gonna go with perfume.
Perfume, okay, perfume. So for me, I'm just gonna say... strange. Okay, if the hunter's nearby the lucky guy, I would say strange. If it's not, then I'll say, yeah, not strange. Probably perfume, like what you said. I'll just say strange, and there you have it. Eli's going with perfume. I'm going with strange. We'll see if our prediction's correct. For those of you in the chat, do join in on our predictions as well. Like, what do you think is going to be the first item that lucky guy wishes for? And let's wait to find out when we go head into the game. But for now, Magician, the Toy Merchant, the Wildling, and the Lucky Guy will be facing off against the Opera Singer in Leo's memory. Time will tell where the Opera Singer chooses to spawn. Maybe make a cross. Oh, she is making a cross. And they have it spawning right next to the Toy Merchant. I think that's a pretty good location for a Toy Merchant, right? One catapult to the second floor. The other catapult, best placement, possible placement.
Mostly it's just for the jumping onto the stairs on this map. This is actually one of the few maps where spawning middle is actually a safe spawn, because when you spawn middle on this map, you actually spawn right at the bottom of the stairs that lead into factory. So you can immediately just run into factory if the hunter goes for you. So this is one of the few. Typically, you don't want to spawn middle because it's usually a dangerous place to be. But in this map, if you spawn middle, it's actually really good for a survivor. So Merchant can not only spawn middle and be relatively safe, you can also set up a catapult as well. So here we go. We have the first round of the first half of KNS versus CH4. This is the NAEU IVT. And let's see how this goes now. Magician and Lucky Guy. Two characters we don't see very often, but this time around, it is going to be a bit interesting to see how they're gonna sort of fit into this new meta with the Opera Singer.
Yeah, and mind you though, like Magician, there's this. Okay, so if I'm a newbie coming into this game, like up against a Magician, how can I spot the Magician when he uses the wand? How do you keep track of the direction that the Magician's going?
That's a good question. So you, as a survivor, anywhere you run, you leave a trail on the ground, a footprints on the ground. In Magician, even when using the illusion, you do turn invisible, but you still leave the trail of footprints, so the hunter can still see that. Beginning of the match here, does he not see the
lucky guy?
Survivor? Yeah, the lucky guy.
The lucky guy actually wished for something successfully, and it's a pocket watch. Oh. So I think it's a win for us. As long as it's not a strange, it's a win. Okay. Yeah, actually, it's a win for you. It's a win for you. So, Dawn's gonna leave Shadow Realm, a little bit of cooldown time, but the pocket watch is gonna be utilized almost immediately. Nai is already on. He's already utilized the watch, and you know that Sangria has a really short hitbox, right? So, 933 is gonna try and exploit that. His pocket watch is gonna run out pretty soon. Dawn's going back into Shadow form. Going to the Shadow Realm, but Nax really far, quite a considerable distance away.
Yep, absolutely. And we're gonna see, 933 Kai again. This is a really strong player, and we're gonna see this setup right away with the catapult immediately into factory. This is why you play Toy Merchant here. So CH4 survivors already showing very good display of survivor teamwork here. Gonna change to the Wildling. This is not who you want to target at all if you're the Opera Singer. Even if you do hit the board here. You could still get another hit here, potentially. Misses that swing, that's a big miss here. Tries to get the swing, misses it again. He's gonna keep trying. Does get the hit this time. and I think he's gonna get the hit on the wildling. Even if you down this wildling though, now the problem is that if you go for the rescue on the wildling, you just get right on the boar and rebound kite.
Yeah, but here's another interesting fact, Eli. He's gonna get Nato down, and the interesting fact I mentioned is the oh my god, he has abnormal. She has abnormal. So is this a common trait to have on Sangria? Like there's already a wildling in the game, so bringing an abnormal again to top it off.
It's definitely very aggressive because you typically, yeah, he's gonna just kick this Cypher. Pretty good spot to abnormal here. Yeah, normally when you use abnormal, you are trying to you're trying to win, right? When you bring blink, it's more safe because you secure your down within 60 seconds, and you sort of secure a tie a lot easier. When you bring abnormal, your first chase isn't as strong, so it's risky, but it slows down the Cyphers a lot, so you could potentially eliminate all 4 survivors before they get to the end game. So that's kind of the idea, and because it is basement, that's a pretty hard place to save. I think they should prioritize going for 1 rescue here, because it is a wildling, and it looks like we're gonna see. Maybe they're not gonna go for it at all, though.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
It's very surprising, right? Because usually you think, oh yeah, that's a board. He can survive much longer. I think they're just gonna prioritize on rushing Cyphers because the wildling's almost expired, and they just finished 2 Cyphers. So all that time spent. Oh my god, Lucky Guy has been just hiding the entire time. Magician has finished the second Cypher, so... Oh my god. Oh, beautiful
nice
use of
illusion.
the...
That
yeah.
actually would have hit, yeah, if he didn't use the illusion there. So, good utilization of the illusion. We're going to see Knife 3 does make it to this pallet here. Does have fast pallet breaking speed, it looks like. Gonna be a mind game at this pallet. Goes for the swing, doesn't get it. And does break it. I think he was trying to predict blink, but doesn't have it. That's the abnormal, right? And we're going to see the down there on the Lucky Guy. And that abnormal is really impactful. I mean, you see, look at the Cyphers are not quite that far along at this point, so this is winnable for the Opera Singer.
Yeah, the knock onto the wildling Cypher definitely played a lot of, made a lot of difference as well. Because wildling's already a slow decoder, right? So CH4 has to be really careful. Oh wait, that's the Shadow Dance. Oh no, yeah, the Remnant missed. But now Xia, beautiful use of the illusions again. He needs to look for Nai, right? Nai's gonna go down almost instantly, no Tide Turner being brought. And Magician's at half health, 1-1 remaining.
Yep.
I think he just needs, I don't know man, this looks like a 3-man elimination at this point. Not to mention Dawn still has a trump card to work with for the late game. So...
Ooh, I don't know about this abnormal here. Now you lose your trait, and they already have another site. They had another cyber machine worked on that they started anyways. And it allows the merchant to sneak in and get close so you don't get cut her off from a distance. Does get a body block, can still get the rescued merchant, needs to body block this as much as possible. Looks like she's just going to take the hit right away. And yeah, now that you don't have your trait, you can't teleport to the last cipher, so... let's see. Looks like we're gonna see the Lucky Guy's gonna try to hide away here until the Cypher's ready and go for the save. Wishing, did he wish for an item there? Does he still have the package?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He was trying to heal himself.
Syringe,
yeah. He's trying to be the doctor here. Oh, beautiful dodge. 933 might be able to pull this off. He's already like a quarter healing going on. Wow.
No, this is a great job from the Lucky Guy. This is actually really good. If you get this heal off here...
the one time is actually good.
Yeah, the one time is actually useful. Yeah, exactly. If he actually gets this heal off, then you can just go for the save. Wow, excellent job from 933 not to get hit before the Cypher's ready and gets the heal off so they don't have to go for an instant pop. This is exactly what CH4 needed. That was a really good display of patience there. And we're going to see they were pushing for the end game.
Yeah. You think that Toy Merchant shouldn't... Dawn shouldn't have downed the Toy Merchant instantly because the trade's not even done yet.
Yeah, I definitely should have. I would have probably waited. If you wait, you can wait for your trade to come back, and you can teleport to the gate. Looks like Merchant is able to make it a factory. Does teleport before the gate is ready. So he's gonna go after the Magician, who does have an illusion. Excellent job for the Magician. You don't want to be too
he lost the Magician.
Yeah, you don't want to be too predictable here. Does find the Magician again, but did waste a lot of time there, get some distance, and has a pretty good kiting area to work with as well.
Wow, CH4 really pulling themselves back from a potential 3-man elimination. But yeah, all that's left is for the survivors to open the gates on the other side. You can already see that the lucky guy is making a rotation all the way towards
Oh, he loses the
back gate.
magician.
Yeah, the magician's. Oh my god, and he's. Wow, done. Oh my god, might not even be a draw here.
The biggest problem is that Dungeon's not very
He's near
close
the
to
lucky guy.
magician.
Yeah.
I
But
guess
if Dawn leaves, oh my god, Dawn is actually leaving the gate. Magician can easily open the front gate now.
Yeah, it's
Oh
yeah,
my
they're gonna get out the
god.
gate.
Oh, the
Reuse
gate.
the flare gun.
Oh, adding salt to.
The gate's open. They can teleport back, but he's not gonna make it in time. There's no trait available. And CH4 manages a 3-survivor escape from what looked like a drawn position. The magician.
I'm speechless.
He actually didn't even use an illusion. He just lost him straight up, right? So.
Yeah, he just went all the way towards the corner. And I don't know, man. I think that he should have just persisted on the magician, because the magician is definitely on that side of the map, right? Not to mention that the dungeon's not even at that area. So if he persisted on the magician, that would have been a draw. But after all that has been said and done, CH4 turning the tides onto Opera Singer. We usually see Opera Singer getting a win, draw at the worst possible result. But here, CH4, 3-man escape with a Walling down and with the Sangria abnormal. So Eli, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, abnormal is, again, it's very aggressive because your first chase isn't quite as good, but he's able to get the wilding down quickly and they didn't go for a rescue. So, I was thinking about Nato's route. I think he should have gone to the window. So after the Opera Singer broke the pallet at Shack, he kind of just ran in the open. He should have gone to the window. If you go to the window and then you get on your boar, or you just get on your boar right away, she's breaking the pallet, then jump the window with the boar, then it's so hard for the Opera Singer to catch up. But because he sort of ran in the open, she was able to get a free hit before he was up to full speed. And then once he's at full speed, she just dashed after him and got the next hit. So you definitely need to use that window as Nato there. So I think that was unfortunately a misstep there. But yeah, CH4, 933. I mean, you see 145 seconds just buying time near that chair, getting the heal off with the syringe. As you know, we talked about the one-time lucky guy is actually useful. And lucky guy only decoded 17% as well. He was feeding Tinnitus a lot of that game. And just wasted so much time overall. Again, this is what I was talking about before. This is a really strong player. It's a player I love to watch play, and it really showed exactly why they're one of the best survivors, not only on this CH4 team, but potentially in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing seeing a lucky guy shine, especially in this kind of situation. And we can even overlook the 17% decoding progress because he did so much. He kited. And then he juked. He healed himself during the jukes and manages to rescue successfully and escapes through the gate. So, and wait, before escaping through the gate, even shoots the flare gun for you know, just to close the curtains. But he did so much in that game itself. So I feel like a lucky guy in the hands of in a player like 933, I mean, you sing high praises about him. So he is definitely going to be really impactful. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 3 men. My goodness, who would have seen it coming? A lucky guy carrying the game, honestly. That was lucky guy, right? That was lucky guy carrying the game, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, definitely a great job there. Something as well, Magician also played pretty well. Something you have to consider is that as a Magician, a lot of people like to just illusion and sort of just run straight and just use your speed boost and hope it's enough, but Hunters can't predict that, so the Magician was very unpredictable. There's one point where he goes to the pallet, but he doesn't run through the pallet, he goes to the side, and he lost him for a second. So definitely good mind games from the Magician as well, but yeah, definitely goes to 933, the lucky guy there, the MVP of that round for sure. Was able to turn it from a loss into a tie by making that rescue, and then Magician able to lose the Hunter, was able to get a win. And CH4 also had good support in the early game with the catapults. You know, CH4 is known to be very strong with their Hunter side, and their survivors today already though looking really good. So I think they're definitely in top shape for this this event.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Top shape, looking really good. It's like they don't even need to warm up their engines. They're already good and ready to go. But let's just tone things down a little bit. Let's just go to the starting point. Where do you think was the start where Sangria, the turning point, the beginning, that point where Sangria started to crumble, like where CH4 started to turn the tides?
Well, you have to pressure the lucky guy so they don't get the heal off. That's the first thing. So he didn't pressure the hunter didn't pressure the lucky guy enough. I think they sort of were worried they were going to make a rescue if they went after them. But you definitely have to pressure the lucky guy. Another thing is that they should not have abnormal the Shack Cipher. Bringing abnormal on Opera Singer isn't necessarily bad. I don't disagree with the hunter bringing abnormal. I just think the first abnormal is good. The second one does not make sense because they have a second cipher that they're working on, and you lose your trade as well, which means you can't teleport to that last cipher, which means they can prime it for free. So you don't want to let that happen under any circumstances. So I think that was definitely the biggest misstep from the Opera Singer is going for that abnormal with the Shack cipher instead of holding it for a trade swap to teleport. So yeah, just allowing the lucky guy to heal up and then allowing them to finish the last cipher was the big turning points, I think.
Yeah. You think Little Girl is a good counter for towards
Little Girl doesn't counter anything. Sorry.
Pushes the hunter away, who knows? Yeah. But there's like a sort of a question slash debate slash discussion going on in the chat. There's Chiu saying that okay, the problem is Sangria's not being too aggressive. And you mentioned that Sangria with abnormal is aggressive. And then it's another person rebutted and said that an aggressive Sangria brings teleport. So which of the between these two is truer than the other?
Okay, well, teleport is you don't bring teleport in tournaments. Teleport on Opera Singer is more of a okay. You can bring teleport if it's like a large map like Moonlit River Park. That's like the one instance where you wouldn't play it teleport on Leos though. Teleport is more of a rank build. Because you're in rank, you just want to win games. You don't really care about time. You don't want to lose. You just want to win, right? Because that's how you rank up faster. If you tie, you don't get a lot of points. If you lose, obviously it's not great. If you tie, it also doesn't really feel that good because it's like, oh, well, I just wasted like 5 to 8 minutes of my time for only a couple points. I want to win games, right? So, so bringing teleport is good for rank, but in tournament you have to consider that you're playing against good teams with good communication, and you need to have safer traits like blink. Or in this case, abnormal is a little bit less safe, but it is better than teleport. And we do see some, and actually, Poch mentioned this, we see a lot of hunters in IVL, not a lot, some hunters in IVL, China IVL will bring abnormal, as it is an aggressive approach, slightly more aggressive than blink. But definitely, yeah, teleport is more of a rank build than a tournament build. And the abnormal in this case, though, is definitely an aggressive approach.
Aggressive approach. So there you have it. Hope that answers your question. Teleport Sangria for the win in ranks. And well, in tournament the stakes are different because you know having a 3-man 3k doesn't translate to a win in some situations we've seen, right? So people are gunning for more, and it's just very unfortunate in this case that normal didn't really that one instance where it wasn't used, where it was used in the shack, was sort of like the turning point, the beginning of the turning point for CH4 to come back. So, moving on, 3 escapes by CH4 survivors. Coming into the second half, KNS, they got a match or top the results by CH4, because now they need to get 3-man escape, and at least, and to win, they need to get a 4-man escape, but Perfumer in the mix now. So Perfumer, Gardener, I get that Gardener's a strong counter. Perfumer as well for single hit hunters. How much do you like this right now compared to having a Lawyer first? Lawyer and Gardener.
I think Gardener's also fine. You know, Gardener can take 3 hits if you get chased first, and they are going to go Lawyer, so I actually think this is good. I like this team composition. Definitely pretty good for going against Opera Singer. The Lawyer, obviously.
Oh.
You get the Veterans bonus. You have the Veterans bonus on the Gardener. You have the decoding with the Lawyer. You have Perfumer, which is good against single hit hunters. So pretty good lineup for KNS for going against Opera Singer, I think.
Yeah. I mean, this is not something we usually see, but as of late, I believe ladies and gentlemen, we gotta get used to seeing this more and more, because veterans are here to slay, And Freddy, for those of you chanting for the appearance of Freddy Riley, there you have it. He's here, Carrot spotting the lawyer, and first appearance in today's tournament as well. So definitely looking forward to seeing what he can do, how he can perform. Quite honestly, though, I would really love to see lawyer kite first, but something better than that would be seeing the perfumer kite first. So between these two, I would like to see the perfumer kite first. But what about you though? Best choice to chase first?
Probably the lawyer. If you rid of the decoder, that's better. That's probably the best option. Someone said that doesn't Little Girl counter clown? Well, unfortunately, Little Girl counters nobody. If you
Not a good clown.
Yeah, a good clown. Well, with a good clown player, even if they have the infinite dash, they'll just dash to the little girl, bait out the page, and they'll like go towards it and then turn around as she throws the page, and then dash back and continue to dash after them with the infinite. So you can just kind of bait it out. Yeah. And you also have to throw the page down early as little girl, because if the clown has full presence, they dash really fast. So sometimes the clown will just hit before the page activates anyway. So it's just not really, yeah.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Even Flywheel can be baited out as well, right? So, honestly, Clown, very versatile. I wonder though, in NAEU, will we be able to see a smiley face? Maybe not in BO1, but probably in BO2, BO3. Because we'd love to see an NAEU Clown in action. What do you think? You think we're going to see a Clown? Anyone notable to mention in the NAEU competitive scene?
No one really plays Clown in NAEU, so I don't think.
Oh, okay.
I doubt it. The last time we saw a Clown player was like, I mean, there's been some Clown players here and there on the leaderboard, but the last time we saw a Clown player was like,
3 years ago.
Time ago. No, probably more than 4 years ago. There was, I'm trying to remember their name. It was the SDS Clown player from like season 8. I don't even know. It was a long time ago.
Wow.
I don't even think anybody knows who I'm talking about.
It came so far.
The original players from a long time ago know who I'm talking about, but most people probably don't know. It's been a long time since we've played like a tournament Clown player, at least.
Yeah. We've come so far, right? We've come so far. Back from when we were in season 8 and all that mentioned. But we're gonna be looking at the spawn's location. Ling is gonna be spawning. He's not gonna complete the cross formation. He's just gonna be spawning all the way top right. So Ling knows what he's doing. Lawyer will be hiding in the 2 floor. I mean, like you said, vulnerable first chase. Yes, he does have a little bit of buff going on, but he's gotta build that buff up. It doesn't really matter if he gets down pretty fast, because you won't be able to build that buff up. But Gardener is in the middle of the map, so maybe they're trying to pit Emma or Vera against Ling first. But whoever it is, well, it's definitely going to be an exciting match. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it is me, Nello and Eli O bringing you the commentaries. KNS, 3 or more survivor escapes in order to tie or win this round number 1. So will it happen? For me, it's going to be hard, but very, very possible. Eli, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think this composition is not that bad for KNS. I mean, I think it's actually pretty good. You have Perfumer, you have Gardener, you have Lawyer, all pretty decent characters against Opera Singer. Ling's trying to find his first target, does see the trail of the Perfumer here. And as we mentioned, Ling did learn Opera Singer for this tournament, so that's something we did expect from this player. Gonna bait out the Perfume early here. It does. Wow, excellent job from Ling to understand the small hitbox there. Get the Perfume baited. He does teleport back. Goes a little bit too far here, but can he get the hit onto the Perfumer before the cooldown is up? 2 seconds, 1 second, and they don't get the Perfume back there.
Nice, Carrot. Yeah, he just missed it by 1 second. The Carrot's gonna be able to buy a little bit more time. Ling has 10 seconds on his trade, which is probably a blink. Yeah, it's a blink. Oh my god, that hitbox though, because it's so short, you can easily bait out certain trades. And Carrot's gonna go back to the spot. He's gonna land 1 hit onto Carrot. First presence has been unlocked. And he has blink to dispose of. Look at how fast he's catching up.
Yeah.
Eli.
Yeah, this is a mind game here. Ling's gonna blink and secure the down here. I mean, it's really impressive how They do see one cipher does go down here. It is a Lawyer cipher, but it's really impressive how. Do you saw how close Ling was to hitting the Perfumer, but he just missed it by like an inch, right? Like,
Yeah.
That's just understanding your character well. He understands the hitbox is so small that he can just miss that swing that close and bait it out. Because normally as a Perfumer, if you see the Hunter swing from far away, you're not going to perfume, right? Because you're like, oh, they're just baiting, right? But he's so close that it looks like he's going to hit, so the Perfumer does waste their perfume, but he doesn't actually connect the swing. That's just a if that's intentional from Ling, that's super amazing. That's incredible. Oh, he terror shocks the mercenary.
What in the world is happening at Terror Shock? And now the mercenary is forced to try and body block, but to no avail, and Carrot's gonna go down. Mercenary's gonna go down really soon. And poor Freddy, he's about to complete his third cipher.
Yeah, this is really good. I mean, you can just tell that Link has really mastered this character really well. I mean, you see there's almost zero hesitation in between dashes. He doesn't because sometimes Hunters will accidentally turn on their cooldown by messing up the swing or messing up the dash. He hasn't missed anything yet, though, thus far. And he's also utilized that hitbox very well. Now, they do have pretty good Cypher Rush. You see why characters like Lawyer are really good right now in the meta. They're down to the last two ciphers, but they're a little bit behind here. Looks like they're stopping to heal rather than prioritize decoding. They're just going to try to go for a tie here, which does give an opening to the Hunter side to potentially play for a win, depending on if he can find a target early. Does not have Tinnitus, so he's going to go ahead and leave, change targets, and try to find the next best target, which honestly would be Gardener or Lara. Either would be okay at this point.
Yeah, Link's already halfway there. All he really needs is just a draw, right? In order to get round 1 victory. So he's halfway there. He just needs to find one more survivor. And that's probably why KNS is prioritizing getting the mercenary healed up to full. But it is a full presence Opera Singer that we're talking about. And almost instantly, Gardener is going to get hit. Not enough time to proc the shield, obviously, because of the very fast movement speed. But Link's going to change target now. Like,
yeah, and he does find the mercenary. I think he's gonna try to just waste some items here, maybe try to get a free hit as well. Yeah, mercenary. Premature elbow pad there, I think. Unfortunately, so does lose an item there in the process. Oh, nice mind game as well. Getting a hit there.
Yeah, such a beautiful loop going on, right? You know the scary part about playing against Sangria? Like, you put down the pallet, and then he just loops between left and right. It's like a scarier version of the clown that you loop. Oh, I could have used the blink there, but I think he's just confident of getting it. I think he's so far ahead, he could have just used the blink here. But, oh my god, failing to stun Sangria, and Sangria getting that hit, and now using the trump card, changing the teleport, he's just gonna try and get BQI down. The shield's gonna be proc, but Ling, I don't think he's gonna hit. He's probably just gonna try and waste time. Oh wait, what? He doesn't have cover anymore. He's trying to vault through the pallet for boost. Is that what he's trying to do?
Yeah, he was gonna try to vault for a boost, but Ling just broke the pallet before he could do that. So
fast hands, bro.
Yeah.
Bro's fast at pulling back his attacks. Fast at picking pallets. Yeah, he's the man you need for the job. Very clean, fluid movement. Very. Yeah, Scars is gonna be the one next. Wow, that almost needs. And that's the good thing about having a Lawyer, right? He's not afraid. He's not afraid of getting Terror Shock, so he's gonna be able to rescue. But here comes the question: 2 ciphers are almost done, past the halfway mark, but Scar's gonna go down. Who's gonna rescue now? I mean, Gardener, you can argue has a shield, but Ling is just gonna leave the Oh my god, he's just gonna leave Lawyer down. He's gonna down the Gardener, and now all of a sudden, Mercenary's the only one decoding, and he's decoding a new cipher. Eli.
Yeah, so this is not looking too good. They have 2 ciphers already past 50, but doing an extra cipher here this is not ideal. Again, as a Survivor team, you want to get the quickest route to the end game as possible, right? And Link sees the cipher. He's not going to share. He knows where the survivor is. He sees the cipher moving. He's just going to drag the Lawyer over here, drop him down, and then go find that last survivor. He knows he sees 2 ciphers, so he knows he's got some time here to find the last to find the mercenary. And so this is going to be most likely a 4-kill position at this point. Just making sure that the Gardener does expire here. No one's going to make the rescue in time, and yeah, looking really good for Link. I mean, look at the cipher. He's 16, 35, 53, 67. You have so many spread out cipher machines, and I think that's potentially costing KNS at this point.
exactly. If you're a mercenary right now, you gotta probably look for a, a box and wish for a strange, but I don't know, or a perfume at least. At least you don't go down right straight away. And but yeah, it seems like he's running really far away. He's not really doing anything. Probably trying to. He's got a magic stick, not gonna do a lot with it. Ling just circling around, probably waiting for the crows to reveal the location or trying to spot out the tinnitus. But he's gonna heal up the lawyer, so well, good job. The exit path is still up. So if the lawyer goes down again, hey, at least he'll be able to self-heal this time. So continuing the cipher, Eli. He's continuing the 60% cipher. He's just touching it in case of crows, but
Yeah.
Link's really taking his time though, Eli.
Yeah, but, I mean, he has all the time in the world. Canis isn't really doing anything right now. They're sort of just, I mean, you see the lawyers hiding out in the corner. No, sorry, the gardener's hiding out. No, wait, that's the mercenary. Gardener's dead. The mercenary's hiding out in the corner. The lawyer's kind of just running around, so they're not really doing anything. So Ling, they're not decoding, and they're not pushing ciphers. And they're not healing, and they're not looking through chests. So Ling can kind of just do whatever he wants at this point. If KNS doesn't make the first move, then Ling can just take all the time in the world to just look for these survivors that are hiding out. And he might find the mercenary. So
wow, he does. He even saw, and he's gonna land that hit. Mercenary has no exit path, so he's gonna go straight for lawyer. He saw the ciphers moving, so if lawyer goes down here, that's GG.
Yep.
Unless if he leaves the lawyer on the. Nah, he doesn't have to leave the lawyer, right? Because he knows it's just. Wait, do you think he's gonna leave the lawyer? Nah, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're just gonna surrender. Yeah, because it's not gonna change the outcome in the end. But hey, that's a pretty clean play of Sangria. Not the abnormal aggressive Sangria that we've seen in some IVL matches, but it still works. A blink still works. Get that early down, and Eli, lawyer, gardener, perfumer, mercenary. Not too bad of a lineup against Sangria. What went wrong? What was the turning point?
Yeah, I think well, part of it has to do with the perfumer's first kite was a decent, not too exceptionally long for the most part. He was able to bait out a lot of those perfumes, which was pretty good. And then also on top of that, he's able to just sort of capitalize on you know, just getting a lot of free hits here and there throughout the game. And that was it. Just Opera Singer just is an incredibly fast hunter. You have good map pressure, you can get around the map quickly. So I changed targets a lot. Ling really wanted to win that game. He goes for the mercenary, gets a hit here, baits out an elbow pad. I think he got like one hit on the gardener, then leaves, teleports away. Just sort of pressuring everything, not allowing them, just sort of weakening the board, making them waste items, controlling ciphers in the process. And yeah, KNS wasn't able to do a whole lot there at the end. So very good game sense and very good Opera Singer gameplay in general. So KNS down 8-1 right away. Really a big deficit here.
Yeah, and the one thing that you mentioned as well, pulling back the attacks, like just knowing the range of the attacks. I think that's really skillful. 1-inch punch. Now that you think about it, it's really impressive because you gotta know your hunter really well, your hunter's hitbox really well to pull that off. But hey, let's go look at the match stats. Everyone, you would say Freddy worked hard. Freddy really worked hard that game, decoding 257% of the cipher. Carrot, a very respectable 72 seconds kite. But quite honestly, the mercenary managed to rescue before half, but after that, there's nothing much you can really do. Carrot was really working with borrowed time. Literally, figuratively and literally right there, because the moment the terror shock happened on mercenary, well, Carrot got hit almost instantly. The body block didn't work. Gardener, just being Gardener, you don't really see the effectiveness of Gardener against Sangria. Is there a reason why here? Like the Gardener didn't really seem that effective.
Gardener's good if it's first chase because you start with the bubble. So you start with being able to take a free hit, and then obviously get veterans bonus after that. But it didn't really matter because the one time Gardener got chased, Link hit once and then just teleported away, so the veterans bonus didn't really matter. and also the bubble was already gone because it was already part of the way into the game anyways. So Gardner's good if he gets first chase against Opera Singer, but if he gets second chase, not quite as good, especially if you just leave after the first hit. So yeah, that was kind of what happened there for sure. And so Gardner's also can be good because like if you do manage to get your bubble, that could be great. You drop a pallet, add some to your bubble, add some of the energy to your bubble, whatever. You get it charged up, you can take a hit that way. So there's a few ways why Gardner's good, but just in that case, Ling just took hit left, didn't really do much at that point, and it was also not first chase. So
yeah, so you have to say, we all have to agree that it was Ling's in-depth understanding of how it works, how Emma can be countering Sangria, but how Sangria can actually work around it as well. Like, okay, like what you mentioned, negate the veteran bonus, not chasing him first. And so, well, that's a perfect example of how a top-tier Sangria player would be playing. But here are the scores for round 1. 3-1 in favor of CH4, 3 survivors escape in first half, and 5-0 in favor of CH4, 4-man elimination by Ling. CH4 is looking pretty good now, 8-1, winning the first round. Coming into round number 2, I didn't know why they picked Leo's memory, but coming into round number 2, what can we expect to see?
well, Ling has many options from the hunter side. You have Axe Boy, you got Bloody Queen, Night Watch, plenty of things still available. Bon. Whereas with KNS, we still have their Night Watch. We talked about a little bit how they said their Night Watch players is very good. Night Watch is probably one of the best hunters from Dawn. So I think we'll probably see that on KNS side. As for the map selection, you'll probably just pick a map that's good for your hunter at this point. Try to give him a good Night Watch map, whether that's Ever Sleeping Town. You have Chinatown as well, is pretty good. You could technically go Lakeside, but that also benefits Ling because you can go Night Watch or Axe Boy. So either way, whatever map you pick, I think Ling will have a pretty good hunter for that map. I think at this point it's just about picking a map that's good for the KNS hunter, and just sort of go from there. But yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, 8-1 that's a really hard point deficit to come back from. And CH4 is just looking really good right now for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the because I'm just looking at the interview by both teams, and quite honestly, like they say that in this tournament they're just trying to have a good time as well. Like pretty much the same as what Ace has mentioned in the interview as well. They just want to play whatever they want, they just want to have a good time, and they just want to have the possibility of entering top 4. Well, I'm just saying, this is a really tough spot because technically, one would argue, B4U, one of the strongest, if not the strongest NAEU at the moment, and CH4 closely following behind. So between the two, KNS needs to deal with CH4. Here in second round, you think it makes sense to ban straight off Sangria and deal with Ling's X-Boy? Or do you think they had an idea to counter Ling Sangria and just decides to ban the X-Boy instead?
I think you should just ban Opera is just so good. Like,
so good.
Yeah,
so
like,
good.
Yeah, it's just too good. Like, you just have to. I think a lot of teams, and this is why I think this meta shift really benefits CH4 more than any other team in this tournament, just because a lot of teams would love to ban Ling's Axe Boy here because that's what he's so known for. He's one of the best Axe Boy players, definitely the best in NAEU, and honestly one of the best just in the game in general. I mean, not a lot of people actually play Axe Boy, but out of the ones that do play it competitively, Ling is just incredibly strong. So definitely you'd love to ban Axe Boy here, but you just can't because Opera Singer is just too good. And it just gives Ling so much to work. It gives him 2 rounds of really strong hunters. And that's going to, again, I think that's such a huge advantage for CH4 against a lot of these other teams. I mean, obviously, any other team can pick up Opera Singer, but when you're known for a round 1 hunter that everyone wants to ban in rounds 2 and 3, like the Axe Boy, you don't get to do that for round 2. Now you have to ban Opera Singer, and now you get that, and now you get 2 rounds of really strong hunters, and you know that's going to be extremely challenging for anyone going against this team.
So you can say it's actually a good thing for Ling, right? Because he's found a main weapon in addition to his already scary weapon, right? Here's a question. Coming in. What's the question already? Yes, coming in. What was the question again? Oh my god, I have this mind block. I wish I had drank coffee early in the morning. This is coming into this game. What about this? What's the player going on again? I guess we'll have to put a pin on that thought because obviously I'm having brain fart right now. But CH4 looks like they are going to ban the big maps instead. They're going to ban Moonlit River Park, and KNS is going to bring the battle to Ever Sleeping Town. How good is X-Boy in Ever Sleeping Town?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
It's fine.
Because
Okay.
in the alleyways, it's pretty narrow, so it's hard to dodge the flames there. X-Boy is one of those hunters that's actually good on most maps, or at least playable on most maps, so that's pretty beneficial. So I think Ever Sleeping Town's a pretty good one as well. Ling also has Night Watch, so you could play a lot of hunters for this map. But I think it's just the idea here is that KNS is just going to choose a map that's good for their hunter, which I think they're going to probably want to play Night Watch, most likely.
Play Night Watch, probably. Yeah. I mean, if you have to make a choice, right? I mean, Ling is really good with X-Boy. But if you have to make a choice, X-Boy or Night Watch in this situation, like just to reiterate, in Ever Sleeping Town.
I think it depends on the team comp. If you try to counter X-Boy with things like Entomologist, then I think you should prioritize Night Watch. But if we don't see things like Entomologist, then you could probably just go X-Boy. Yeah, I think because the lead is so good for CH4, I think Link can probably play either of them and it'll be fine. But I think you're probably just gonna do a set of bans, look at the team composition. Is Night Watch better against this team, or is Exploit? And then you just go with that one. That should be Ling's probably be Ling's approach here, I think. I apologize if I'm yawning. My caffeine. So those of you who ever drink caffeine, such as coffee or anything else, it gives you like a short boost, right? And it keeps you like, oh, now I have energy, now I'm good. And then eventually it just wears off and it just hits you, you know? And you're just like, oh my god, like now I'm just like starting to, you know,
So something like the cheerleader.
Yeah,
you get that boost of speed and then you just slow down.
You get the Red Bull boost and then you just
yeah. Okay, since I brought up a cheerleader, how well do you think? Okay, cheerleader's not being used in any of the tournaments right now, but how well do you think cheerleader can be if it's going to be released in tournaments in the future? How well do you think it can fit in the current meta?
I'm not really too sure. I mean, cheerleader looks pretty good in terms of the abilities. I think like obviously the speed boost is really good against hunters that like struggle against transition kiting. Something like a Bon obviously or Bloody Queen would be pretty weak against cheerleader. But something like a Night Watch would be really good against cheerleader because you can just catch up right away. Or you can use the wind ability. If she uses the speed boost and you use the wind ability, you can still catch up. You're still faster than her as the hunter because the wind slows you down so much. Also, you can just dash and catch up right away while she's walking slowly. You can get a free hit that way. So it depends on the hunter. I think cheerleader is situational depending on what hunter you're expecting.
Exactly. Okay, thank you for the insights. Coming in next, I think we're not gonna see Sangria anymore. Yeah, the ban's gonna happen. I kind of remembered what I wanted to ask previously. Like, Sangria is susceptible to stuns. You can stun him out of the Shadow Realm. And he has a cooldown of 8 seconds. So the question is, why don't we see more Prospectors?
So if you stun the Opera Singer while they're in the Shadow form, there's no cooldown. The cooldown does not activate.
Oh.
So the cooldown only activates for Opera Singer if they leave the shadow area without swinging. Yeah. If they don't go for so if they like dash out, if they dash out of the shadow area and they don't land in a new shadow area, then there's a cooldown. But if you get stunned out of it, there's no cooldown, and if you swing out of it without dashing, there's no cooldown.
So it's very timely. It's very timely.
That's why Opera Singer. That's why nothing counters Opera Singer, because even if you play a stunner, it doesn't matter. Typically, you could be like, oh, you know, Antiquarian's pretty good, maybe Enchantress is pretty good, but no, if you stun them, they just go back into the shadow form immediately, and not much you can do.
That's true. That's true. Well, I guess for now, no one has found the answer to how to counter Sangria, but the only known answer is just to ban, just to ban her out, and that's exactly what KNS Sangria is gonna be banned now by CH4. CH4 is gonna opt to pick Antiquarian, the Psychologist, and Gravekeeper. Looky, the rescuer that you don't really like. Why not First Officer? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. You should ask them later. Why not First Officer? Yeah. And Ever Sleeping Town some more. Maybe something about what Dawn plays. I mean, here Dawn, he does play a few hunters apart from the opera singer, right? He also plays the clerk. Sorry, he also plays the. Is it the clerk? This is so weird. Because the hunters I'm seeing is actually he doesn't put his preferred hunter as well. So I guess we are kept in the dark about what we will be choosing next. But safe bet will probably be the Night Watch. Let's say if he goes with the Night Watch, how good is this composition against a Night Watch?
I think it's pretty good for survivors. Actually, it depends. I think Antiquarian's pretty good here. Again, First Officer would be a lot better than Grave. But we're going to see the Gravekeeper instead. Psychologist is fine, you can take 3 hits. Acrobat's not too great against Night Watch. But, I mean, Acrobat is pretty versatile, so it ends up being okay. I think Dawn can probably play any hunter. I mean, this is a pretty standard comp. Most characters will be fine here. The only character that you wouldn't want to play... Oh! Interesting.
Dream Witch?
So that's what I think. That's why they don't go officer is because of the Dream Witch. They must. That's something that they know about. Yeah, because our officer can get patrollered while in watch. So officer is actually not strong against Dream Witch, whereas this is the one hunter where Gravekeeper might be a little bit more effective. Although I actually feel like Wildling would be even better than.
Well, it's been banned, unfortunately. Globally.
Oh, that's
banned.
right. Yeah, they chose it in the first round. Yep.
Exactly,
So,
and it didn't really work out. It didn't really work out for the Wildling, but hey, they got a 3-man escape because of it. So CH4 definitely knows what's going on. They definitely know what they have to do in order to secure the win. And just a little bit of reminder here, like Antiquarian can beat the patroller, right? It's not beat the follower. Like if you hit the follower, yes, the patroller gets cancelled. But can you actually hit the patroller itself?
No,
right?
So basically, how Antiquarian can deal with the patrollers, you can use your flip when you do like the flip, right? You cancel the bite. So it's sort of like throwing down a pallet or vaulting a window. So you can use the flip to actually cancel a bite if you time it on 14, 9, or 4 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Kiting wise, yes, that's a way of cancelling the interaction. What I'm more curious to see if you can actually whack the patroller. Like, oh, okay, patroller's gone. Sort of like how you whack the foggy blade. Sort of how like you whack the bombs by Bonbon. That was actually pretty cool, right? Back when there was Bonbon versus Sing Antiquarian, like you whack the bombs, just to rescue. That was pretty cool. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Round 2, first half. Dawn has to make an impact here in order to keep the hopes of KNS alive up against CH4 in order to bring it back in order to bring it to game number 3. Whereas CH4, they are pretty comfortable from where they're standing. They don't really need to do anything out of the ordinary. Pretty standard lineup with a Gravekeeper that counts as Patroller, Acrobat, Antiquarian. Even the Psychologist is really tanky. So right off the bat, we're heading into the game. The Tram has just missed the Gravekeeper. He's just putting down the palace in the middle. Basement is in the corner house. Dawn has already leached the first character, which is Xia on Psychologist. So here comes the hard part. Dawn needs to beat up Xia 3 times. And Xia, well, he's dropped the pallet just in time.
Yeah, so the goal here for Shad is just don't give a hit to the follower. Oh, wow, that is...
Oh, if you chase followers there, that would have been a terror shock, right?
Yeah, that's pretty bold.
Yeah, he's got guts. You gotta say, Xia's got guts. Playing with confidence, You know, exuberating confidence, and he's still running. He's making a run for it. So far, the leash is still on. First patroller is gonna be deployed by Dawn. He's gonna try and catch up to Xia. Wait, can he find Xia? Yeah, Xia's right in the corner. The follower is already waiting, and he's just gonna hit almost instantly. Huh? I thought he would bring the. I thought he would just swap to the host and bring him closer. But I guess he's going to be able to catch up almost instantly. Xia's stress is almost gone. And just as all things are going up, Dawn still has another patroller on the host, Eli.
Yeah, does still have another patroller, but you see why Psychologist is so good? You don't necessarily have to kite that well, you just have to waste time. And Psychologist wastes a lot of time against Dreamwitch. Because taking all those extra hits is just so good. Does time that patroller bite. And I think this time...
Nice.
Times the next one as well. Can they time this last one? And it actually just runs out. It runs out anyways. Excellent job from the Psychologist. The Psychologist dies to leech here. This will be a really good start for the survivors, and is gonna go down in the corner, dying to the leech. And it's a 3-cypher kite. Excellent job from the Psychologist.
Wow. Exactly. Like this just all comes down to how well he knows the mechanics of the Dream Witch and the experience going up against him. Xia is gonna be brought closer to the middle, probably trying to stop some ciphers. I don't think there are any ciphers there. They're already starting a 6 cipher as we speak. Dawn still has the. He's gonna have that leash on pretty soon. Oh my god. He's gonna leash the Psychologist here, but nothing he can do, right? Up against the Gravekeeper. He's just gonna stay safely underground, you know. Like, hit me if you want to. Otherwise, the hit's gonna happen, the rescue's gonna happen, Xia's gonna escape, rebound kite going on. Dawn still has a patroller to work with on the follower, not so much on the host. The host still has 5 seconds as we speak. So he still needs to chase down Xia. Last effort spin pop. Xia's just trying to bring them far away. As all of this is happening. Oh my god, look at the ciphers.
So the goal for Psychologist is to die away from the last cipher. The only way Dreamwitch can actually turn this around is you bring your spawn follower to the last cipher and then use the leech to chair the Psychologist. So we're gonna see Dawn bring the main follower, camp it on the 40 or the 60% cipher here, and then share with the leech. And the problem that the mistake that CH4 actually made is they had 2 people decoding that cipher instead of 1 person on different ciphers. And because now they're just gonna, you can see they're just gonna camp the last cipher. Now the only downside to this situation is it does mean that the Antiquarian can come into the save and harass because there's only 1 leecher. But now you can put a second one down, and they do get the rescue here. What can Antiquarian do? Does take a hit, does not use Flywheel, unfortunately. So a big missed opportunity there to avoid a free hit, but they're gonna start on the extra cipher machine now. So 20% of the way done here.
Yeah, 25% as we speak, still going on, up and about. Dawn needs to get this down. He needs to get the Psychologist down soon, because I mean, clocks are ticking. It's already almost halfway mark. Xia is still running for his life. Antiquarian should be close by to provide the support. You can see Nine making a beeline, trying to buy some time. But if Nine goes down here, oh no! So it looks like they're gonna be able to get one up instead. And oh wow! And Acrobat's injured. Wow. What's going on?
I don't know. CH4 had a win, and they're just they're just kind of giving the Dreamwitch the opportunity to come back. Cyber Machine is not yet primed, so Nanto needs to be really careful. And he gets Terror Shock, but the Cyber's not ready.
Why?
What is going on?
Why? Why did he go? The Cypher, did he think he was going to swap targets? Dawn saw the Acrobat coming from far away. I'm not, and not even using the ball to gain distance. It's just like straight up walking up to the follower. Probably a little bit of miscommunication going on there, but it looks like Sesame he can rescue, but without Tide Turner, I can't see how this is gonna work out. Nice, almost expired. Nato is next in line, and Sesame. Eli, what am I watching here?
I don't know.
Oh, the free rescue though! Free rescue?
Yeah, just get a free rescue. The follower did leave here. Is gonna use the flywheel. Oh, but is not gonna get the flywheel on the time there.
Yeah, at least no leash. He's gonna... Yeah. I think he can just pop here. get a draw. I think they can still get a draw. He should just pop here.
I don't think this is the cipher though. It's the other cipher machine. So this one's only 88, I believe. So I think yeah, this one's only 88.
Oh no no no!
Can he pop in time here? No, he's gonna
nice
share.
gonna go.
Yeah.
And Nato's gonna fly. And wow!
Whoa, does shovel the blink there, so is able to stay alive. And does have like 1% shovel once his cooldown's up. So small opportunity for Dungeon. Dungeon is middle. If he can last until. Or you can just push it now. You can try to push Dungeon now.
Yeah, he can go now.
Can you go for the... Okay, he needs to use this shovel right at the perfect... Oh, it's more than 1%. I thought it was 1%. It's still like 25%.
Yeah, he can
make
yeah.
this. And
he can just leave straight away.
Yeah. So you can actually, as Greg, we can get out and you can make it before they get the swing. Yep, and there you go. That is going to be one survivor at the game for CH4, but that should have been a win. I mean, that was... that took a big turn for the worse for CH4.
Yeah, but you gotta give it up to you gotta give it up to KNS though. Like they persisted. Don persisted all the way until the end, and he's keeping the hopes and dreams alive for Team KNS. So 3-man elimination out of the blue. I can't say that I saw that coming. Honestly, I don't think any of us in the chat in here saw that coming from a mile away. But 3k at the end of the day for KNS, so that makes 3-1 in favor of KNS. Whereas now Link needs to come back and get a counter 4k in order to win this in a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah.
Or a 3k just to draw it. But quite honestly, I feel like watching this from an outsider point of view, that's gotta be a little tilting for the CH4 survivors.
They should have had. They did 2 people double decoding the last cipher, but you need to have 2 on 2 different ciphers. 1 person on each on a different cipher, because you saw the Dream Witch, they can bring the spawn follower over, and then they can just camp the last cipher with the spawn follower, and then use the leech to camp the chair. And it's very hard to win. So you have to do an extra cipher machine in that position.
Yeah, it's really hard. Yeah, I thought that they would just give up on it, because honestly they only have 2 choices, right? It's either they both force that cipher, maybe that's what's going on in their mind. I think we can force it before the follower gets here. Secondly, the second choice, they should have just, both of them should have just went to the 6th cipher. Maybe that would have turned things around, made it. But you gotta argue though. You gotta note that it was pretty questionable for the acrobat to just straight up walked in like a G, like a top G coming in like, yo, you can't see me, and he just went in and get hit like that. That's kind of questionable, right?
I don't know what was going on there. Yeah. I mean, the
think
cipher was what, like 90%? You just waited. But...
Yeah. It was 85%. It wasn't even 90. So, I don't know, man. You think he probably had coffee like you?
I don't know. Maybe his Discord died and he didn't hear what they were saying.
His internet was unplugged, probably.
Yeah. His mom came into the room, got mad at him. Yeah.
He's like, no, okay, I'll rescue now and end it. No, but that didn't happen. But jokes aside, I'm just looking at the replay going on in YouTube right now. It's still going on. I think the crowd is also like, oh my god, please speak up, Auntie. We can see Noxa going on there. Yeah, Psych. You gotta say the Psych. You gotta feel for CH4, right? I mean, it's a great thing Don's coming back with KNS, but the Psych did an amazing job, and it's not even like, oh, stun the hunter and stuff. The amazing thing was timing the bites and getting that 3 hits all the way bought so much time. Technically, in most situations, that would have been at least a 3-man escape, right? In most situations.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Psychologist was 3 separate kite plus dying the leech. 2 leeches, took 2 leech hits during that kite, so yeah, definitely should have been a win on the survivor side for sure. But yeah, just Antiquarian missing flywheels, and the Acrobat going too early for the rescue, and the survivors just pushing 1 cipher instead of 2, and then Acrobat also giving a free hit on the cipher machine.
Yeah,
they had an extra cipher actually, so Acrobat didn't even need to push the cipher that much, right? If Acrobat doesn't get hit, they can just save they can make the rescue anyway, right? They wouldn't be half health, but
yeah, he probably forgot that he has half health. Sometimes things like this happen. Like, oh, I didn't know I was half health. I remembered being healthy.
Yeah.
That was probably the case. But I have no idea. Okay, so here comes another session of Q&A. What just happened? I think we just answered that about what happened. It's just maybe a case of miscommunication going on here. But hey, in what's that number? I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, Eli, but there's a number where there's like a 3-digit number where you give when there's sort of like an upset or a throw game happening. So, are you familiar with that number? 3-1-2-3-2. Probably not.
I don't know.
Probably not. But yeah, let's just look at the match stats as we speak for more numbers. Yeah. So here we have it. Sesame. I don't know, man. Xia had almost 120 seconds. That's literally 120 seconds of kiting. And it wasn't even a failed rescue. It was more like giving opportunities for the Dream Witch to hit. 933 after an outstanding performance in the first game. Here, you don't really see a lot of impact on the Antiquarian, so you gotta wonder what's going on. Nato, very questionable hit. Bro thinks he's still full health and went in for the rescue when Cypher's not primed yet. A lot of things leading up back and forth, but after all has been said and done, you gotta feel happy. You gotta feel happy for KNS too, because this is the moment they just need to get a draw, and they'll win they'll win round 2. I almost said the whole thing. They'll win round 2.
Yeah.
And it brings them to best of 3. So, you think it's gonna? Any predictions? What's gonna happen in the second half? You think they're gonna be able to bring it to BO3 in this sort of situation? Sort of.
I mean, obviously they definitely could. But even if Ling only gets the 3 kill here, if they get 1 survivor escape, then it's still really good for CH4 because their lead is so large. 8-1 lead still really a really big lead, obviously, right? And it's really hard to come back from. So obviously, I think the goal should be that KNS needs to try to win this round. If Ling 4 kills, obviously it's a win for CH4. If he 3 kills, it's most likely still a win for CH4. So they need to get at least a tie here on the survivor side. That's really their only chance to come back. Even if they get, let's see, if they get a okay, so they need to get at least a tie on the survivor side, or a 4 escape. If they get a 4 escape, then that means they tied up in rounds and points, which means they don't necessarily have to win the last round.
They can just draw, right?
Yeah, but a 4 escape is extremely unlikely. So the goal here is just go for a survivor tie. Should be the
goal.
Yeah.
Yeah, the short-term goal. The long-term goal is just to win in best of 3, right? But yeah, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The situation has been broken down. Eli has broken down the situation here. They gotta get at least a draw. When I say they, I mean KNS. They gotta get a draw in order to make it to best of 3 and possibly push for round wins. I think 8-1 is really hard to come back from. I mean, in all honesty, how often can you see Ling get 4 escaped?
Yeah, not very often. So, I think that's very likely to happen. Yeah, again, the goal here, especially because KNS did struggle in the first round, and things are not that bad for Ling. Even if they ban Opportunity, he still has Night Watch or the Axe Boy to play here. So. Plenty of options. So I definitely think that they need a tie. They just need a tie for KNS. That's the goal right here. 2 survivors out the gate. 4 escape is very unlikely. If it's a 3 kill, then CH4 probably wins. If it's a 4 kill, CH4 wins. So KNS needs 2 out the gate for sure.
Yeah, I mean, force it all to game number 3. But quite honestly, I feel like, okay, this is what we're speculating all the time, right? We're speculating at the moment that this is the win criteria for KNS, ban out Sangria, force it into game number 3, just get a draw. But I feel like it's kind of hard to rest easy on that thought because Ling is a scary hunter, and even if you ban his Sangria, I don't know, man. I feel like a 4K on X-Boy is still very possible. How likely do you think it's gonna happen though, that Ling's gonna get a 4K on X-Boy?
Well, based on how well Ling played in the first round, it's definitely a possibility for him to do well here. But he can play Night Watch as well. I mean, both hunters have a lot of win potential. We saw the Opera Singer in the first round, very impressive, looked very good. So this time around, if Ling can repeat that performance, and it's now a map that's probably better for hunters than the last round. So Leo's memory is usually not too good for hunters. This time around, Ever Sleeping Town definitely a little bit better here. So looks like we're gonna see Psychologist and the Entomologist first. So they're really gonna go hard on countering this Axe Boy, which does leave them a bit open to potential Night Watch. Ling is gonna ban the Antiquary. He does acknowledge this. He sees, okay, you can ban Entomologist. You're gonna go Entomologist, which means you're trying to counter Axe Boy. I'm gonna ban Antiquary and then try to play Night Watch.
Oh wow, Freddy comes into the fray for the second time. Yeah, we kind of forget that Ling also plays Night Watch, right? And Night Watch is really scary when in this kind of situation as well. So Night Watch, Axe Boy, this bans and picks. You think it's gearing more towards a Night Watch rather than an Axe Boy here?
It is probably gonna be more towards Night Watch, yeah. So, I mean, it depends on what this last ban. Let's see what Ling bans last. Probably gonna ban a rescue, probably Mercenary. I would imagine Mercenary First Officer will be your last ban here because, you know, obviously KNS is gonna want to go Rescuer at the end here, but I mean, based off this team comp, assuming that KNS chooses a Rescuer as their last character, I think Night Watch is definitely best. Obviously, Axe Boy is fine against Psychologist and the Lawyer, but Entomologist is the hardest counter in the game, probably to Axe Boy, so definitely Night Watch looks stronger here. And also, again, both hunters have win potential, so both hunters are okay in this sort of situation for Ling. And yeah, I mean, I just think with the Entomologist pick, just go Night Watch, and it makes up for that.
Does the fireball just dissipates when it hits the bees?
Yeah, it just disappears. Even if the Entomologist is on the bees, it doesn't matter. The bees will just take the hit. So it looks like, yeah.
So you don't even have to U-turn. You don't even have to U-turn.
No, you don't have to do anything. The bees just take the hit. Yeah.
Wow.
So. Oh.
Alva.
Sorry about that. I forgot Ling does play Hermit, but Hermit's kind of bad.
Kind of bad. I wouldn't say bad.
Not bad. I'm not particularly fond of Hermit.
Not that,
but I mean, it is sort of a situation where if KNS gets a tie or better, then it doesn't really matter. So Ling is sort of in a situation where might as well sort of go do or die. Interesting spawn from KNS. You don't really see this spawn typically because this is why. You just spawn in the corner here and you block the Graveyard Cipher, and now Psychologist will lose out on a lot of decoding progress because they have to rotate to a new Cipher. And Ling actually spawns into Lawyer as well. So pretty good start for him just based off of spawns.
Pretty good start. The Great Wall of KNS just blocking Ling out. And yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people, wherever you are, don't forget to drink up. As in the words of Horton Hines, our faithful friend, do drink up. Make sure your thirst is quenched. And of course, to all of you on the other side of the time zone, the 9 p.m. gang, I can see you guys there. Here it's, sorry, the 6 p.m. gang. Sorry, it's 9 a.m. here. Been up since 3 o'clock. So, I guess I can't join your gang, but 6 a.m., 9 p.m. gang, whatever. It's just been a really long, it's just been a really long time since I last saw Alva in this kind of situation, and believe it or not, Ling's gonna make this match even longer with Alva.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's a fun question. You think he should get one person down first before linking up, or just link up straight away? We've seen people do it before, right?
Yeah, typically you don't want to like give them a free like
coding.
Like absorb the damage for free. So you don't want to let them spread the damage. But it looks like he did connect the ciphers here, so we're just gonna slow down the decoding as much as possible. Gonna go for Lawyer first. You see Lawyer can use that map to see where the hunter is and just continue to rotate around here. Does not use this palette. So not gonna buy as much distance, but yeah.
Yeah, Lawyer is trying to build up his movement speed. Mind you, when he's using the map, it actually doubles up the progress in which he gets it. in which he achieves the target that he wants. So I believe it's already at 5% max speed, movement speed. It's gonna matter a lot here, especially since Link does not have progress yet. He does have teleport with 6 the detention insolence build, so he's gonna build up presence pretty soon. But so far so good. Lawyer's doing an amazing job of kiting so far.
Yep. He's gonna go ahead and drop down here. Does have that speed boost.
Wow.
Yeah, just looping around here as much as possible.
Wow.
And this is another problem with Hermit is not only yeah,
He's not
he misses
breaking
that
the
shock
pellet.
as well. Yeah, not only is Hermit just not a very strong chase hunter, you can spread the damage. Your chase is not too good.
Scars?
And Lawyer, is gonna most likely take a hit here. But
it's
yeah.
still fine. Yeah, they even have a
Matter.
psychologist, right?
Yep.
In the mix, so it's really just fine. Now Lawyer can just go up, take the route back. Oh wait, okay, he's gonna take that back, but now he's just gonna jump back down again. So Scars. And I think Lawyer, if he gets the blue buff, at least First Officer can change it to blue.
Oh.
No,
Lawyer stood still for a second there, and that actually allows Ling to get a free hit here. Let's see if he uses his if he teleports after him. No, he's gonna change the psychologist potentially. I think this is okay. You already spread some damage out across the board anyway, so changing targets isn't necessarily bad here. But no, he's just okay. He's actually gonna continue after the psychologist. Trying to get down this character. Excellent dodge from the psychologist. Can they dodge some as well? He misses this one too. And Ling is having a difficult time thus far. And again, you just see Hermit this is why Hermit is just really not too strong right now.
Yeah, I think he was kind of like expecting the psychologist to double back. That's why he didn't, dash as far as he thought he could have. But psychologist just went right on, and now he's back to the cipher, just decoding. Look at it! Look at the psychologist being super, super brave, trying to finish that cipher, and now he's gonna get shocked. Yeah, that one hit will connect, and getting that boost speed, but he's gonna be caught up pretty almost instantly. BQI, still trying to make this kite work. Still has a pallet to work with. Oh my god! Did he just move out before he vaults?
He takes the terror shock.
What? He moved out. He moved out instead of instead of vaulting straight away. He sort of like made a movement out a little bit.
I think what you do as a survivor there is you try to bait the swing. You run to the pallet, you're gonna vault, and you run past the pallet for like a second, like right past the pallet. They swing and then you double back and vault. But he just vaulted instead of.
He just vaulted. Yeah. Should have made a bigger turn there, right? Bait the swing. But now with the basement play, Ling is looking to come back with this. I don't think KNS should try and rescue here. I think they should just sell. Yeah. Nothing the psychologist can do here, especially with the tight turner, even though she still has a little bit of stress left. Lawyer's doing his best decoding. Has an elbow pad to work with now as well. First Officer has used up 1-1, she's gonna continue. Cypher progress is actually pretty scary if you look at it though, Eli.
Yeah, I mean the thing is they have a cipher. Ling needs to try to spread out the ciphers as much as possible here, so they lose more decoding. But yeah, I mean 94, 83. Yeah, so they have the last two ciphers here. And if he wants to win this, he needs to start damaging everybody. He can get some spread damage right here on some of these survivors. Lawyer's gonna pick up a charge, but the cipher's gonna be ready. It looks like 94, 98.
9900. Wow. Why? If you connect now, will it be in time to connect the gates when it's been popped?
Well, I think he's just gonna camp the ciphers. I mean, they're gonna stop the heal. It looks like so. Does see them healing? Can he prevent the heal here? Does get the stun? Yeah. Does miss that next one though. He can teleport through this. Oh, he actually teleports upstairs. I think he was trying to go through the building there, but. Yeah, we're gonna see elbow pad away here from the lawyer, trying to make as much distance as possible. He's got another one to work with here. Does not get the lawyer though, and
does he not see? Oh wait, Scars, a little bit of premature vaulting through the windows. Now everyone's is really injured, so KNS needs to be very careful.
But
not
no one's
to
on
go
a
down.
Cypher though.
Yeah, they can't.
He's gonna disconnect. I think this is so maybe they can't prime the last Cypher. They can't. Sure. Oh, the lawyer's opening the chest right near the entomologist here. Entomologist is gonna go. Oh no, they do have one more. Okay, they can survive one more hit here. But this actually downs
the first officer.
The first officer. So maybe Link can wing now. I mean, no one's on the last Cypher right now. He disconnected, so they can't spread out any damage. Which actually, I think, having the damage spread would actually be beneficial for Link. So I guess it doesn't matter. But he's gonna chair the lawyer here. Entomologist almost downed. Officer down.
He can
it's gonna be
teleport.
really tough now.
Yeah, if he teleports, he's just trying to bring him far away as possible from the first officer. Kara's gonna decode the last Cypher. Oh, Link, he's gotta know, right?
Yeah.
He's gotta know. Maybe try and foil the rescue. He's trying to catch someone off guard. Is that what he's doing?
He has to cut off the officer
In the
far
middle.
enough away so the watch won't. Because he has watch. He can use watch. Link needs to like hit him while he's in watch. If he hits him while he's in watch, he can actually just put a charge in the middle of this area right here to freeze him. I think that's what he should do. Put a charge. There it is. He gets the stun, gets the hit. The watch is
he's not gonna
going
make it.
to-
Oh, but he's gonna pop. He's just
They
gonna
can
pop.
Yeah, they can pop.
Oh, and he
Rescue.
dodges.
Goes for the swing. Gets the hit. Gets the down onto the first officer.
And he still has teleport.
Yeah, he still has teleport. And
Ling?
This is looking really good for Ling here. Officer. Did he use the self-heal already?
He knows he doesn't have self-heal.
Yeah, that's right. He did.
All
He did
tonight.
and yeah, this is gonna be it. Wow, what a turnaround! It looked like Ling had a really tough position. It looked like the survivors were gonna win that game for sure. But you see the Hermit damage spread in the end there really does make an impact.
my
He
God.
never can give free hits. He stacked everything there, and he turned a loss into a 4-kill. It's another one of those hunters. It's one of those snowball hunters, right? If you give free hits, it's so easy for the hunter to turn around into their favor, and that's exactly what happened there.
Never
Amazing.
doubt, man.
Yep.
Guys, never doubt Ling, because that.
To be fair, I still think Hermit's not a very good hunter, but that was a pretty good turnaround.
That was a pretty.
At the end there.
Yeah. So congratulations, CH4. Moving on in this tournament as well. We're gonna head on to the next leg of the tournament, and yeah, not to forget KNS as well. They did really well, considering the circumstances, the situation. I feel like KNS is on the survivor side. I feel like they start really strong. It's just that I don't know. Do you think it's that way? Like they start really good, but then in the middle they sort of just fall apart. Middle late game they just fall apart. They have no idea what to do, and they start giving chances. Because they had an amazing early game. Like the lawyer was doing so much.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the big kind of game changer was, Psychologist got terror shocked. I'm not actually sure. Did Psychologist have? She should have been able to take another hit, right? We're not.
She should. She still has stress. She still has stress.
Yeah.
Yeah, and being chat in the dungeon as well.
Oh yeah, she could have taken another hit. Yeah. So, yeah, that was pretty big.
Yeah. Honestly, it doesn't really matter, right? Even if Psychologist gets that one hit, it's still fine. He can still keep running away.
Yeah.
From his cipher, from the dungeon as well. But all thoughts aside, let's put a pin on that thought, cause match stats, they do not lie. Scar, kiting more. Kiting more than the previous games kiter as well, like almost 160 seconds. Sheesh, like he's doing a lot, but it's just very unfortunate in the middle late game. Yeah, KNS just sort of fell apart. But Ling, you gotta give it up to Ling, man. He's the beast when it comes to huntering, and even though, like what Eli's pointed out, like Hermit, not very strong in this situation, but he still managed to get a 4K comeback, and back-to-back 4Ks. That I think the MVP's got to be Ling, right, Eli?
Oh yeah, back-to-back 4 kills. Yeah, definitely. Obviously, you would want to give it to the survivors, but they did have a difficult time last round, almost losing that one. But here, yeah, 2-4 eliminations. Definitely, I would imagine having the best deduction. And yeah, Ling again, another hunter we talked about, really strong, similar to Sprinter. 4 eliminations in both rounds is just it's extremely impressive.
Exactly.
So CH4 will be moving on, which means that we will have that CH4 versus B4U matchup.
Wow, CH4 B4U, and that's not even the grand finals yet, right?
Yes.
Oh god. Again, they are being put in a very tough position as well. A potential grand finals match, but hey, luck of the draw is also part and parcel of what happens and goes on in the tournament. So congratulations once again to CH4 for making it to the next leg of the tournament, and of course, good luck, have fun. We hope to see KNS again, because KNS, Carrot, OVO, QX, Gar, BQI, and not forgetting Dawn as well. They've definitely put up a fight. They've definitely done their best, and yeah, we definitely hope to see more of you in the future tournament. So, match results 4-14. I think this is an even bigger points difference than the first match itself.
Yep.
The B4U versus Ace.
Yeah.
4-14.
Yeah, so definitely we saw B4U, CH4, definitely 2 of the best teams in this tournament, already showing off their very impressive gameplay. I really this tournament bracket is shaped up very nicely for sure. I think it's going to be a really fun bracket. Obviously, we have CH4 versus B4U. That's going to be a very good matchup. And then the finals after that will be, I'd imagine it's going to be probably FCN, because we'll probably, based off of tournament experience and stuff like that, it's probably going to be most likely Omni versus FCN tomorrow, and the winner of that will go into the finals. And that's another matchup, FCN versus B4U. I don't know if CH4 and B4U or FCN have played before, I'm not sure. But either way, very those are definitely 3 of the best teams in this server. FCN, B4U, and CH4. And so they all sort of lined up to sort of play each other throughout this event. So that'll be very exciting. But yeah, Ling will, of course, be the MVP here. 4 eliminations, both rounds. Yeah.
With all luck that you...
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but there's no question about how Ling's hunter skill is. He is definitely a hunter to be feared. One of the best in NAEU region as well. But of course, we have come to the conclusion of the first 2 matches. And it's definitely been a pleasure commentating with you. We're heading into halftime very soon, but before we say our goodbyes and moving on to the next match after the break, we would just like to say thank you to all the NAEU fans, the viewers, the fans, our friends that we've made along the way. Thank you so much for being here and for being such gracious audience as well. We hope to see you tomorrow. So don't go anywhere, guys, because right after the break, more action to come. So Eli, any last words before we sign off?
Yeah, thank you guys so much for watching in our first 2 games. Still 2 more today, and we will have, of course, the semifinals and grand finals tomorrow. So make sure you guys stick around for that as well. So thank you guys for watching these matches. We will have Poch and Chocho in for the next matches. So definitely stick with us, and we'll see you all later.
See you guys.
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
I received a revelation to judge without mercy. Murderers must have their blades shattered. And the greedy must be depraved of welfare. Only then, when the flames of sin subside, the redeemed may regain a pious heart.
Compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends, the final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight.
Above the high tower, a utopia. Lord of Babel, a walking sun.
Is this the belief you filled the minds of the ignorant with? The tower shall fall. New lies will be treated as the word of God. The morning star is the true king.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to the very first day of Identity 5 IVT NAEU Regionals Autumn 2023. That was a mouthful. I'm Chocho, and here with me I do have our very own Posh Spice giving you the live commentary of today's match. Wow. So just a quick recap of what happened the first two rounds, because this is the third match already. We have Before You, as well as CH4 advancing further in this bracket, so they will be there tomorrow for those top 4, and we do have this last 2 spots left in this top 4, and these 2 determining matches that we'll be having right after. I think it's gonna be really intense, but we do have this very familiar face that we'll be seeing here. But Posh, you wanna take us through it?
Oh yeah, so big shout outs to the teams that have made it through, and just as you said, the recap, you know, it's been very hunter sided, so I'm excited to see how they're going to shift things up, because the next 2 teams we're going to be seeing is Team Omni versus Team BR. And Team Omni, you know, are going to see some familiar faces, some familiar names. We will be running you through each and every player throughout that one, and BR I'm super excited to introduce, because the hunter there, shout outs to Santi, because we did see some love for him in the chat. He might be bringing out a Ripper, since that's one of his top hunters. So I don't know, Chocho, we were watching the matches kind of from the comfort of our bed, because we were like taking a nap, because it is quite early where we are at this stage. But what did you think of the matches so far and this new meta, though, you know, lawyers coming in and also opera singer? How do you feel about it?
Yeah, of course, with the lawyer coming in BO1, I think that's actually kind of normal already. We're seeing it a lot more commonly in IBL, China's one. So we might be, I mean, there's changes made, right? And adjustments made to these teams after they've seen China do all these things. But also, we do see opera singer coming into the mix. Kind of a pick for everyone in BO1. So that's really interesting. We'll see whether it's going to be the same for these 2 teams that we'll be seeing here, BR as well as Omni. And now going through our players introduction, we do have Santi, you just mentioned his Ripper, Santi Devil, as well as Camellia, Babidada, YL, as well as Tracer. So I do see quite a number of new faces. And from what Eli told me, they do have actually not what Eli told me, it was the interview that you kind of carried out with them. They do have a as-badged toy merchant, mercenary, lawyer, as well as a forward. So I'm interested to see who will be playing those characters.
Yeah, and shout out to Santi Devil. I did reach out to him. He also has his own S badges in terms of his Axe Boy and his Ripper. I don't know, he could bring out also the metas. That's what I'm super excited about. You gotta love these hunters that have their signature hunters. I mean, you saw the Dream Witch of Sprinter. You could see also like the Axe Boy of Super Rich and IVL, but you gotta love if the Ripper will be coming out. And we're gonna be moving on over to Omni. We got Pit Stoppers, we got Fizzy, we got Agramont, Juan, and Honor. So we see some familiar faces from the team that did make it all the way to Koa. So I'm super excited to see what they have to offer, since we did see Before You grace the stage, and now it's the hybrid of Team OM. It's Omni that's coming into the mix now. So this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and we do see kind of new additions to the team, Fizzy as well as One. So very interested to see what they can, you know, value add to the team with their character pools and also their skills. And now with Pit Stopper into the mix, we won't be seeing Nico anymore. So that's really unfortunate, but maybe we might be seeing him later on. And I was kind of looking through the team info stats that we have from our producers, and apparently BR stands for Boosted Randoms.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey man, I just feel like, you know, if you've lived and died by the randoms, then you could live and die with whatever team you're with, and the Boosted Randoms have come together. So we've talked a little about Santi Devil. Let's talk a little about Pit Stoppers here. He did come from Call of the Abyss. He is the team captain here. Shout outs to him. I did exchange a couple of words with him in the interview, and he's really feeling like this. Him and his team really love the meta, and they feel like they can really thrive with this meta, considering that, you know, NAEU really known for strong hunters, but one of the biggest strengths that they have is that, same like Before You, that they've been friends and they've also been a team for a while. So I'm super excited to see how they will be surviving, since they will be going up against Santi Devil.
So that's going to be really interesting to see. And from our stats, we do see Santi Devil with not only the Ripper, but also a Hell Ember.
Ooh.
So, I mean, we're seeing a lot of non-meta characters
Yes.
coming into the play already. So why should we exclude Hellenberg, right? It
Right.
definitely can be possible.
The OGs of OGs, the veterans of the veterans. But we're gonna move on over to two, stunners in front of us, Fizzy and Camellia. We're gonna start out with Fizzy because there were some words that were given to us. So shout outs again to Team Omni that I did interview. Fizzy has been playing Identity 5 since 2018 under a more casual approach, but within the last 2 years, he's grown to a more passionate about competitive games and has become his own, this has become his own main hobby. So he's still very young. I believe he's still in university. So I'm super excited. People are super excited to see him flourish. So I mean, I would say a very big prospect. So this is a big opportunity for him, and he realizes that. So hopefully he'll be able to juggle school and Identity 5, something I'm sure Chocho will resonate with.
Not just me, Eli as well. So
oh yes, true.
yeah, all of us are in university. So, but now moving on, we do have what do you call this? Babe Dada?
I call it Babe Dada. Babe Dada. Let's call it.
All right, Babe Dada. Okay, he does have the lawyer as well as the gardener, so maybe this guy might be the one with that S-batch lawyer that we might be seeing later on in possibly BO1. Because I don't understand why lawyer is kind of like a common pick in BO1 already, considering that there really isn't any direct counters towards Opera Sing, which is a popular BO1 hunter. You kind of only have your sole purpose is to pop all the ciphers.
Yes.
And you have to pop it fast, and Lawyer is one of those characters that can do that. And also with the buffs that Lawyer recently had, which is the interaction speed increased. When you run at certain meters, you get a speed boost all of a sudden when you run. So all of this is not just a decoder anymore, but also a
kiter.
Yeah, a kiter with better kiting potential now. So very interesting. We're seeing a lot of adjustments being made, and hopefully both teams are able to show what they had prepared for this match itself.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think also it's the reason why it's picked for best of BO1 and at the start is because they don't mind not having it in BO2, BO3 unless we've still yet to scratch the surface of the potential of that lawyer, because you can make an argument now, since he can kite and he can decode, he's one of the best decoders in the game. I don't know. It's like, it's weird saying these things, because if you ask me a start of the year, hey, lawyer's gonna be meta, I'm like, you gotta be joking me, Botch. What are you talking about? But hey, we're in this reality now, so we're gonna see if that's gonna happen. We're gonna move things over to BRYL and Juan over here. Again, excellent stats throughout, so I'm super excited to see if they will be bringing out the Perfumer and the Patient. But Chocho, I know you have the stats out from from the production. Do you want to read through YL and Juan?
For YL, he plays the Wilding as well as Explorer. So as Explorer me myself, I'm super interested to see how his Explorer is gonna be played out. Whether it can be played out going against Omni's Hunter, which is Pit Stoppers. And for Juan, apparently he's a dual faction player. He's known for his Ripper actually, but seems like he's just gonna be filling in for the team.
So I love players that can go the dual faction route. So Juan, though, will be on the Survivor side. And we're moving things over to Tracer and Honor. Honor is another member that we have seen grace the big stage of Call of the Abyss. So again, I would say, you know, when it comes to tournament experience, Omni does have it over the boosted randoms. But you know what? Underdogs are here for a reason. They're here to perform some upsets. So hopefully that might happen. So we'll just wait and find out.
Yeah, we're gonna wait and find out. For Honor, he plays the Barmaid as well as the Antiquarian back in the COA stages, so we might be seeing that coming into play. And as for Tracer, it's journalist as well as novelist, but novelist is still banned out. So we will not be seeing that, but maybe journalist. We don't see a lot of journalists being played. Yeah.
Sadly, right? And Journalist had like one of the biggest like outings like when in the game, like she had her own story and all that, so it's a little unfortunate, but who knows? Like we're going through the list of the hunters, right? We might see potential OG hunters. Hell Ember, Ripper could come out, but can't blame them for going meta, but you can say the same for some survivors if they go really off the cuff with a different type of survivor. But we are going to be seeing Arms Factory so far in round 1 and the ban pick. Usually it's Arms Factory or something. Every Sleeping Town is usually a round 2 pick. So I'm excited to see how this one is going to go for between BR and Omni.
Yeah, so that's gonna be really interesting to see how these teams are gonna play out. For Opera Singer, right, there really isn't a map that counters it, or he does, or this character does exceptionally bad or exceptionally good at. In fact, every single map is great for Opera Singer, and that's why right now Opera Singer, and what Eli as well now mentioned, is like the top hunter to be played out in BO1. If I remember correctly, in one of those IVL stages, Alex actually picked an Opera Singer at Red Church, and it seemed to be a tie, but towards the end, he managed to dash super duper fast towards the exit gate and get that 3 elimination instead of just a tie. So this shows...
You know what? I also saw the same thing happen with another hunter. I forgot. I think it was FPXEQ's hunter. But the thing is, it wasn't Red Church. It was Ever Sleeping Town, and it was from the other, one exit gate to the other exit gate, and the other exit gate was like 70% open already. But like you said, you know, with all the structures that's there, she could just keep shadow dashing her way to have that win potential. So yes, we did see some, there are a bit of matches where she doesn't work out, but it just has that win potential towards the end game, or just one good swing that can move the favor into the hunter side. We saw it also on Sprinter's side. He just got one terror shock and it went sideways for Team Ace.
Oh, you meant the Secret Hospital match, right?
That was the first one, yes. That was insane. I mean, you gotta love to see it if you're a hunter main, but you hate to see it if you're a survivor main. So it's like, oh, that's why she's so dangerous. And I think we'll be seeing a lot of it as the days go on for IVT.
Yeah, and just from today itself, we do see NAEU in this tournament. It's still in the testing phase, experimental phase for that Opera Singer. We do see Peepers as a trade, at normal as a trade, and there are many others as well. Teleport, Blink. So there's so many options, so many ways that these teams hunters have approached.
We still haven't seen Listen.
Yes.
I'm kidding. No.
Oh, wait, what?
I almost got you there.
Same wavelength for that.
No, it's fine. But what we do see is people in the chat. What's going on? Elliot, Kim, Idia Shroud, Nora, Oturi, all you guys. Big shout outs to you, wherever you guys are in the world. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is IVT. This is the third match for the day. Team Omni versus Team BR, and it is Santi Devil that is going to go up first. So pretty strong bans so far. We're not going to see Antiquarian Dancer or Mercenary, so pretty conservative picks kind of from the previous season here. Acrobat and Psychologist so far in Team Omni.
Yeah, we do see Omni kind of responding towards Santi's ban as well. I mean, just banning out the Mercenary, they picked up the first officer straight up instead of possibly picking out a weaker rescuer if he's gonna ban out the first officer for the in the fourth ban. So with the Seer being banned out as well, it kind of limits how Omni can play, and single hit hunters is definitely now more possible.
Yeah.
But even if you pick single hit hunters, these characters itself, they're actually great against it. We do have Psychologists as well as Acrobat that can transition kite. And one thing about Opera Singer is that you can't really transition kite, nor tight kite her. So how can you exactly kite her out? We gotta watch more from this NAEU players to know exactly how that can be done.
We've based on like what I've been seeing in IVL, is just basically gotta be really good. Pre-drop pallets, don't be predictable with your routes. A lot of mind games that happen when you're being chased by an opera singer. So hopefully they'll have that. And what's scary is that in Arms Factory, there's only so many places you transition because it's such a small map, and then you'll run into someone. So hopefully that won't be the case, that they won't have like a traffic jam situation in a Cypher spot, since this lineup doesn't really promote Cypher Rush. So this is actually a great time to bring Opera Singer. However, based on our data, Santi Devil, not really known for that opera singer. He can bring it out. However, you know what? We talked about it. Hell Ember, Ripper, Axe Boy. Viable picks in the later rounds. I don't know if he's going to bring it out now, since opera singer is viable, though. So we just have to wait and see.
Yeah, so let's see what Santi is going to pick out here. This is going to be a very important match, considering that this is, I believe, was it BR's map selection?
I believe so. I'd want to say yes, but don't quote me on that. I gotta look
Yeah,
back.
we shall not quote you on that. So if this is VR map selection, they definitely do want to get this advantage. And now with this, once again, BO1 opera singer, who will
Yes,
break
it is.
that
Sorry, I
that
just-
streak, right? I mean, it's been consistently there for all BO1s. So even Link from Stage 4, he's so known for his ex-boy, but because of this opera singer's supremacy, we're not seeing that anymore. And actually, that's really sad because a lot of SEA players, in fact, do know Link for his ex-boy.
Yeah, so I think what we gotta do is like, yeah, Opera Singer is based, BO1, sure, just get that. So you gotta keep tuning in to see Ling in BO2, BO3, just so you can see that Axe Boy, because Axe Boy can still do a lot of damage. So it was really interesting to see how he fared with the Hermit. But we're gonna see Santi Devil spawn at the top right corner. Honor, Juan, and Agramont all around, like surrounding this Opera Singer, while Fizzy's all the way in the factory area. Chocho, any viable targets to start things out here for Santi Devil over here?
Actually, Acrobat or Psychologist is fine. It's both very hard, in fact. But if Santi is up for it, actually the first officer is fine. I've seen many Opera Singers go for first officers. Firstly, to emulate the Tide Turner. Secondly, is to because she's able to kind of move fast in her Shadow Realm. So being able to get out of the range, force them to use the watch and then get close to it and get that hit very fast. So because of this, first officer actually a viable chase even at the start of the game.
True. It's a high risk, high reward if you think about like chasing the rescuer first, because on paper you're not supposed to, but we've seen a lot of high level players do that. It works out pretty well, and hopefully if you will go after that first officer, it'll pay off, because sometimes you could be your own worst enemy, especially when that first officer's pocket watch hits and you just keep swinging for the fences. Luckily though, I mean, we've seen masterful plays with the way they control the hitbox of this Opera Singer, since it's quite short. So Santi Devil has to have that ready, because if he goes after Honor, who is the Acrobat, it's going to be a little tough because he is really good kiter. So we're going to get to the action, folks. Once again, Fox Spice and Chocho at your service for this first game of BR versus Omni.
Now jumping right into the match, we do see Santi go into the factory area. We'll be catching the Psychologist in the process, and it seems like he has brought Teleport into the game.
Wow.
I'm not sure. Oh, sorry, that's Blink, I believe.
Blink.
Yeah, and now Agramon is this first chase. First hit is still not registering. So great transitional kiting from Agramon, and now first hit is still not registered. The hitbox is so short.
It is, but you know what? You got to give it up to Agramon for like really dropping the pallets. Like, you want to pre-drop them, but he's making sure. I don't know if he's making hard reads or predicting that, yeah, the hitbox is not going to hit. But Agramon out in the open here just has to eat that one hit just so that he'll be able to transition away, so giving Santi Devil a little bit of presence. I would have to say her animation when she goes through windows is like one of the best, but it takes so long.
Yeah, it takes so long. It's for you to admire it, that's why.
Exactly,
and,
it's so cool.
But actually, we're seeing Santi with quite a bit of missteps when it comes to cancelling out the cooldown when she exits Shadow Realm. So that kind of forces that 7 seconds cooldown to happen. Seems like Santi isn't really prepared for this Opera Singer pick, but we have to see from here onwards. Agramon will be down here, unfortunately, but 3 Cypher's Kite still posh.
Yeah, it's still very good. I would still say it's a 50-50 situation with how they're going to save here. If they are going to save, because we do know that the Psychologist, once she's done with her 3 hits, it's going to be hard for her to rebound rescue. So the first officer, anyone carrying the Tide, will have to go for this rescue. But Santi doing a great job patrolling around the area, able to spot out the first officer. Now, he's going to want to hit him early on just so that he can thwart the rescue. But Juan making the distance count, and he's already at the rocket chair.
Yep, and it seems to be a very stable, actually a chair hit, so it's a free hit for the side of Omni. Not very optimal, and now this hit will register onto Juan, and Agramon can establish that distance, but will it be in...
Oh, yeah. So yeah, you know what, Chocho, you kind of caught on to it. Just the minute mechanics that we are seeing with Santi. I think he's still kind of warming up to this Opera Singer. He went to the opposite Remnant. So that just buys enough time for Agramon to make this loop count, and now they're working on their last Cypher, and he's still at this factory area.
Oh, but the hit registers through that window, so it's still fine. Cypher progress for the last 2 Cyphers is in fact in the slower side from what I've imagined. So things are still looking fine. I think Senti can still tie this out. He does have detention. He does have trade swap. So we have to see this potential rescue from possibly the coordinator
Fizzy.
and allow Acrobat as well as First Officer to decode the last two ciphers.
Yeah, Fizzy's already in the area, has a flare gun to work with to provide the end game kite for the psychologist to escape from. But now early hit, coordinator gets the rescue, gonna use the flare gun right away. Both ciphers are past the 50% mark, so Agramont needs to make this kite count. Maybe Fizzy's gonna try to body block since Agramont will be dead on share. Uh-oh.
Yeah, we do see Senti with that swing, but
Wow.
Fizzy will be body blocking there. So Senti is kind of forced to get out of the shadow realm to hit the coordinator. Is he gonna pick up the coordinator? This question. Senti will not.
Whoa.
It seems like Cypher might be primed by the time he actually gets to Agramon.
You gotta love the kiting routes and the communication, because Agramont, he's going, oh my gosh, he forces out Blaze late game, and now this is what's so tricky, because this is the swing. They pop the last two ciphers, and he gets a pallet slam in the process, Chocho.
This is crazy, and now Senti is in a situation where he does not have trade swap, has detention. Agramon has established such a distance that does not allow Senti to down him immediately, and now Dungeon is luckily not here, so Senti can still get this one elimination. You don't want to get a 4 escape when it comes to possibly your map selection.
Yeah, this is actually a great job on the side of the survivors. I would say Agramont really MVP for this one, for him to be able to kite for so long. Goes through the pallet once again, just stuffing any attempts, but the hit will connect, but the exit gates are open for them to have a 3-person escape. And I would have to say, Chocho, under 5 minutes, so they really did well in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, great start for the side of Omni with this 3 escape that you've mentioned. And yeah, it comes to show that you really must have certain kind of familiarity with a character before you really am confident to come in BO1. It doesn't mean that if everybody is bringing a BO1, it is suitable for every single hunter. Sometimes it just doesn't, some hunters just don't match well with certain characters. We do see that in, I believe, Sprinter. I believe he tried to pick up certain hunters such as Sculptor as well as Bonbon. It does not work as well as when he plays single hit hunters like Dreamwitch.
Yes.
So yeah, it's really a opportunity loss, I would say, in this round. And
I would say it's an opportunity nonetheless, because I think he wanted to test it out, because you can only stress test this in a tournament situation, right? It was just a little unfortunate that maybe the mechanics were a little too foreign for Santi Devil there. There was an attempt, and it really shows that Omni had more of the familiarity of how to kite out this opera singer. And we're talking, it's really no joke kiting this opera singer. You saw how fast the speed boosts were, but you really have to be optimal with canceling out the recovery from the Shadow Realm. Also, you need to know which remnant to go back to. So in a high-paced situation there, Omni really capitalized on the unfamiliarity of Santi Devil in some of those scenarios. And I would have to say Agramont getting the first chase. We constantly saw him on screen, used the 3 hits very well, kited the rebound kites very well for him to get 180 seconds. Was sacrificed at the end, but still, 3-person escape is very impressive.
yeah, so I mean, gotta give MVP to Agramon in this round half itself. Amazing kiting, and it just helped the team. I mean, he died away from the ciphers as well, that's important, and also there wasn't basement at the factory area. So a lot of details we are seeing from Agramon, and Senti, I hope he plays a lot more stably and also with characters that he's more familiar with when it comes to BO2, and hopefully BR will stand a chance going against Omni. But now we will be seeing BR survivors going against Omni's hunter, which is Pit Stoppers. Not an easy hunter to go against.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be tough. And you know, Pit Stoppers has also seen like big competitions. I mean, he's a constant presence in IVT. He's also been part of a sub hunter of B4U. So I'm super excited to see what he brings to the table. And maybe we're gonna see a different. I'm sure we're gonna see the opera singer. But we'll see like probably a different take on the opera singer and see a little more familiarity from Pit Stopper, since he is, I would say, the veteran player between the two. And now we're gonna see BR, the boosted randoms, go up against someone that has seen the bright lights of a Call of the Abyss or a big stage like IVT, because if I recall correctly, this might be Boosted Random's first time in this type of tournament, but you gotta admire their love for the game and their love for each other and their love for competition, because that's the only way you're gonna learn is if you just try out your style, your luck in these type of tournaments.
Yeah, so we just gotta wait and see how that is gonna be. And now with our scoreboard here, a 1-3 in favor of Omni. If this is BR's map selection, they have to get at least a 3 escape, or if not a 4 escape, to kind of cover up the loss that they may have when it comes to round 2. So I would love to see an explorer at Arms Factory.
What is your favorite map as an explorer, if I may ask?
It's actually Arms Factory, so
I set that up for you, right? Didn't it?
Yeah,
Go. Tell me why. Please tell me why.
The grass, and then you're able, and then because the tree, right, it's not like very, very skinny. So as a small explorer, you can kind of rotate around it, and you are as long as your backpack is not seen.
It's not seen.
Or
you pick a skin that's like not the turtle skin, or maybe you can pick the turtle skin because it's all good.
Yeah, maybe your head might pop up on the something, but we'll see whether that's gonna be. Oh, someone asked actually whether OM disbanded. In fact, no, right?
I think they rebranded. So yeah, I'm not really sure, but by the way, yeah, Pit Stoppers, please follow these guys. Actually, you can follow these guys on social media. I think it's also a good time to give shout outs to the players. So you know what, your favorite players, do follow them. They're really nice people. I was able to reach out to them and just ask them questions. Just be nice, because they're under a lot of pressure. So yeah, they were able to answer some of my questions. I think Santi also is really nice. Santi's message to everyone, because I asked him like, hey, do you have a message for people watching? So he goes, I hope I could do my best in this tournament. Maybe we're not going to win this for the people watching, but for everyone that is supporting us, if you really try and put your mind to things, you can do anything. Just don't try to strive for perfections. Learn from your mistakes and learn for the better. That's Santi Devil. So
I love his guy. Yeah, I really like his perspective when he approaches things. Many teams actually, in fact, come into tournaments like this, official or non-official ones, wanting the experience, not necessarily wanting to win. So it's actually a great mindset to have, not just as a player, but if you're able to establish that to your entire team, then actually it kind of pushes the team to grow together, instead of, after one loss the team disbands, forms another one. You'll need that synergy, like how you see in Before You. That synergy is super duper important. That's how they kind of be back to back to back to back NAEU representatives for COE, right?
I think that's when I interviewed Schmitty, he said that that's one of their biggest strengths, is that they're friends, they're family. They try to go through adversity together, instead of what we usually see in competitive Identity 5 is that if you don't win, let's try to change things up, let's mix and match. But even Team Omni, they say their biggest strength is being all friends outside of the game and enjoying each other's company. So I mean, that's definitely team building in itself. So I'm in big agreement with you when it comes to teams like forming that bond first. And the way when I interviewed Santi, it's like, yeah, we're not here to shock the world and beat the best of the best. We're here to gain experience and see where it goes from here, because again, you can't climb Mount Everest by just like leaping to the top of it. You just got to take one step at a time. So Boosted Randoms here, you know what, I'm sure they will learn from this. Santi Devil will be learning from this, and hopefully we'll be seeing more of them. But now we're going to see what the survivors are made of.
Yeah, and we'll see how that's going to be. And someone said, because Psychology was smart and looping Kite in one isolated area where there isn't even decoding, if she went to the middle place, it would have been better for Opera to control the match. That is actually 100% true. Actually, Opera Singer has such strong map presence. Thing is that, I mean, regardless of any hunter, cheering at the center is very good, because you're able to kind of reach out to any sort of ciphers. But the thing about Opera Singers, you talk about the remnant, right, being left there.
Yes.
He's able to teleport back to his remnant. And that's a 17 seconds cooldown. So he's able to actually go out, interrupt ciphers, and still come back in time to camp the chair. So because of so much mobility and ease when it comes to cipher controls. That's why Opera Singer is such a strong BO1 hunter, and especially at small like Arms Factory. So really unfortunate that Senti only got a 1 elimination there, but that is not the end for him. He can definitely show a lot more in BO2.
Yeah, and that just shows the strength that the psychologist displayed there. Just stayed in that one area, the discipline of him not really interrupting Cypher Rush. So big shout outs to Nora for bringing that up. So thank you so much for people that are tuning in, saying what's up to Cheese, saying hello. A lot of people also giving you some love, Chocho. So big shout outs to each and every one of you. We will be giving some shout outs in just a bit because we see a gardener coming into the mix, Chocho.
Not just Gardener, Magician as well. So we did see how Magician was kind of played pretty well going against Opera Singer in the Leo's memory match that we had earlier. So maybe that was the reason why it's being picked out here as well, to go against Pit Stopper's Opera Singer. With the Gardener as well, she does have this shield at the start of the match, so it's not an easy down for Pit Stoppers. First Officer, great rescuer character, great hiding character as well. As for the last character, there's actually quite a lot of options. Coordinator is fine, but maybe we just might see another lucky guy. It's quite popular tonight. Actually tonight, right? Since
tonight. Wherever you guys are in the world, it's quite popular right now. I would love to see a lucky guy. But I mean, coordinator's still in the mix, but we'll just have to see. They went with Gardener to start things out, so they would maybe want to go for those veteran bonuses. We just have to wait and see what will be coming out. But I mean, it's a safe pick to say that Pit Stoppers is gearing up for an Opera Singer because batting out a Seer, because Opera Singer is a very one-hit hunter-centric type of character that you want to use. But it seems like we are going to go Acrobat, so probably saving the lucky guy for BO2.
Yeah, and something similar that we're seeing from the first half as well as the second half is that there really isn't any harassers being picked. So I guess they just focus on really just focusing on Cypher Rush, Cypher Progress, and just popping the Cyphers, open the gates, and leave as fast as possible. And we're seeing exactly that. And with the Survivors confirming their lineup as well as Personas now, it is now up to Pit Stoppers to decide whether it's going to be Opera Singer or is he just going to surprise us with something that he's more used to, like the Dream Witch, or maybe just a Bonbon, since right now Omni Survivors actually secured a 3 escape already.
True, he can go kind of conservative, put respect on that hunter that you're not thinking of, and bring out Opera Singer in best of 2, which is a lot scarier considering that there'd be more Survivor bans. Again, there's no Survivor that can directly counter. It's more of just a preference thing of what they can offer. So we'll just have to wait and see if Pit Stoppers will be going that route. But I'm the type of person, if it's on the table, you might as well take it and seize that opportunity, because you can also apply that pressure coming into BO2 that a lot of teams could be susceptible to if you win both halves. You could see a lot of teams kind of buckle under that type of pressure, and maybe Pit Stoppers just wants to secure that win just by going for the Opera Singer.
So let's see, what is it gonna be? Stopper is kind of taking quite some time to decide, because you know what, Dream Witch is actually possible as well because of Arms Factory is a great map for Dream Witch. It's a small map, you can map control easily. But high risk, it's actually kind of high risk as well if survivors know how to kite you. Dun dun. The moment we talked about it, and now Pit Stoppers is not gonna go for the Opera Singer, in fact, and it could be because he probably ain't gear up for that Opera Singer too. Not confident, maybe. He wants to secure this BO1 win. So with this Dream Witch that Pit Stopper is so familiar with, anything is possible. I mean, I'm hoping to see impressive plays. Did we see any Dream Witch just earlier of today?
I think we did. I think it was. Wasn't it? Well, I'm so bad.
We did.
Okay, you wanna?
We did, but
I know we did.
It's ever slipping. I just forgot who. So.
Chad, help us out. Which Dream Witch did we see besides Pit Stoppers in front of our screen? Because I do remember it wasn't a dream that I had. We saw Dream Witch.
Yeah, we definitely saw something. We saw something.
So, like you said, I agree with you. Now that you put into context that this is Arms Factory, Pit Stoppers doesn't want to risk anything, bring out a new hunter into the mix, maybe saving the opera singer if ever he does, but he just needs a tie and they'll be able to win this one. And Pit Stoppers definitely is known for or has that veteran experience of bringing out this Dream Witch, so I think he just wants to go with something that has been tried and tested, and hopefully BR will be ready for this.
Yeah, I really do hope they can. Because even like small teams like this, right, may not be very experienced. I do hope that they kind of flourish and show what they really truly do have as a team, or just individually as well. Maybe we might see a potential Gardener disassembling a chair.
Disassembling.
Disassembling. Sorry, my bad. Disassembling the chair. So
Yeah.
that could be a possible play that we might be seeing here. Pit Stoppers. We'll see how he's gonna snowball. Dream Witch itself, it relies a lot of snowball, a lot of free hits, camping at the center, making sure that they don't get the chance to heal up. So now, with the Pit Stopper at the Shag area, he will be chasing the Acrobat. Magician. Oh my goodness, I'm blind today.
No, it's a skin maybe. But it is the Magician. Babe Data will be probably taking this first kite. And the main body is already positioning next to these pallets, probably waiting for the Patroller and also some cooldowns here. Chasing with just the main body, so not leeching just yet. Gonna use the Patroller here, try to vault. Oh, wow, able to get the magic wand here. So now it seems like the Magician is out of sight, out of mind here for the Patroller. Oh no, able to find it!
Wow, so able to get that and now unable to get that free hit through, but I think he still managed to get that regardless because the Magician one doesn't help him kite out of the dock, and now Magician gets that hit and he needs to remember to not kite or be down at the center area. Right now we see him rotating towards the factory area, which is one of his teammates Cypher. So he's kind of lost. He's kind of stuck in a situation where he either dies at the center, which is bad, or dies at his teammate Cypher. It's like picking a poison. So this is tough.
Ooh, another magic wand, but no, able to get it because the Patroller bite was still there. And this is quite impressive on Pit Stopper's side. He was able to down someone without leeching them and just use 2 Patrollers. So the trait was well utilized, and now we're gonna see a basement chair here, which is gonna force their hand to actually go rescue because they can't afford a tie. If they get the tie, they will be losing this first match. Pit Stoppers. The first leech actually goes to the Acrobat, so this is great presence. He is building first officer, will be getting that that rescue, but it seems like the first officer will be hit first. Let's see if the Magician, but no, he has a leech on him, so definitely will be found out.
And Pit Stoppers will be heading for Babe Dada's Magicians, and still kind of towards the center, so wow, I was expecting him probably running towards the front gate so that he doesn't interact any of his teammates Cypher or die at the center, but a lot of decision making that isn't the best for the team. Now the blink happens and the Terror Shock does register. Pit Stoppers will go ahead to get that leech onto Magician. First officer, luckily, does not have the leech on him.
Yeah, a little curious to the routing of where he was running to, like going towards the middle. That could potentially disrupt Cyphers. I mean, maybe he just wanted to get away from dungeon as far as possible, but yeah, there was still a bit of distance covered. At least the basement is not there anymore. Sorry, basement, not dungeon. And first officer did already recover. Now YL is gonna get hit, and now we only have 1 leech that's on the map.
So we only have Gardener, the only full health individual that can cover this rescue, and we do see on the bottom left that she is healing up, I believe, the air is first officer. It's first officer. So Acrobat is kind of half health, but he does not have the leech. The thing is that Pit Stoppers, he knows exactly where YL is located at, and he kind of senses out possibly where the other 2 could possibly be. So Posh, what do you think about the Cypher progress at this point in time?
There's a lot left to be desired, to be honest, because you're going up against a Dream Witch. Your resources have been dwindling. You have no more Tide Turner. But Acrobat, unfortunately, missing the window vault, the window jump, and now the Acrobat has fallen down. I think Pit Stoppers did a great job at the early game, but it seems like he's taking control of the mid to late game. He's trying to push for more than just a tie with this Dream Witch.
Yeah, and really impressive attention to detail by Pit Stoppers, right? He used his main body to vault over the window so that Acrobat, when he uses his bomb, he can't jump through it. So loving it. I mean, the wealth of experience definitely coming through for Pit Stoppers. He's definitely showing why he was a ex-hunter for Before You, sub-hunter. So now, with this first officer full health coming for this rescue and Cypher is completely not enough and on a standstill, it seems to be a very dire situation for BR survivors.
Yeah, you can see the experience coming in. Thank you for clarifying that situation. It seems like now Pitstopper is just trying to dwindle the resources. Note he still has the tension to work with. He's already used the trump card, and all he needs is just to get a tie. But in this scenario now, 2 injured survivors, 1 has a leech, and Gardner is the only one that's out and about. Not really decoding. I don't see any ciphers actually moving, so this is actually really tough. But now I see the lower left side of the screen, Gardner is trying to push the second to the last cipher while Camellia, wow, gets hit while he pops the watch.
Yeah, so really unfortunate. Maybe he should have done it slightly earlier, since that first officer's area when he actually uses his watch actually a lot larger compared to a normal survivor. And now center cipher is unable to be popped up. So 94% cipher just on a standstill. Acrobat manages to prime his watch as well, as we can see from the bottom left. Gardner is the only person that can come for this rescue as well. So it's snowballing and it's leaning towards a more kill for Pit Stoppers. I'm not too sure how the survivors can possibly come back from this.
Yeah, it's they worked on their last cipher, 1 at 27, 1 at 38. But what's so scary about Dreamwitch is you have to be ready for endgame. Because endgame detention, there are 2 people with the anti-curses. Like you said, Acrobat already primed his leech, but he has to be careful. Gardner gets a backdoor rescue though, so this actually allows him. But through the window, the first officer gets hit. So now Pit Stopper's really just adding more pressure to the survivors here.
So amazing map control, chasing ability coming from Pit Stoppers, able to kind of capitalize on every single chance that the BR survivors are able to give. It really isn't about Pit Stoppers kind of getting that, going for that chance, but it was more of the survivors making that happen for Pit Stoppers. Yeah, giving him that advantage, giving him the chances to work on to get that possible 4 elimination that we'll be seeing here. So, he's sharing quite far, so he's gonna be down and possibly hit once again to get on pressure.
Yeah, honestly, it's a very good. Oh wow, yeah, but he's just gonna hit again. It's a very reactive playstyle, and with a Dream Witch and a very patient Dream Witch, you can just wait for the survivors to kind of hang themselves and for them to be able to overextend themselves, for them to be able to use the resources and put themselves in really tough spots. Acrobat gets leeched once again. We only saw the Gardener get 1 rescue, but she is the healthiest, but now Tracer will be in the mix here.
Oh no! He gets hit before getting towards the chair, and now he's unable to get his bubble, and the blink hit does happen onto Tracer, unfortunately, and now a possible chance now. I mean, I thought that Acrobat possibly might prime it in time, but because of that leech pressure at that front gate, amazing stuff coming from Pit Stoppers. YL, it's being pressured from left and right. Tracer on the ground and 2 survivors eliminated and flown back to the man already.
Yeah, it's honestly just business as usual with Pit Stoppers. For him to be able to dominate this much is no surprise to why he was picked as one of the sub-hunters of Before You, and he was recruited by Omni to be one of their hunters. Again, just masterful work with his Dream Witch so far, and yeah, I think it's just more of a matter of time till he's able to down these survivors, and yeah, it's gonna be GG's from here.
Yeah, and he does see the footsteps on the floor. This is just gonna be a kind of like a game where you cannot win and you shut down now. So now, Gardner is still trying to struggle and get that game going, but it's just a waiting game, honestly.
Yeah, it's more of an inevitability because of how well Pit Stoppers has performed. Yeah, like you pointed out, it wasn't him necessarily pushing the pace of this match. It was just him patiently waiting, assessing the situation, and just reacting accordingly. Making sure, I mean, at the start with his two patrollers, it was very clear that he had a very good understanding of what these survivors wanted to do. Gardner is going to bait out a shield here, but he's just going to wait for that to finish up. Acrobat can struggle free, but now we see Tracer doing a good job here. Just still kiting, but she's not nowhere near a Cypher, and now the blink is going to be used, and that's going to be it, Chocho.
Yeah, GG's to Pit Stoppers as well as BR Survivors. Amazing stuff coming from both sides, but unfortunately Pit Stoppers getting that full elimination. So a 5-point lead in the second half. And we'll see the scoreboard in a while. So, I mean, comparing two matches, right, is showing that it's better to be safe than sorry. Picking a character that you're more familiar with can sometimes be better when it comes to going against opponents that might be experienced.
Yes. I agree. I also am looking forward to seeing what Pit Stoppers will be bringing in the next game, because you have to admit, you know, this is still uncharted territory for the opera singer, and we kind of saw Santi Devil kind of pay for that, because in a tournament setting, we have not seen her as much, especially in the NAEU. This is actually the first big NAEU tournament that opera singer will be coming out with. So Pit Stoppers just like, no, let me go conservative. Let me go with the tried and tested hunter and go with that Dream Witch. Who knows? He might go Night Watch in the next one, just because Night Watch has seen more experience or has been tested more in competitive scenes. So let's take it back to like the start of that match. How did you feel seeing Pit Stoppers perform with his Dream Witch?
Yeah, it was very... I mean, it's something that you expect from Pit Stoppers. He was, even though Magician kind of used his magic wand during the process of Pit Stoppers using his patroller, Pit Stoppers was actually very patient and was still able to kind of find where this Magician was at. So able to bite him and got that free hit at the center of the map. It was amazing stuff, and Magician's kiting route was, I would say, slightly questionable, because he was actually in the area where there isn't any survivors. Nobody is decoding. There is no basement, but he decides to kite out of it, goes towards the center, interrupt a teammate Cypher, and die at the basement. And kind of forced a instant rescue in that situation, right? The first officer had no choice but to instant rescue, because if he decides to delay it, he might get leashed before he actually get into the basement, get that free hit before he get into the basement, and he might screw up his rescue eventually. So getting that instant rescue, I believe it was a right choice by Camellia. But the thing is that regardless of all of that, the instant rescue, Pit Stoppers was still able to get that double down situation at the basement. So Pit Stoppers is just so good at capitalizing on every single little detail that the servers are unable to do, and that's something that VR servers need to take note of when it comes to this second round, when they face Pit Stoppers once again, or if not another hunter.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a showing for them, or like kind of a wake-up call that, yep, Pit Stoppers is not pulling back any of his punches. Welcome to the big leagues. He will go 110%, because, I mean, what's at stake here is the chance to be called the IVT champion for the NAEU region. And I'm sure that'll mean a lot to him and also his teammates and Omni. And BR, unfortunately, it's at their expense. But BR, again, they need to learn, they need to adapt, and they need to move forward with their performance. Yes, there were some overextensions here and there, just needs a little more fine-tuning, because a lot of people in the chat also agree that Pit Stoppers assessing this situation predicted the movement, the decision-making really good. And it wasn't really, I mean, he had really good placements, not necessarily like flashy plays. He was just playing it very conservatively, assessing what was going to go on, thinking 2-3 steps ahead, and he has already planned accordingly. And with that being said, he got himself, I would say him and the psychologists have definitely put themselves up for contention for MVP. Although, you know what, the MVPs have been very hunter-sided, so I do want to see some survivor-sided, but you can't deny how well he performed, giving the team a 5-0.
And I think one thing I kind of realized as well from the Gardener towards the end at the last Cypher is that she actually needed to rotate earlier instead of... I guess that you want to push that Cypher together with Acrobat so that the Cypher is nearer to being primed. But this is a Dream Witch we're talking about. it ain't something like a Bon, where like his physical body is just at one location. Dream Witch, he has so many spawn followers. He can park one outside, one at the chair.
Yes.
Gardener, if you're gonna come late for that rescue, you're gonna get prevented from that leash that's actually waiting outside just for you. And that's exactly what happened. And Tracer with the Gardener wasn't able to really get that first bubble at the right time. And the second one, Pit Stoppers, I think he recognized the fact that if he wasn't gonna blink, there was a chance that Gardener can get that bubble on time to get this free hit. Then there was a possible tie situation. So a lot of decisions going on there that wasn't the best for the survivors, and Pit Stoppers, great decision making. So two different levels, I would say, in terms of skills. I would say.
Pit Stoppers definitely has, I would say, controlled the tempo. You like you said, he understood the timing of the bubble. But then if you look at on the flip side, the survivors, I think they were really unfamiliar with how to face a Dream Witch in the caliber of Pit Stoppers, because the rotations were a little bit off. They didn't really respect the two different bodies, or like how to go about, or the intricacies of facing up against a Dream Witch, because her map presence, especially in a small map like Arms Factory, you really have to respect it, and you can't get caught like out in the open like that. So again, you know what, chalk it down to learning experience. We'll let him cook, as people would say, for Team BR. But Team Omni is not the favorite for no reason. We've seen it in both Survivor side and Hunter side that they are gunning for not just to move on in the top 4, but gun for the championship. So this is a strong statement they are making in this BO1.
Definitely, possibly a making of a champion that we're going to be seeing here, so we can't say that too soon. Of course, this is a not as experienced team going against Omni, so of course it's showing in terms of experience. And coming into BO2, it's going to be a different map. And this time we can definitely confirm whether the first round was BR's.
Oh, it was BR. I heard from other base that's BR.
Oh, okay, all right. So, so BR, right? With this map selection, they got such a deficit of 7 points, 8-1 in favor of Omni. So coming into BO2 with Omni's map selection, it might potentially be a 2-0 match. Since Omni, they will know what map they want to pick, and there's possibly certain strategies or setups they might have going against BR. So
and here's the thing also, Chocho, like if the survivors go up against Santi Devil again, I would say that they control the opera singer so much that it might not merit a respect ban, and they might respect ban his signature hunters if they did their homework. Like they might respect ban the Axe Boy if they know that's his comfort hunter, and just roll the dice with another opera singer. Even though the opera singer is meta, it just seems like he's not too familiar with it just yet, so they might go that route. So Omni is kind of holding on the chips in this round number 2, so hopefully it won't end in a 2-0, but I think Omni kind of sees the finish line already in this race. But I'm sure BR wants to make it, they're not going to go down quietly. I want to see them put up a really good fight up against Omni, because I mean, making it a top 8 was a accomplishment in their own rights, but hopefully they can give a good fight and possibly push for that BO3.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. And I do see a lot of support coming in for Santi, so I really hope, you know, as a viewer, actually I'm a custom commentator, but viewer that's seeing this, I do hope to see what you guys are exactly cheering for. I hope to see it. And Santi, I really hope that you can show your 100% and show us exactly why you're such a popular person in our comment section for our in our chat.
Nini is saying Santi will do great. We also see I'm trying to look, chubby 69 go Santi. We also see a lot of love, like you said, Idia Shroud, you can do it, Santi. So we are gonna hopefully see a lot of love in the chat as Santi will be hunting. We're not sure who's gonna be hunting first, actually. I'm not quite sure, but also some love for Pit Stoppers as well. So I'm excited to see, you know, it might be the battle of the hunters in this BO2.
Also, someone said, Mega Fred said, finally Pit Stoppers has a team where he gets to participate by hunting and show us some magnificent gameplays. Yeah, I mean, because he has been a sub hunter for before you, right? He didn't get a chance to be since Sprinter is actually a lot more stable. And when it came to OM in the COA stages, Nico was exceptionally well as well. And he was actually kind of coaching, Pit Stopper was actually coaching for OM. So really unfortunate. But this time around, we do see him once again in BO2 first half, going against VR Survivors. No changes in the lineup, and a Priestess as well as Patient being banned out here. And they banned out his opera singer as well.
So I guess it's they don't want to roll the dice, but I mean, you can Ever Sleeping Town. You can also use Dream Witch here. It's kind of terrifying to think of what else Pit Stoppers can use. He can also use Night Watch, which is kind of crazy. I don't know. I'm a little bit biased to seeing Night Watch, and in this map, it can work. And Eli and Nell have brought it up that it is very effective still. But we are going to see Babe Dada pick up the we're going to see the shuffling of the survivors, but they do pick up the Seer and Mercenaries. So I would say very strong picks. I think this is definitely a do or die pick for BR, since if it will, like, they need to get the best survivors right off the gate. So what I'm hoping for here is that they pick a stunner, maybe a coordinator, to just make this a well-rounded lineup, since Antiquarian did get banned.
Yeah, so we do see the Acrobat coming in, recognizing that Toy Merchant can possibly lengthen the kite. So sorry. So we will see BR survivors with this fourth selection still. We do see a lot of kiting characters, maybe a possible harasser, prospector if they do have it. Barmaid. They want to gear up for Dream Witch, I think.
Yeah. I'm a little concerned because there's no stunners here, but give me your thoughts on this lineup, Chocho.
Pit Stoppers, if he decides to, right? Seer as well as Barmaid characters are actually very prone to, I mean not prone, but actually kind of weak against Sculptor as well as Bonbon, those chip hunters characters. This two can actually be a great combination going against Dream Witch that we have to recognize. Because if Barmaid is the one getting chased first, she drinks her Dolphin. She can be protected by the Seer's Owl in the process if it
while
happens.
healing.
Yeah, or if not, after being healed up the first Dolphin, the Seer can actually give that hour, allowing Barmaid to do up another Dolphin.
A mix, yeah.
Yeah. So that's gonna be really crazy if they are able to pull it off. But I think Pit Stoppers recognize that fact as well. He might not pick that Dream Witch, or he just decides not to chase the Barmaid. So a lot of choices, I would say, for Pit Stoppers. We'll see whether he decides to be confident again, picking his Dream Witch, or if not, he's gonna go for Chip Hunters to counter this team comp.
I haven't seen a Bonbon in a while, not gonna lie. I would love to see if a Bonbon would come out, or a Chip Damage Hunter. I mean, Sculptor is actually also a good choice here, since she could just get rid of the Owl with just the statues, and also kind of interrupt the healing from the Barmaid. So I'm sure Pit Stoppers recognizes that that's such a strong combination of those two survivors. Not to mention Acrobat is just really good at kiting, and Mercenary is the most stable rescuer in the game. So yup, he will be going with that Bonbon pick. So he definitely wants to just chip away at the Owl and also negate any of the Dublin that will be healing up. So he can potentially chase whoever. Well, I mean, there are strong chases, but he's not as scared as the Owl Barmaid combo anymore.
Actually, I really like this pick, in fact, Bonbon. Not just about the kiting characters, but as a rescuer, right, a mercenary, it doesn't really guarantee a rescue also. He's cheap, and a Terra Shock, the mercenary is gone. In fact, a first officer going against a Bonbon rescue, a first officer going for a rescue against a Bonbon is actually a lot safer compared to mercenary. Even if you get a double down situation, as long as you use your watch, the little Titana effect will occur, and you can still rescue the person on the chair. So great selection by Pit Stoppers, I would say. He definitely recognizes the fact and covered all bases with this Bonbon pick. But this spawn location, he can chase the... Alright, he's gonna come from there, so Mercenary will definitely not be the first pick. Acrobat, Barmaid is definitely possible, but I would say... actually, this spawn location is not ideal for Pit Stoppers, actually, now that I see it.
I was surprised. I thought he'd go after the seer. He'll just march his way down because yeah, there's an owl, but you have to farm another one, and he's gonna get some chip damage off you. Maybe he's gonna make a beeline. Maybe he's just gonna go straight north and go for the seer. Who knows? But if he spawns here, I know it. Yeah, Acrobat could give him a hard time. Mercenary could just pad away from the areas he's gonna throw those bombs. Barmaid's gonna try and transition away from that second story. So we just have to trust because Pitstoppers, yeah, he's a veteran for a reason. He's been in the big stage before, so he knows what he's doing. On paper, it looks a little tough. It looks like a tough chase, but who knows?
Yeah, who knows? But one reason why I felt okay, we'll talk a little bit more about it once we get into the match. But now it will be BO2 first half between BR survivors going against Omni's Hunters Pitstoppers. I'm Chocho, and with me I do have Poch Spice bringing you the live commentary of this match in favor of Omni with that 7-point deficit in BO1.
All right, folks, we're back to the action here, and it seems like the Acrobat does have a heartbeat over at the two-story. He's over at the middle part, so now it seems like Pitstoppers will be chasing after the Acrobat. But the thing is with a Bonbon, you know what, mobility isn't his best friend. So I'm not sure if he's gonna commit to chasing this Acrobat. So now it seems like he is already making a transition away towards the middle area where YL and Camellia are at. Let's see who we'll be going with first.
Yeah, so it seems to be you'll be Camellia, and great job by the Acrobat Tracer, able to kind of hide it out and kind of confuse Pitstoppers with that Tinnitus, and now with YL being here, the Seer, potential first chase Pitstoppers with that fitness, and he wants to kind of chip the Seer. We'll see whether Seer decides to rotate back to that same area and get that chip. Bird is back as well, so seems like YL is in a very comfortable position, and the bomb completely missed.
Yeah, the timing bomb, YL able to play that correctly, moving to the right side. And we do see that the Seer is already transitioning towards the middle part of this map where YL is actually at. So you have to be very careful here not to feed him that much presence. And now Pitstoppers continuing to drop bombs on the floor, but good dodges so far.
This is getting that chip though, but still he's able to play with the elevation to force that basic happen. So amazing stuff. Wow, but the blink hit will occur onto YL and will interrupt Camellia's Cypher near the graveyard area.
True. I mean, that was a good... I mean, you see the discipline of YL. He was really dodging those bombs. It was kind of an inevitability he was going to fall down then and there. He used the bird just to extend the kite a little bit for him to transition towards that window, but it was a checkmate once he popped that blink. And now, luckily for Pitstoppers, he's actually interrupting a Cypher. So I don't know if anyone is going to come for that rescue. It seems like Camellia is just hanging around this area, but Pitstoppers could actually play this kind of conservatively because, like you said, there's a 7-point difference. Now Camellia hanging around the second floor.
So it seems like they might either go for a full blood rescue, or if not, just sell it. I would say just sell it. It's a lot more I would say, what's this word? Safe? No, this
it's conservative.
I think it's just the word safe. Yeah, I think it's a lot more safer for the side of BR, because this rescue by the mercenary doesn't guarantee a rescue.
Yeah.
You might get Terror Shock and it turns the game completely around, because Cyphers right now is not exactly enough, but it's definitely enough for a tie. So if they're aiming for that, they should, I mean, they definitely really sell, so we'll just go from there. And right now Pitstop is actually in a situation where there is Tinnitus, but there isn't any survivors in front of him. So this is actually great from the side of BR. I think they can possibly get a tie and above situation, especially mercenary with the tight
Yeah, and I'd like to also double down on that thought, because you want to starve the Bonbon of presence, because yeah, he does have that remote bomb, but we are going to see Camellia have to be very careful here, transitioning away. We've seen 2 people get hit by the tram so far, 2 for the price of 1. But now it seems like Camellia expending the second elbow pad, just staying in this area, which is actually great. So it's not interrupting that Cypher rush. So hopefully they can push for that tie.
Yep, and now Camellia, she recognizes the fact that she needs this elbow pad for that end game, so he's not gonna use it. So amazing discipline coming from Camellia, and now Cypher Progress is doing amazing, and Trade Swap have already had my moves on the teleport, and Pitstoppers can't camp anything. He misses his time bomb as well.
True, but now this forced Camellia to use the last elbow pad, and now away from the graveyard area has 2 pallets to work with, but a well-timed bomb could change things up. Just goes for the regular hit, forces attack recovery. Last 2 Cyphers are actually almost prime. The last one's sitting at 85%.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Camellia, he is aware of that last Cypher. He purposely kited away from there. And now teleport happening, Babe Dada cannot die at this Cypher. He might die at
Oh my god, Babe Dada doing a great job though, only eating 1 bomb in the process. Mercenary gets rescued. Pitstoppers has to guard this last Cypher with his life. The Terror Shock! Chocho able to down the barmaid here and now, so they might have to go for another Cypher, but Tracer is already here trying to prime it, and now it seems like Pitstoppers trying to chase away. Oh my god, they're gonna go for a double?
Go for it, go for it. This Cypher is prime, just rescue. He does not have anything, so just pop it before he actually keeps bombing and bombing. Get somebody onto the gate as well, so that it can be open ASAP.
Oh my.
Teleport is not ready as well.
Oh, this Acrobat eating a lot of bomb hits?
Mercenary!
Mercenary's opening up a chest! So it seems like he's able to split push these survivors away. So that was actually a really tough spot. Barmaid's healing up herself. A Mercenary has found a syringe, so they're really playing this close to the chest, Chocho. They're trying to expend all the resources they can, but this is so dangerous because this Bonbon also has detention.
Yeah, I mean, I think they kind of overlook the fact that this is a chip hunter. This is a chip hunter. You need at least 2 persons on that Cypher, whether it's full health or what, and get 1 person onto the gate. Anybody gets hit, just pop the Cypher. That is the game plan, the easiest game plan out of there. And now, because they couldn't do that, teleport will be ready when the Cypher pops.
Yeah, and it was kind of a tough spot for the Acrobat. He was just alone there while everyone was split pushed away. So now, yeah, he just has to be conservative with his bomb placements here. That Cypher is so close, just 1 more tap and it's gonna pop. Camellia doing a great job avoiding, gets the rescue off. Tide Turner's gonna carry this Acrobat, but he's gonna try and go for that final down. Last effort already. The pop has to be very careful. I think Pitstopper's gonna go and try and push away Babe Dada. Babe Dada's actually gonna go away from the Cypher.
He has to, because Acrobat, if he's gonna pop that Cypher, Acrobat will be down immediately on the ground regardless of that pop. So they had to wait for the Tide Turner to end. So Pitstop was able to capitalize on the fact that the Tide Turner was in effect to his advantage. And now Camellia, as well as Babe Dada, they are around the Cypher but not near it. And Pitstopper is just preventing any of them from happening. So they have to communicate and see what they want to do. They can't have they need to pressure the Cypher at the same time, not let Acrobat use his self-heal.
Yeah, that's true. So I think that's where Camellia is. Camellia is, gets, the Acrobat is already, opening chest. Apparently we do have a lucky guy, Chocho. The name of the Mercenary. So, now it seems like we have 1 survivor that's close to the primed Cypher. I'm not, I think the best course of action is open up a new one, and let Babe Dada kite for her life, his life. But we do see that Barmaid, one more regular hit and he will be falling down.
Yeah, so, I mean, things are looking great right now, but Babe Dada will be the potential chaser. Teleport is ready. If Pitstop is like teleport.
They pop it.
Yeah, if it's that pop, Mercenary will be the one at the gate, and he does not have any elbow pad. He does a strength. So he might potentially be down immediately. He has to make use of his kiting area here with a single pallet, but wow, shouldn't have run it down.
Yeah, so just another well-executed strategy there for Pitstoppers, just teleporting immediately and just going for the Mercenary right away. The other exit gate isn't open, it's opening now, but Pitstoppers can make some distance to try and stop and thwart this from happening. Gonna check if there is some tinnitus in that gate. No one is there, but it seems like he might just be content with just going for a tie here and just camping out this Mercenary. Oh, but hang on.
Oh, I think Tracer might struggle a little bit trying to open his gate. Tracer, the Acrobat, has a slow opening gate progress. So, really unfortunate that he's the one that's opening up the gate. But Barmaid cannot get this rescue. Tracer will be the potential chase here. Detention is still up in the air. 50 more seconds. Tracer needs to make his kite count.
Oh, that was so close. He dropped
That
the
was so
pal on the wrong
risky.
side. But now the dungeon is there, but the exit gate is not moving just yet. Tracer needs to survive for a little longer.
I hope
But
he
my
does.
goodness. Omni pit stoppers though. Exit gate is almost open.
Oh my gosh.
Pit stoppers has to cap this one out.
No, the time bomb happens. He still has another ball. He's gonna vote in front in the dungeon open in time.
Oh, he's able to hit us through it. We had to wait for the dust to settle to see where the acrobat was at, but tried to push for a tie. Pit stoppers denying it, getting the 3-person kill. What an intense matchup we have here. Again, it was quite intense. I was honestly also like kind of baffled with how they were gonna play this one out because it was a kind of a standoff with that last cipher about to be popped.
Yeah, so a lot of situation that we were seeing there. It seemed to be a tie situation, or if not a winnable situation for the survivor side. Pit stoppers able to get that 3 kill regardless. He was, I mean, he was able to capitalize on the miscommunication between the survivors. I would say, when there's supposed to be people at the cipher, dude is opening chest. So, really.
Kind of a self-preserving strategy, like going for the it was more of a it was a little unfortunate. I failed to recall which was the first domino to fall down for pit stoppers to get the 3-person kill there. I think it's once he teleported to the last cipher and then everyone kind of spread out to leave the acrobat alone to kite for itself, because like you said, you want someone to distract and one to go for the pop, and then they did get the rescue and they did provide to extend it a little bit, but it's kind of like they just prolonged the 3K from happening. I think I attribute it to experience, also possibly communication, but give me your thoughts, Chocho.
A lot of things that could have been done differently. I would say Camellia. This person is great at game sense wise. He's great when it comes to kiting away from ciphers, not dying at the center. He was very, very clear on that. But when it came to the end game, where Hunter teleported, he shouldn't have. Okay, if there is a pallet that is the one nearer towards the gate, which is there's 2 pallets there, and the one before the window. Yeah, if there is the pallet there, I'm not remember whether there was. You should run there, spam the pallet down, and just get slowly bombed away. That slowly bombed away thing that's happening, right? It's gonna buy a lot more time for your survivors to transition towards the other gate and open it up. So if there isn't any pallet over there, you shouldn't be running towards that narrow path, because the bomb can bomb you out once. A basic hit with that terror shot, you're not a basic hit with a detention hit, you're not gonna survive. The only way for you to survive at that point in time is to try to go towards the open air and dodge out the bomb. If then you're unable to really do anything because you have a syringe, right? Then okay, we recognize the fact that pit stoppers actually is great with that bomb with that bomb placements. So the only choice for the mercenary was to just run open air and try to get that basic hit with that detention. With that basic detention hit. Really unfortunate. And that endgame ride with that dungeon, so close. The timing. If it was just slightly better, it would have been different.
Yeah, he was already there. He was already at the finish line. If the gate opened a little more, if he was just there ahead of time, it could have changed the situation. But I think Pit Stoppers has shown that he's just a step ahead of the survivors of BR. But it's meant to be that way. They are the favored team to go into this match. But I mean, I'm pretty sure Pit Stoppers was sweating and was nervous just a little bit for that tie to possibly happen. So in the end, for them to be able to put up a good fight up against Pit Stoppers, there's only more room for them to grow. And that was a pretty intense final showdown that they had. If I'm sure that they're gonna look back and realize, all right, maybe in the next time this happens, we can do this, we can do that. And there's already makings of brilliance in this team. So hopefully we'll see more of them as more tournaments will happen. This is going to be their last match of round number 2. If and only if the Santi Devil can get a 3-person kill, we will see that round number 3. So that I'm gonna be ahead of the win conditions or the conditions to go there. But all Omni needs to do is just get a tie, and they're gonna move on to the top 4 next tomorrow.
So we'll see what's it gonna be. And Omni, I mean, I think Omni has a lot more experience. I mean, 3 of them actually came from COA this year.
Yes.
So it's showing. And now with the win conditions here, as long as Omni's Hunter get a tie, get 2 kill, Omni will immediately advance further into top 4 for tomorrow's match. So a lot of pressure for BR's
Hunter.
So Omni needs to get 2 escapes, not 2 kill, at least a tie situation to escape to secure their spot in the top 4. So things are definitely looking a lot more difficult for BR. And Santi, what other hunters can he play to get a 3 kill or if not a 4 kill?
I think he's got to go with his S badges. He's got to go with the Axe Boy. He's got to go Ripper for a 3-person kill. That is a team that has seen the bright lights of Call of the Abyss is a tall order. So if they've done their homework, I don't know if they're gonna allow him to go back to Opera Singer, because maybe Santi just needed to warm up. So will they roll the dice with that or respect ban that? But you're gonna allow the Axe Boy of Santi to come out. So it's still a tough choice for Team Omni. However, they are still dictating the pace of this match, and they are the more experienced team. It's just a little scary to do the math with which poison are you picking? Are you gonna go with the Meta Hunter, which he's not so known for, but you're still rolling the dice in BO2 up against an Opera Singer, or will you roll the dice with his actually Season Hunter, which again he's really good with the Axe Boy, with that Ripper. I mean, Hell Ember, I'm not sure, but I really think maybe the Axe Boy would be the viable choice if the Opera Singer gets banned.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope that the Axe Boy could be picked here, or if not, the Hell Ember that they submitted in their in their registration that time, which is Ripper and Hell Ember for Santi. So a lot of curious decisions in this first half that we're seeing here, and I mean, this is experience itself, and you learn from it. The important part is that you learn from it and better yourself as an individual and also as a team. So this is not about individual skills anymore. This is about communicating with your team, making sure that things are there when it's needed. When somebody is down, the cipher can be popped. But instead, we're seeing a breaking wheel, high risk, high rewards hunter that Eli has always talked about. This hunter is only picked when you need that 4 kill. And Omni was smart to just ban it out.
I guess they knew something that we didn't have in our research and our sheets. Because I think this is actually, if he was gonna bring out like a trump card type hunter, no pun intended, a breaking wheel will be able to do that and change the tides for him, because it just really promotes that aggression, and it's really an all or nothing, which he needs. And I mean, just picking the Seer and Antiquarian, they kind of smell blood in the water here. So hopefully Santi Devil will, give out that SOS to the chat for them to be able to, for them to give him that strength he needs to try and go for more than just a tie.
Yeah, so with this Harasser, Kiter, as well as Rescuer being confirmed here already, I would say just this team comp itself, it is great. There is this Harasser that can not exactly counter every single hunter, because it seems like Opera Singer kind of Antiquarian kind of struggle against Opera Singer. Seal with that support of that owl is gonna it's gonna extend that kite, or if not, give a very safe rescue for the mercenary for that potential second rescue being full blood. So now with a coordinator being picked here as well, we have 2 kind of coordinator with the gun. She can definitely go around and extend the kite, or allow the survivors to establish a lot of distance, so that Santi wouldn't be able to down the survivors that fast. Now Santi, he needs to recognize the fact that single hit hunters going against this team comp is gonna be deadly for him. So what is he gonna pick? Is he gonna be picking a chip hunter as well? Or if not, the X-Boy, even the X-Boy or not Ripper, it's difficult going against this team comp. You're gonna get countered from left and right, and I mean, it's predictable to see what character is gonna be picking here. So, Senti, how is he gonna play this out, Posh?
I'm looking at the chat. Some people tell him bring out Wax Artist. I don't know. That could be very stable. And going up against some stunners, that would be good, unless it's a far flare gun. I'm also under the assumption, I mean, they did submit Hellember, he did submit Ripper. He told me also he's an Axe Boy. I don't know if he's going to go with that because those are single hit hunters. And I mean, Ripper, he has that Foggy Blade, but I mean, you have a Seer in the mix here. So it's so dangerous. And this lineup really, you know what, they're not promoting Cypher Rush, but I think this is such a stable Survivor comp that we will be seeing the Wax Artist come out. So thank you, chat. So we were able to predict these things. So Chocho was able to predict something. I got the Bonbon, and now Wax Artist was predicted by the chat. That's why we have you guys on. Shout outs to you guys.
And Wax Artist. Not exactly a great map to play Wax Artist, I would say. A lot of areas where you can just break line of sight. There's a lot of buildings, stairs. So we'll see how Senti's Wax Artist will perform going against this team comp, and how Omni is gonna play going against this Wax Artist. Are they just gonna, when one person is on, are they just gonna sell this person so they can just get that guaranteed tie that they need? Or what is it? So going into our spawn locations now, it's looking very similar to how BR survivors actually spawned just now.
True, just having that like Z spawn. But I want to give a shout out to Akutagawa Leyendo. I hope I pronounced that correctly. But he's the one that predicted the Wax Artist in chat. So big shout outs to you. You're manifesting that Wax Artist. It came true. Yeah, you know what? This map, I mean, we have seen 4Ks happen, but those Wax Artists really had to go above and beyond. Like just cutting off people from those areas wherein the wax gets blocked off of. And making sure that they try to far camp to try and harass the ciphers as well as camping out the chair. So hopefully this is going to happen because Wax Artist, I mean, in the previous meta was very stable. I wonder if he can still bring that type of flavor in this matchup, considering that you're going up against an Antiquarian that's very in the meta. Also, Coordinator that has been seen a lot of presence of as of late in competitive scene. And always the mainstays, the Seer and the Mercenary as well.
So we'll see whether Senti can actually get that 4 kill that he needs. I mean, it's a miracle that he wishes that can happen, and that's what we wish as well when you are watching this, because there's so many Senti fans in that chat itself, and we hope that your support can reach to Senti to get that 4 kill, or if not, can Omni add insult to injury and just get that tie, or if not, a 4 escape to ultimately take this win home. So now, getting into our BO2 second half of this match, Omni Survivors going against BR's Hunter Senti. I'm Chocho, and Posh is bringing you the live commentary for this match.
It seemed like the Seer does have that tinnitus, and we are going to see a zoomed-in version of this hunt that will be happening. So it's going to be Honor over here at the Graveyard area. So in the Graveyard area, we've seen how, you know what, hunters can get isolated from the Cypher Rush. He's already blocked out the window. So he's just going to get rid of these pesky pallets while Santi is going to try and wax him out. Wow, early hit. So that's a great job. But Honor transitioning away, still has the Seer Owl to work with. And now has the loop to go with, but it seems like, is he going to go for the tram? It seems like he's going to get stopped. And Chocho, that's actually an early down. The first minute, a 60-second down.
Exactly, and the bird is not back yet. It's still flying around the map, getting the survivor's location. So this is an amazing start for Senti to get that 4 kill that he desperately needs. So the miracle is definitely starting to kind of happen, and hopefully survivors can actually snowball to that. And now we'll see whether there's any potential rescues coming through. Agramon is the only one rotating towards the center side. He's trying to give that tinnitus, but Mercenary zooming in to get that free rescue.
Yup, so now the bird is in the mix, but no, the Seer gets hit. Conservative rescue though, but Juan using the elbow pad just to get away so he can go for that second rescue. But you know what? The fact that the Mercenary did make that rescue means that this isn't a 3 Cypher start for the team. So now Honor is just going to try and establish some distance here just so that Santi Devil will be away from that middle area and just provide a little more of a headache here. But the basement is here, so that's another really tough situation that they have to deal with.
Yeah, so with this basement chair, it should be a definite sell already, and Santi can actually kind of push out and camp ciphers. In fact, now one is giving that tinnitus at the geisha area, and the engine will be up in about probably 2 to 3 seconds when that second cipher is popped. So one is actually caught out here and will not get that free hit. Luckily, he's gonna expend his last elbow pad. So right now, Mercenary is equipmentless, and he needs to actually open up a chest so that it's actually safe for him. They don't know his trait yet, and from what we know, we can see it is teleport. So they need to get off the ciphers. They need to. They did not.
Now they know. For those of you that don't know, you should know now. Agramont using that flare gun, but does get 33% wax. Santi, though, being very proactive here with that teleport. Gonna try to wax bomb, but Agramont taking a hard left. He's gonna try to mind game and find Agramont away from these pallets. So now he can try to add more wax here, since Agramont has no more equipment to work with. So Santi, really believing in that miracle, needs to down this this coordinator quick.
Ooh! And he gets the hit through that pellet slam. Agramont will try to kite this out here. This wax is still at 60%. Agramont, he's gonna be down here, I believe, and there's nothing that he can do here. Second skill has been activated, so the second rescue that will be happening has to be by Mercenary because of that hot wax. Now, last cipher only at 7%, so this is actually looking great for the side of Santi, and he can potentially get that 4 kill that he needs.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. This coordinator does take a while in the rocket chair. Juan being interrupted already. Still in a good spot. Again, he needs to go more than just a tie, right? So he's trying to focus his attention onto this Mercenary, trying to stuff the rescue. Antiquarian is also there. Hot wax is going to be activated here. Mercenary eats that hit. So now he's going to try to stop him from getting this rescue. Oh!
I mean, it's still fine. It's a double down situation. One will just force that fourth cipher to be popped, but he's just going to throw that ice cream over and block it out. Now...
Yeah. Like you said, double down situation inbound. It is only the Antiquarian that is up. Mercenary is about to fall down, and yeah, using that wax bomb just to freeze that cipher to buy himself a little more time. We're being chaired here at the corner house while Mercenary has fallen down. So let's see if Santi can far camp this chair. Fizzy is actually making his way towards the middle part, but Santi finds him out.
So Fizzy. So this rescue will definitely not happen. So that tie might.
It's more than just a tie now, because we do have a teleport and we also have detention. So Santi has definitely made the miracle happen, and we are gonna see that best of 3, folks. Santi Devil just being able to hear your chat, guys, and hear the words of encouragement, and he is going that plus ultra route. So now Juan, he is up, already expended that self-heal. Antiquarian is the only one that has not been harmed just yet. Still has a full stick, and Juan, having no resources to work with, is kind of relegated to just kind of buy enough time here at the back, while Antiquarian has still is pushing that cipher. Teleport?
Nah, Fizzy, he got away from the cipher, and yeah, he has full stick, full foot to actually stun the hunter left and right. Santi does have this tinnitus popped up, and once he gets out of this area, he will recognize the fact that Fizzy is actually inside the shack area. Now Santi trying to spot out Fizzy still. Tinnitus will be popped up now. Fizzy, wow, great eyesight, honestly.
Yeah, I know. I was like, really? Dang, his settings must be on ultra for him to be able to spot out that Antiquarian. But now, yeah, he's just gonna try to wax out the Antiquarian from afar just so she doesn't get the stick. And it seems like, baits it out, and now changing to the hot wax trick inbound. Flywheel though.
Amazing discipline coming from Fizzy, and now Santi. It's just a game of merry-go-rounds right now.
Oh my god, hang on. Hitting away, actually Fizzy moving him away from the tram and him getting the tram hit. Oh my goodness. What a sequence of events there, Jojo.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 3rd tram hit of the day, is it?
It was. My goodness, this tram just making, not stopping for anyone. My god. Hitting both hunters and survivors. And I think that's it's gonna be a GG's. And Santi they actually win this round because that's a 5-point win. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the tram is definitely in BR's favor, right? I mean, with the C unable to get up onto the tram hits the survivors instead. Amazing stuff coming through, and
dude, I don't know if Santi made a deal with the tram and asked, hey, what's your ETA here? I'll be at this time in this place, and you gotta get that hit away. Yeah, I thought that they were both gonna get hit, but I don't know. Antiquarian doesn't want the wax artist to get hit by the tram. Moved him away. He got hit.
Amazing stuff. I mean, this is the Santi that everybody is talking about in the chat, right? And I'm seeing it right now with this wax artist. But I mean, okay, let's just go to the start of the match itself. We saw Seal with the flywheel, which means that Omni survivors actually weren't really expecting this wax artist coming out from Santi. They were actually, in fact, probably expecting a Bonbon, Sculptor, or probably a Naiad to kind of go against. But with this instead, Santi is actually proving us that his attention to detail, belief, and also attention to detail. He managed to actually shoot the wax all over to the Geisha cipher to prevent SI Rain Pop, which is what Mercenary wanted to do after that rescue. So amazing stuff coming from there, and also it's just a saying that we need to not judge a book by its cover and don't assume things so soon, because this is BR's comeback, right?
Yeah, it is. And if you think about it now, the more so BR is gonna get map advantage game number 3, and Santi doesn't have to worry about Antiquarian or Mercenary in game number 3 because that's been chosen at the start. So Omni kind of putting all their chips, like, you know what, we're gonna end this now. We're gonna go Antiquarian, Mercenary to start things out. Global bans dictate that they can't be picked in game number 3 anymore. So that's why you gotta love the system. They kind of went all in with that, and they kind of have to reap what they sowed in game number 3. So folks, we have ourselves a game with this one. It's going to be very intense, but we are going to look at the match stats so far with Santi Devil getting the 4K do or die situation for him, and he was able to rise above that.
Yeah, so really unfortunate that we're seeing Honor with only 33.8 seconds of kiting time. And I think one thing that survivors, not just Omni, but all survivors need to take note of is that when hunters don't use their skill during the first kite, or whoever's kite it is, and the person will be fine with the mana, avoid decoding ciphers already. Rotate, drag out time, because the later the game is, right, you get accelerated decoding, which helps you speed up your decoding process a lot faster. They need to access what the hunter's skill is. You can't just assume that, oh, he's gonna go for a bullying because he needs a fast down and he needs a good game at the start. Yeah,
are you trying to imitate Eli?
I don't know.
If I close my eyes, I thought Eli was talking. He needs to go.
I got a man voice, then that means okay. Yeah, you can't just assume, right? You need to be more cautious, and even you just needing a tie for a survivor side, right? You need to be careful. Get away from ciphers. Don't assume that Hunter doesn't have teleport. And
yeah, you need the respect, right? You need that, especially if you don't even know. So you're saying, yeah, Santi?
Yeah, but one thing I have to give kudos to for Omni is that this is a great team comp, firstly, and they recognize the fact that Breaking Will is a high risk, high reward hunter, and they banned that out. That ban, there is nothing wrong with it. There is nothing wrong with it. It's just that person that decoded allowed Santi to snowball. Really, unfortunately. Even if you have the gun, that doesn't mean you are invincible. So,
yeah, I mean, guns don't make you invincible or anti-fragile with how you play this game. So, and it's unfortunate that that didn't work out. People are getting my references, by the way. They're asking, what's your ETA,
what's your
Jojo?
ETA? What's your ETA? I know, I just didn't want to. And then you said
I wanted you to react. I'm like, let's see if I can sneak in a reference here and there. But I mean, game number 3, this is the first game number 3 of the day, since we've been seeing a lot of best of 2s. It's still a battle of the hunters, so we're going Pit Stoppers versus Santi Devil here. And just like that, Chocho, 7-11. It's wow, it's 24 hours open with round number 3. Always the overtime queen, or maybe king. I don't know. We're always overtime.
Maybe I'm taking over here with that title already, because I don't know. It seems like the matches that I'll commentate is always a lot longer. the first round was 2-0. So right now we'll be heading into our first BO3 match in the entire series for IVT NAEU Autumn Series 2023. So very excited to see what is it gonna be, because we've seen a lot of maps. We've seen Leo's Memory, we've seen
Ever Sleeping.
Ever Sleeping. But I'm actually
Hospital.
wanting to Hospital.
What do you want to
even.
see?
I want to see Chinatown on Moonlit.
Oh yeah,
These
you know
two
that's a map that we didn't see the whole day. That's crazy because we've always see it in competitive, right?
Exactly.
So yeah, in that order, usually it's Chinatown, but I really love Moonlit. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of Moonlit River Park here. And we're gonna see a lot more bans. So I'm excited to see how deep the hunter pools are and how deep the survivor pools are. And we haven't seen a lawyer yet in this map. Oh wait, did we see a lawyer? No, we didn't. Gardener.
We today itself. Yeah, we did see lawyer. We did see.
No. In this matchup.
No, we did not.
We did not. It was a gardener, right? Or
Yeah,
magician.
gardener.
Yeah.
So a lot of things that's happening here, and one thing we need to know now is that we can't know what will happen in the match, and we can't let loose just yet. And we're seeing Omni kind of let loose already, right, in that second half. That's why they weren't really like attentive to what they should be doing. They only know that they need to tie, and sometimes when you aim for something like just a tie, you get something lower than that. It's like exams.
Right.
Yeah.
Esme is asking me to say Santi mi gente Latino. So the Latin.
What does that mean?
It means like I think it's saying like shout outs to the Latin folks or the people like that Santi is representing, because yeah, he's a lot of Latin people here in the chat. So a lot of people showing some love. So shout outs to you, Esme. Shout outs to everyone that is watching. A lot of Santi chants in the. I mean, well deserved, right? We gotta give him his flowers. He had to go for a tie, but he went above and beyond that with a wax artist that's not necessarily in meta, going up against such a strong survivor team. So
yeah,
I mean, hopefully he carries that momentum. And now, unfortunately, Chocho, we won't be seeing Leo's Memory or Chinatown. Sorry, the sad face from Chocho.
Yeah.
We're gonna see Leo's Memory. We're not gonna see Moonlit River Park. So honestly, this isn't my favorite map, but BR chose it for a reason, so we gotta believe.
Yeah, we gotta believe, and it seems like among the NAEU region teams, Leo's Memory is a team's favorite. I don't know. I don't. It's a great. Is it a great map? I'm not too sure. I mean, it's dark and like even maybe if you're ultra.
You like Toy Merchant. Toy Merchant's great on this map.
Like only one catapult placement that's actually like great, but other than that, I feel like it's hard to flourish with other catapult placements. Like Ever Sleeping Town is great with Toy Merchant.
What about Kurt? What about Explorer? He can hide in the snow.
I love it. Kurt is great here. But Kurt is great, but the map is big, so a lot. I mean, if you want something, you gotta lose some other things. So. Chocho is a bunny. I'm not. No, I'm not like a huge K-pop fan for any other. I'm just like listening to a lot of so.
I need to
Nell
stop with the
is
references.
Yeah, he knows. I know. I'm trying to not show, and not say anything. But
what?
But the chat is yeah, a lot more active active and reactive to how you are making the references.
Ah, cool. I'm trying to. Well, I remember that we had that challenge in the previous one where we had to do song references. So I'm like thinking, we're able to do that now because we're kind of taking a nap before our shift. But now it just we'll see what else we get. Let's see some references from Chocho. I don't know if she's gonna hit us with a couple of other references. Just have to wait and see, because now in front of our screen we got the win conditions here. 4-man escape and Omni wins. Wow. Okay, so Omni is gonna be surviving first. So Pit Stoppers is coming on in Leo's Memory. So 3 and below, we are gonna keep resuming the games and tally up with the points or tally up with round wins. So we're gonna see how if they tie it out in round number 3, we're gonna go to points. But they can easily just go. Any of the teams could just go for a round win here.
Yeah. So right now, I think Omni Survivors should be going first since it's that win condition. So it means that BR's Hunter will be up. We'll see Senti once again. So I've seen X-Boy being played at this map. It's actually not too bad. We've seen, if we actually remember from, I think COA, Super Rich, picked X-Boy, and he
That was crazy.
clapped
He answered back.
Yeah, the
He
Chinese
just
mainland team.
destroyed. Yeah. Go,
Yeah.
please. Take us back, Jojo. Tell us
Yeah.
what happened. How many terror shocks? I couldn't count it.
But it was an instant down, a lot of fireball snipes,
Mhm.
accurate ones as well, and ciphers couldn't even be primed. Everybody came to the chair and died, and it was just a snowball situation that's Super Rich had with that X-Boy at Leo's memory. So if SNT wants to pick the X-Boy, it should be now. It should be exactly now. And we'll see whether Omni survivors do recognize that, okay, X-Boy might potentially be very good here.
Yeah.
And this guy is great at X-Boy.
Mhm.
So will we see that bend? Or if not, maybe a Wax Artist as well as X-Boy, since he actually performed pretty well with that Wax Artist in the previous round.
Yeah, you definitely have to respect ban that wax artist, even though, like, if the map doesn't favor it, regardless, you gotta ban out that wax artist because that's a 4K wax artist. Yeah, they banned out the breaking wheel. I don't know if they're gonna bring that up here in Leo's memory. So if if they're listening to us, I don't know if we're giving away the answers here that they gotta ban out the axe boy. But let's put a pin on that because it is Pit Stoppers that will be the hunter first. So far, Pit Stoppers, it's all meta. You just gotta keep banning out the metas with him. I believe his Dream Witch. I don't know if he's gonna bring out the opera singer in this match, but I mean, you could let it roll with the Bonbon, but I mean, it's still got a 3K.
Yeah, we'll see how is it gonna be. So it means that Pit Stoppers, if he gets 4 elimination, is it then let's say game over for BR?
Yes.
Okay, so BR just needs to focus on that then. Don't get 4 eliminated, and hopefully, actually, if they can get a tie or if not a win, it's actually a lot easier for Santi to actually come back afterwards. Right now, points is not really the issue. Right now, they have to win by rounds. Unless they tie for both this first half as well as second half, then Omni will take the win home. So, actually BR, right? Not very experienced, but they're actually doing a comeback when it came to the later round, which shows that their character pool and their stamina is actually starting to be a lot more, how to say?
Present,
a lot more
stable.
Yeah, I guess we would say stable.
Yeah, and this is what's actually interesting because usually new teams would be really good with the meta, but it kind of just shows that this team maybe in the later rounds will flourish. I mean, this is the first good step since they did win BO2. So maybe the strategy here is, like you said, just tie this one as the survivors and kind of set up Santi for like a win because they did pick Leo's memory. So he might have something prepared since this NAEU tournament has been very hunter-sided. Maybe Santi has a deeper hunter pool than the survivors do have survivor pools. So maybe they just have to play goalie while Santi has to be the attacker in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that would be the case. And I think we're heading into BO3, correct? And I think there's quite a number of people that's also waiting for FZN versus ADM's matchup, which is the last matchup of today. So it will be soon, right after this match. So you know, just wait a little bit. It will be very soon, and we'll be seeing a lot of familiar faces, a lot of strong players. I believe from FZN. So we just gotta wait and see for that. But now BO3, Leo's memory with Pit Stoppers into the match. We'll be heading into our band. We're seeing Omni survivors going against BR's
Omni.
Hunter.
Oh, okay, interesting. So, yeah, so we can revisit that conversation now. Santi coming in the mix would be really interesting. So, so Santi getting the wax artist and the opera singer out. Axe boy.
Oh. I think X-Boy, I really hope to see the X-Boy here, right? Hopefully that's gonna be the case. And now with the lawyer, BO3 pick now.
Yes. So my bad, actually, it wasn't Antiquarian Mercenary, it was Antiquarian Seer. So they still have a stable rescuer in that mercenary. But lawyer, best of 3, let's go.
Oh, the ban of Entomologist is coming through. Entomologist ban, I think it's already showing. I mean, there's only certain counters for that you want to ban Entomologists. Firstly, was it Nayet? Or if not the X-Boy, or many other characters, but this two is kind of the most prominent ones that can be played out here. So now with the Gardener pick once again, I actually...
Yo, it's veterans, baby. Let's go. So Gardener pick on this one.
How about Lucky Guy?
Lucky Guy,
For the
Doctor, Thief. If coordinator gets banned, go Lucky Guy. Oh wait, no, they don't need a coordinator. They have mercenary. They need a stunner, but.
I mean, they can go for fast decoding and not have any stunners. So
That's
they
weird.
just rely on
I just
first
realized the lawyer's holding a flashlight. That should be the thief. Should be holding a map.
Dude.
Oh, this is a stunner. We got the Enchantress coming into the mix here. So Enchantress, this is interesting. A very wild card pick here. Again, Lawyer is the meta. Gardener, again, very interesting. You got to play around that bubble. But we have an Enchantress in the mix here. So Santi Devil can go with his signature, or he can try to counter this Enchantress.
Yeah, and now that I think about it. No. Hopefully not. But now that I'm thinking about it, I think this team comp is actually great. If you're talking about the harassing part when it comes to them dying at the outside stairs area, the Gardener can dismantle chair. The Enchantress can stun and be annoying from that, because the elevation doesn't really matter when it comes to stuns. She can just stay at the bottom and just keep stunning below the stairs.
Stun.
And that's gonna be so annoying. So
it's like you're basing this off experience, Jojo.
I mean, I don't really play Hunter, but if I'm the Hunter, right, I'm just gonna be so mad and tilted. And I think that's what they want to do when it comes if Santi's gonna pick the X-Boy. So we'll see whether Santi is just gonna be hot-headed with that X-Boy, but it's gonna pay off on what. It's just gonna be down to this final Hunter pick by Santi. What is it gonna be?
So a lot guys in the chat, please, if you guys want Santi to win, let your voices be heard. I hope I said that correctly. Like, Mi gente Latino for the win, or my Latin people for the win. That's what they're saying. So Esme, big shout outs to you and everyone that's watching that's from the Latin community. Oh, and we see the Axe Boy come out, folks. This is gonna be so interesting. But I also have to give shout outs to the the fans of Team Omni, because this is also a big opportunity for them. If they're able to get if they're able to get a 4-man escape, that's going to be GG's. So with this lineup, as Chocho kind of broke down and painted a picture of how harass-centric this lineup can be with a Gardener plus Enchantress, it could be a problem. So let's hope Santi Devil is ready for the harassment of this team lineup.
Yeah, and now heading into our spawn locations. Lawyer at a very safe location at the factory area. Santi will be spawned next to the Enchantress, which is located at the center area. So actually with the Lawyer added into the mix, right? Honor can actually easily spot where Santi is heading towards, and that Survivor can easily start rotating away and establish that distance so that Santi doesn't spot them out early on in the game. So now we'll see how Santi decides to chase. It can be the Enchantress, it can be the Gardener, it can be the Lawyer. All actually kind of difficult if you think about it. If you chase the Enchantress, the stun is going to be annoying. If you chase the Gardener, there's this shield. She can safely get into the factory as well. Lawyer at factory already. Annoying already. So...
if he's able to get the flame snipe, that would definitely change the tides with either of this. I'm excited to see this because when we were doing our research, right? Axe Boy mains, I don't know. I have a special place in my heart for them because they make the game so cool to watch. Super Rich, Ling, and now we're gonna put Santi Devil up there, the Axe Boys out there that we have to be that are feared and revered. So hopefully he'll give us some highlighted moments. We have to see. They kind of built a wall here. Is he gonna chase the Lawyer, the Gardener, the Enchantress? Mercenary's kind of safe, but we are gonna be calling the action just a bit, folks. Once again, that is Chocho. My name is Poch Spice. We'll be giving you the action for this first half of round number 3 between BR and Team Omni.
Ooh, and now heading into the match, Santi, she's rotating towards the shack area where the Gardener was initially located. I mean, Agrimon's already rotated to the 3 pellet area, so Agrimon, great distance established, has that shield regardless, so should be a very stable 60 seconds kite at least. So now Senti unable to spot out where the Gardener is as his hand has popped up. All of them are just taking the time to dismantle prime the trees first, in fact.
Prime, I like that. Yeah, you definitely have to prime the trees just to be careful because they can slow you down. But now we're gonna see maybe the first flame come in. We're gonna see him just try to circle around. He's gonna try and try and cut him off any areas here. Trying to go for the flame, but unable to get it. Drops down a tree. Agramon has to be very careful. He has no bubble just yet.
He actually got that flame. He actually hit
the
onto
bubble.
that shield.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah.
I was like, where did it go? Oh my God! The blink.
Yeah, the blink happens and Agramon is running for his life. That veteran boost that we're talking about is occurring, and Cypher progress. Actually, in fact, really slow because of that starting game where they're all priming that tree, and with the bubble being activated, you're just gonna wait and get that hit registered after this bubble dissolves. And now Agramon playing this mind game with him and winning it, but will still be down here since there's nothing to work with.
Yeah, that was good discipline there. He didn't want to swing right away since the bubble was out. Tried to go for that flame snipe. And apologies for that. I didn't even see it was out of sight. But I was like, oh, where did the flame boost didn't come out? But that just shows that Santi Devil is a madman. Those one flick flame snipes will definitely be very dangerous to deal with. So one survivor onto a rocket chair. 2 ciphers are about to be popped, and Juan is already here for the rescue.
Ooh, amazing discipline coming from Juan, and now getting that safe rescue. Will be going back to killing that cipher. So Gardener will just be kiting around here, down here, so that he doesn't affect any of his teammates. So I guess Omni's plan is to really just get that stable tie situation. Doesn't want a situation similar to what happened to, I believe, the R survivors.
Wow.
Survivors.
Speaking of discipline, yeah, just waiting for the Gardener to actually make a move, waited for the bubble, and waited for the tide turner to wear off. Puts down a restful road to chair him right at the center area here next to the factory. So still adding way more pressure. Mercenary is trying to get healed up here and trying to give that boost to the Enchantress, I believe, that is fizzy. So that if he gets hit, there will be that stack, because Enchantress really needs to build up her stacks before mid-game, or detention is even a factor. But it seems like they might kind of go for a sell here onto the Gardener.
Yeah, it seems to be. So, yeah, I mean, Senti actually put the Gardener in a very tough spot if you actually look at it, because if the flame signs hit onto Gardener, okay, it will be a down situation. If it does not hit, Senti gets that speed boost to get nearer to the Gardener regardless and get that basic hit. So regardless of whatever Gardener decides to choose, he will still be down regardless.
Yeah.
So tough situation, tough spot that he was placed in, and will be sent back to the meta. Now 3 ciphers remaining, and if we're gonna add it together, they still lack 2 ciphers whole. So Honor might be the potential next chase here.
So the lawyer, the soul decoder, seems to have caught the attention of Santi Devil. Santi, look how fast he's able to go through the map, just putting down that restful road. And now he's going to use the flame snipe just so that he'll be able to get that speed boost, just to get closer into Honor's radius. And now in a good spot here is Honor, and still on the cooldown is this flame snipe.
So Honor actually kind of ran near a... Oh!
Whoa! Oh, that was so scary.
Yeah. That was actually, and now Honor is able to kite it out and will be out of this area, so he will get this fire flame around him. We'll see whether this flame set will be accurate once again inside of Santi. Honor trying to dodge it out though, but the hit still registers. Whoa!
But luckily for him, the second hit didn't happen. The speed boost from getting hit is going to carry him, but able to get a pallet slam. So this is actually a great kite onto Honor's side. He's going to use the blink just to close out the distance. Honor trying to change elevations here. Going to go through that window, drops a peaceful pine here, but Honor doing an amazing job so far controlling Santi Devil from harassing these ciphers.
Yeah, I really do feel this is a redemption kind of he had in the second half of this year. Yeah, so yeah, Honor is trying to make a statement here that it was just a one-time mistake that he had. Now Honor will be down at this corner area, not affecting any of his teammates Cypher, and I believe the 4th one will be popped, and the last one should be primed by the time the mercenary possibly coming for this rescue.
The mercenary is the safest to go for this rescue so far, so now this is where it kind of gets scary. But I mean, you're the mercenary, so you can definitely like avoid. You get the rescue can be stable, but Santi Devil, a little overextension. He does see that the mercenary is already in the area. He's gonna ride the restful roads to see if he can snipe out Juan. Able to get the hit, and the curse does land.
So right now the stacks are happening right now. If he gets another hit onto one, and Joshua will get 2 stacks. And he Santi actually is taking his time because his skill is actually not ready. Oh.
Whoa, what a vault by the mercenary. So they're still trying to play it very safe here. Honor is actually making his way towards that exit gate, so Juan will have to take this endgame kite. A little swing there, able to get it. Now they pop. Juan's going to use a little bit of that speed boost while we see that the Enchantress is making her way towards that exit gate. Trait is still on cooldown here while Juan using the elbow pad to establish more distance.
Yeah, so Santi's actually really doesn't have any trees to work with as well as 0 right now. 3. So he just gotta chase with his restful rules as well.
Whoa.
But now teleport happens and Fizzy with this 2 stacks can potentially kite it out here. I don't think it's gonna be an instant down if he makes use of his stacks.
So that's the first stack. And gonna use the speed boost here, try to swing through the pallet, gets the hit. And now Enchantress is down, so this is possibly a safe tie game for Santi Devil here, but they still have to open up the exit gate.
Exactly, and Juan is actually still at the factory area trying to make a mad dash towards that front gate, I believe. That lawyer is opening, so Santi, if he actually uses another restful, I think he can actually... Can he make it? They stopped opening the gate.
They stopped it, yeah. So now we're at a standstill at 34%. Honor not being able to go for it. So now he can actually cut out Juan to go for the rescue. He's putting a divide. So this is a tense final sequence here, Chocho.
But and now, wow, a lot of back and forth that we're seeing here. Santi unable to see the lawyer at the front gate when he actually saw the anti-Korean in the geisha area just now in the previous round. So Santi, I think his map is just too dark, I would say. Leo's Marine.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate, him going back just to check if anyone was there, just to make sure that the rescue was going to be safe. But it's still a tied game, so it's definitely still salvageable. So we are still going to see the second half of round number 3, but Santi making the Axe Boy work. And there were some excellent snipes, but I really think towards the mid to late game, like you said, he ran out of pines. He was getting kited in really good areas, so they really prepared for this Axe Boy pick.
So with that, I mean, that tie is definitely still fun when it comes to BO3 because you're getting hunters that are not as confident anymore. So that seems to be the case. And now with this second half that will be happening here, I think we need to kind of recap about how the servers of BR is performing going against Pit Stoppers. In the first round, it was a 4 elimination against Pit Stoppers Dreamwitch. Second round, it was a 3 elimination against Bon. So right now, stats looking wise, it seems to be that a 3
all
escape.
Or nothing.
Yeah, a 3 escape seems very, very tough for BR survivors.
Actually, it's 7-11, right? So 2-2, it's going to be a 9-13. So they need 4 points just to tie. So they need an all-person escape for them to be able to be the victors here. Because if it's 3-1, it's still Omni's still going to win if it's 3-1.
If it's 3-1, they'll win by rounds though, BR. BR will win by 2 rounds, right?
Oh, you're right, rounds. So that's the thing. Interesting. Okay, so they need 3. Wow.
Yeah, they at least need 3 to take this win home.
Oof. And up against Pit Stoppers, we'll get to that conversation in just a bit because we got to look at the match stats here, Chocho. Again, Santi Devil had a good start going up against Agramont at the start. And then, having a hard time going up against Honor. A lot of people in the chat also agreed that this was kind of a redemption kite with how well he was doing. And kind of putting him in a frustrating spot that he had to teleport just to get to the exit gate. And Fizzy was at the exit gate with just 2 stacks, using the first one, and unfortunately falling while he was opening that gate.
Yeah, and I think from just the stats itself, right, it comes to show that Omni, as long as they had the great start, they usually can get a tie or if not 3 or if not 4 escape situation that they need. A bad start, then it might just go downhill from there onwards. So what Omni, if they actually do advance further, is to actually work on their mid to end game Yeah, mid to end game. And if BR servers do make it, they need to work on their end game. Yeah, their end game seems to be the issue here, coming into today's match going against Omni's Pit Stoppers. So now, with that being said, we will be moving on to second half of this round, and it will for sure be the last half for this third match of the day. So, Pit Stoppers, what are any possible hunters that you think that they will be banning out?
I think they just have to ban out all the hunters he's used so far because he's been so effective with them. This might actually set him up to bring out the opera singer. I know we've been talking about it. This is the one match we haven't actually seen opera singer yet. But it's we this match? Oh yeah, we did. Sorry.
We did.
Oh my god, my memory is failing me. Oh yeah, Santi did bring it out, but Pit Stoppers didn't bring it out, so he could possibly bring it out now. I'm not quite sure. We just know he's very into the meta. I'm not sure what else. If chat, you know anything else about Pit Stoppers with his S badges? We just know he's a veteran of the game and he has a lot to work with. So it's like you said, we're gonna have to see more refinement coming out of the survivor team here to mid to late game for them to be able to push for a 3-person escape.
Yeah, and I think I really hope that Pit Stoppers actually surprise us with his picks. Mainly because, I mean, we've seen Dongshin surprise us at Leo's memory with a Evil Reptilian. I think right now it's still stuck in my head. It's Evil Reptilian. Even though it wasn't like a crazy 3-kill 4-kill, it was just tie. The pick itself was amazing. And I think a lot of us watching this, we want to see new hunters coming out. New hunters, things that we don't really see as often, and not just for entertainment, but also for us to learn that, oh, what, this hunter can actually be a possible hunter that can be played in this current meta. So, yeah.
Evil Reptilian, a new hunter, wow.
I mean, a new hunter that can be... Not a new
late.
hunter.
Yeah, I know.
What am I talking about?
No. I was like, wow, yeah, because we don't see Evil Reptilian. The fan in me wants to do that, but also I also want Pit Stoppers to play conservatively, so I wouldn't blame him if he goes the meta route. But hey, if he wants to go Evil Reptilian, if he wants to go what else are those hunters? If he wants to, well, Clown, we've been seeing a lot of Clown lately, so I'm not sure if he wants to go that way. In this map, I don't know. But yeah, just go with the unconventional hunter, right, that you don't see.
Clown. I'm having some clown trauma after IVS. Meow Pie's clown and
Aka?
No, not Aka, not Aka. The hunter from I cannot pronounce words now.
Zeta.
Zeta.
Okay, so Zeta's hunters are Alf and Aka.
Yeah, Elf.
Okay.
Elf's clown was crazy. Elf's clown was crazy. I kind of had a trauma from just watching that and commenting that match. Oh.
Yeah, that was pretty intense. So, I don't know if Pit Stopper's listening. If you have a clown, why don't you bring it out? Just to give them a show. But, you know, a lot is on the line, so we'd understand. However, just a little subtle request if ever you'd have unconventional stuff or unconventional hunters to bring out.
Yeah, so with this second half, we'll see how it's gonna be. Pit Stopper's only goal right now is to get a tie. At least a tie to get this win, and then they will secure the third spot in the top 4 for tomorrow's match. And yeah, the last match of the day will be for FZM versus ADM. So with our win conditions right in front of us, BR Survivors definitely has a lot more to think about when it comes to picking, as well as what hunters to ban out for the side of Pit Stoppers, because Pit Stoppers seems to be that there is a lot of hunters that he actually does exceptionally well. We first had the Dreamish with a 4-kill at the start, Bonbon with a 3-kill. But I would say maybe I don't ban out the Bonbon because it wasn't exactly the Bonbon was great, that's why it was a 3-kill. It was because of a certain miscommunication when it comes to who should be popping and priming the ciphers that resulted in him getting that.
By the way, Santi just joined the chat, so big shout outs to Santi giving us an excellent wax artist, an excellent showing of his Axe Boy. So yeah, people are saying he did a great job, and considering that this is a high stakes tournament and you're going up against a team that has seen the heights of the heights that Omni has seen in competitive play, he did really well. So hope you guys can show him some love in chat. Yeah, he's hopefully, the messages are a little late for us, but yeah. It's a little tough. BR, like we said, just some fine tuning here and there. They really have to get on that next level for them to be able to find their way through this tournament. Why are you smiling?
I'm on the next level. Okay, wait. So, I mean, Santi, right? He managed to actually show us what he actually prepared for. I mean, with that 4-kill Wax Artist, I think he's definitely, even if they lose today, it is not the end. I mean, there's a lot of unofficial tournaments for any EU side, and the next official one, I believe, is going to be the COA qualifiers happening next year. So hopefully we'll see Sensi once again. And of course, the other survivors in BR, we gotta give them credit for, actually, they did well. It's just decision making, and this is the experience that they need to perform even better when it comes to COA qualifiers. So
true.
Still good
Bump
job.
King in the chat is asking if Pit Stoppers can play Wu Chang. I don't know.
Oh,
Wu Chang in competitive?
Wu-Chang.
That's gonna be dope. Teleport Wu Chang, just super aggressive.
Oh my goodness. When was the last time we saw Wu Chang in official tournaments, right?
Man, the only time we see
It's
Wu
in
Chang
years.
is in years, but the only time we get to see him in competitive is when it's the vignettes of the him in that set in the Koa reveal for his skin. Yeah, man, Wu Chang, one of my favorite hunters. Ooh, fingers crossed he brings it out. I don't know if I really want to just geek out and just like bring out these these very unorthodox hunters.
That's right.
Yeah, Wu Chang's definitely one of them. Pit Stoppers, if you're taking hunter requests, a lot of people. Someone's asking for a Night Watch. That's very in the meta. I'm pretty sure he can accommodate that request, but we want the Wu Changs. We want the evil reptilians. We want the clowns.
Okay, but whatever we want is just a wish that we have. But what's important is what Pit Stoppers thinks. Whether he think that right now he can risk it enough to play unorthodox characters and accommodate us with those wishes. So we'll see whether that's gonna be the case, or he's just gonna be focused, secure that tie that he needs, and advance to tomorrow. And maybe in tomorrow's match we might be able to see those Wu Chang clown things that
Fingers crossed. We can keep wishing.
we hope for. Yeah.
Based on what Pit Stoppers has shown us, he's very disciplined with his playstyle, very reactive. So we are going to see him where they're going to ban out the Dream Witch and Opera Singer. So I don't know. Based on his playstyle, I think he wants to play this conservatively. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes the meta route, but I will freak out if he goes like Evil Reptilian.
So we'll see what's it gonna be. Opera Singer as well, Dream Witch being banned out here. So there is still the Bon Bon, which I think that they didn't ban out, and that's great. Now with the Priestess as well as Lawyer, there is that long portal transition that may happen, and Lawyer with a fast clothing. I think it's fine. We'll see how useful the portals can be, especially when it's set up in the factory area.
So really all support, well, two support, Priestess and Psychologist, being locked in. That Lawyer can add that pressure and also that extra kiting ability on whoever uses it or whoever pilots it. Fortunately, we aren't going to see this the Patient, Forward, and also your Explorer there. Explorer Toy Merchant. Oh man, Chocho, they're just banning out your mains.
I mean, Pit Stoppers actually, he recognized a lot of. He's actually a very experienced hunter that knows what characters can or cannot be picked in certain maps. So because he's able to do that, survivors aren't able to capitalize on the fact that they know certain characters. Because we know that from BR side, YL actually knows to play the Wilding as well as Explorer. Maybe we might see the Wilding here? Are we gonna see the Wilding here?
Could be that stable. It could be that rescuer that they need, or they want to go. Oh, Gravekeeper. Okay, I was gonna say First Officer, but definitely unbiased opinions there, Chocho.
But now with, is there a survivor called Jonathan?
Jonathan?
I don't know. Someone in chat say bring out Old Man Jonathan. Is there a player? Never heard of Jonathan. But anyways, with this
Hang
Team
on.
Comets. Oh, what?
I'm googling it. Oh, dude,
Alright.
it's Joseph.
Joseph's name is Jonathan?
I don't know. I just researched it, and like the first thing that came out is Jonathan. So.
Wait, for real? Wait.
No, but no. I think it's telling me. Did you mean this?
Oh,
No.
you mean Wait, someone
Yeah.
in chat, who is Jonathan?
Exactly. I think it's Joseph. Who's this Jonathan? Who let Jonathan into the manor? Is there a Jonathan? There's no Jonathan, right? Is it Jonathan? Because like Google
I don't remember a
corrected
Jonathan.
me. Do you mean Joseph?
Even Google is questioning you.
Yeah.
Who is Jonathan?
Who is this Jonathan? Oh, is it a new character in the? I don't know. But if y'all know, let us know. Again, we're learning on the job here. But we just know that people are saying bring out Joseph. So I don't know if he has a Joseph, but that would be pretty hype.
If he actually brings out a Joseph here, I can.
I can't. Oh, I thought it was a. But a bloody queen. Okay.
Okay.
I like this pick. We haven't seen the queen in a while.
Yeah, I guess nobody actually guessed this Bloody Queen, right? And yeah, now that I remember, Pit Stoppers actually does have this Bloody Queen at hand. But the thing is that Leo's memory, there's not a lot of open areas for Bloody Queen to actually mirror well. So with this being picked here, I think I don't really like this pick. I don't think the Bloody Queen is gonna excel very well. But considering that he just needs a tie, seems like Bloody Queen. It's not too bad.
For a couple of seasons, she was known as that Thai queen, right? So he's trying to bring back that title. I mean, she can also just be the 4K. She was the 4K queen, but like you said, there's a lot of structures here that can be used to its full advantage for the survivors. However, win condition for Pit Stoppers is just to go for just the tie. And I mean, yeah, going with the BQ, I'm pretty sure he has a lot of experience with his BQ. That he'll try and just gun for even more than just the tie.
Yeah, so with this spawn locations, there is a lot that he can work with. Either he wants to check. I think the Priestess seems to be a fine choice, but then again, it's difficult because if Priestess actually enters into the factory area, she can actually make use of the up-down portals to get away and just establish the distance that she needs. And now with this confirmed picks, confirmed personas as well as confirmed locations, we will be heading into our match very soon. There's actually pretty slow decoding from Priestess as well as Gravekeeper, so hopefully there's not too much over supporting that we see from the Priestess that affects the cycle progress, because they need 3 escape, or if not 4. So we'll be heading into round 3, second half, the last round for BR as well as Omni, between BR's survivors going against Omni's hunters. Chocho, and along with me we do have Posh with his Red Bull bringing the live commentary into this match.
Here we go, folks. This is the final match that we are going to see between BR and Omni. We got the Bloody Queen from Pit Stoppers. Psychologist is already going to get that heartbeat. Tracer trying to hide it out, but he's actually, I think, going to get spotted out here. Wait a second. It seems like he got baited into thinking that Pit Stoppers didn't see him, but now Psychologist is going to take that first hit.
Yeah, so a free hit without a mirror, that's actually very bad. And now Tracer getting that second hit so fast into the match. And Blink is not even ready. So I believe by the time the next mirror is ready, Psychologist should be down by then, and there shouldn't be any stress anymore for her to possibly wrong head after that rescue. Now, Tracer is still kiting in the factory area. I'm not sure whether the basement is here.
We're just gonna have to find out when he turns the corner. Tracer does drop down. Blink is already ready. If Pit Stoppers can down Tracer without... Yeah, he's not... Oh, but the portal is there. What a portal trick there. It seems like the portal was there for that support, and basement is not there. But now he's gonna try and go for that hit. Not quite. Wow, Tracer doing a great job so far. Charged up hit, and now that secures him the down.
Yeah, and I think turn over. Yep, and we'll be cheering at one of the teammates' cycle. We'll see whether Pit Stoppers decides to go for the basement. Oh, the person that was actually the coding here was it Christy? That's why she managed to rotate away that fast.
I think it was. I mean, Priestess did set up her portals here, right? But now we see... Oh my god, that's so scary. Camellia got hit. So now Gravekeeper got hit out of the shovel, so he will actually try and go for this early rescue. Let's see if he's gonna buy a little more time. Gravekeeper getting that hit. Tide Turner's gonna carry Psychologist away, but the blink is gonna down the Psychologist. So early farm off hit off the Psychologist.
Yeah, Gravekeeper as well. He went upstairs so that he won't get that hit through that mirror. So, great decision by Camellia. And now Tracer will be dying away from that cipher at the factory, and will be down here in the corner. We'll see whether they decide to go for another rescue or if not just sell. But they need to remember that they need 3 escape or if not 4.
Yes. So let's see, because Gravekeeper has already eaten the hit. Does have a shovel to, you know what, just tank on one more hit. It seems like Pitstoppers is already at the middle side, just making sure that, making his presence felt, and making sure that if ever he's going to pop up a mirror, that these guys will stay off some ciphers. So excellent far camping so far. Babe Dada, wow, eating a hit outside of the range of the chair. So that was excellent snipe out by Pitstopper.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of communication that happened there, because Tracer, who was on the chair, should be able to see Pitstoppers raising her hand to actually mirror, and if that was communicated, Pristis wouldn't have gotten that free hit and rotated earlier. So now here Camellia still has one more shovel and will miss this swing, unfortunately. Run through it, and yeah, Pitstoppers, he recognized the fact that Camellia still has a shovel, but the terror shock does register, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think he's saving that shovel for endgame, but at this point, 3 survivors left. All of them have to exit the game if they want to continue on in this tournament, but Pitstoppers is going to chair right outside of Shaq. Cypher Progress isn't doing as good as they'd hoped for in this scenario as 3 minutes, as the 4-minute mark approaches the game. So Babe Dada is going to be spotted out, so she will be changing elevations here, but Pitstoppers chooses to teleport towards Babe Dada, but just a far camp. This is going to be tough. They need to go for this rescue if they want to secure it, if they want to keep their hopes alive for a 3-man escape.
And let's see how the rescue is going to be. It seems like, oh, it won't be a terror shot, he's a lawyer. And he just rescues immediately. Wow. Yeah, Wyle able to capitalize on his, what would you call it? Was it a passive or what?
Yeah, but his skill, I guess. And now we see that the lawyer can't survive as long as, well, I mean, he's going to get terror shock, but he will get down right away. So they're just playing musical chairs at this point. So lawyer will be seeing that rocket chair next. We are going to see some healings happen the lower left side of the screen. Priestess healing up the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper still has some utility in that shovel, but the teleport is going to get popped. Wow. Yeah, aggressive.
Okay, he teleports to the wrong side, but now mirror is ready, so he can mirror over, but the healing successfully happens, and now Pitstoppers wants to spot out Camellia, get that free hit, and then mirrors to prevent that rescue. So that should be how the game plan is, but Pitstopper unable to spot out Camellia early on, and now even if he mirrors, he can duck the shovel, he can come for this rescue regardless.
Oh yes, and now Camellia is going to use that shovel just for that additional speed boost and also just for that additional protection. Oh, but yeah, he's getting cut off. This lawyer is soon expiring, so Pitstoppers, once the lawyer expires, that will be GG's. Let's see. He is actually going to allow him to try and go for this rescue. And Pitstoppers is going to face camp this chair just to make sure it's going to be the final seconds here. So Gravekeeper has to be very careful once he exits the shovel state to go for the rescue.
Oh, his terror shot is not happening, and the lawyer will be down. Last chair, and this secures that at least tie situation at Pitstoppers, and now we'll be getting this rescue onto Camellia.
Camellia, though, eating that hit. No more utility on anything left. And Pitstopper is going to force a mirror here. Double down situation. So Pitstopper's putting an exclamation point into the finals of this match. So he wanted to go for just a 2-person kill. He's going above and beyond that with that 3K. Gravekeeper is down again. So he might actually go for a 4-man kill.
Yeah, and this is a huge win for Pitstoppers. I mean, Bloody Queen able to get a 4 kill at Leo's Mary, a map that doesn't really help you when it comes to mirroring, and then there's so many obstacles around you. I think Pitstoppers is doing a great job, and now Babe Dada being outside of the factory, I think this mirror will hit onto her.
Yeah, and we see that the Gravekeeper did use his self-heal, so it's just a matter of only a matter of time till he's able to down these survivors and exhaust that exit path that they both have. Gravekeeper opening up a chest, so we are gonna see probably a new item that he will be donning. So let's see, it is a magic wand.
A magic wand, and if Pristis actually stands up fast enough, she does have the long bottle to bring it over to Gravekeeper, but Pitstoppers does have this mirror. Is he able to spot it out here?
Oh, he just teleports, but Tinnitus is being prompted here. We do see Camellia with the discipline just to stay there in the middle and just hide it out for now.
So Camellia. It's gonna buy some time. I mean, Princess can be cool, I guess. There's really nothing that she can do. And last I've read, 40% is being pushed now. Camellia without any self-heal. Princess as well. So the hit should register.
Hang on. He used the magic wand here, so maybe he lost sight of where he's at. He could just easily teleport. Speaking of teleport, he also has teleport on deck. So Camellia is going to try and kite this out in this area for as long as she can. But Pitstoppers knows he's holding all the cards here with how he's going to play out this match. So he's just going to wait for the right possible time to strike. Wait for the cooldown. Going to go for a charged up hit. Nice moonwalk to the charged up hit by Pitstoppers.
Yeah, amazing stuff on the Pitstoppers. That was a huge play, and now Big Dada will get this hit registered from the main body, and this will definitely secure that full elimination in this matchup. And now Omni will advance further into that top 4 match for tomorrow.
Signed, sealed, and delivered. Omni has made their way to the top 4 of IVT 2023 Fall for NAEU. So congratulations. We got to give our flowers to Omni for doing an impressive performance. Pitstoppers in particular, the main point bringer of the team. But can we also get some love in the chat for Team BR for showing us what they've really got? I mean, they really tried to push Omni to the limit. This is the first best of 3 we did see for the entire day. And they really tried their best. Hopefully they still stick around as a team and continue to push forward and join more tournaments like this.
Yeah, congratulations to Omni. 5 of them actually performed exceptionally well, even if they kind of didn't do as well at the start. They kind of did some rebound kite that showed that they aren't actually a weak or loophole in the team. They showed that they're actually a strength to the team, and that was delivered by Honor with that lawyer. And now with our match stats that we have for BO3 second half, 58.4 seconds kite by a psychologist against a bloody queen. That is actually considered not best.
Yeah, I would say I'm glad I wasn't with Nell and you, because you usually like making predictions with how many mirror hits are gonna happen.
Yeah.
Because Pitstoppers was pretty on point in this match. Like as you mentioned, you know what, Leo's memory is a pretty tough map to have a BQ in, but he was still able to make that work. Again, he played it very conservatively, but one of his strengths is playing very passively to see what extensions that the survivors can do, assesses the situation, and then just capitalizes on it. He kind of secured the tie already in the, I believe, the 3 or 4 minute mark of the game, but he went above and beyond that for him to get the victory for his team and potentially the MVP for this match.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think Pitstoppers might be the potential MVP for today's 3rd match of the day. And, I mean, he really ended it with a nice note. 4 elimination for his team and an advance further to top 4. So, I'm super excited to see how is it going to be. And when it comes to top 4, who is he going to go up against? Whether it's V4 or CH4, if not the team that's going to win right after this match. So now, 9 to 18. 9 to 18, that's almost 2 times of what VR has.
True.
So,
but like you said, it's like the round wins as well, something to look at. At least BR was able to get round number 2, and that kind of showed us like promise to how their team does perform. And even that last match, the Ever-Saving Town match with the survivors, there were some inklings there. I think it just needs a little more fine-tuning for them to be able to be a team that could go up against any of the best hunters in the NAEU region. So shout-outs to them, and shout-outs to Santi Devil for him to be able to perform like this, especially with his Wax Artist and his Axe Boy.
Yeah, I hope to see Santi in future tournaments. So I mean, today is definitely not his last, and he can definitely, he definitely has the time to kind of gear up and prepare better for his prepare with his opera singer and show us a different side of him when it comes to future tournaments. So they can definitely do that. And I think one thing that teams need to recognize is that you shouldn't be picking to your opponent's hunters map hunters favorable maps. For example, for Pitstoppers, he's great with the Dream Witch. You pick an Arms Factory going against him. I don't know what the game plan was, but it didn't really work out well, right? And it seems like the map selection on BR's side is actually favoring Pitstoppers. And speaking of Pitstoppers, we do have him as our MVP.
Yeah, the first round really played to his strengths there with the Dream Witch. I don't know if they were trying to give Santi a layup also with his opera singer, but it really kind of drove the point home that yeah, Pit Stoppers is a feared Dream Witch. However, his Bloody Queen was really good as well, and also his Bon Bon was very stable. He's won all his Hunter matches so far, right? The lowest he scored is 3 points, and everything else was a 4K. So that's just an incredible Hunter, and I can't wait to see him tomorrow.
Yeah, excited to see how he's gonna perform tomorrow. And speaking of being excited, we will be seeing our last match of the day. I think a lot of us are anticipating this match. Fusion FZN going against ADM Adams. So we'll talk a lot more about it in the later rounds, and now it will be the end for BR and
yeah, so big shout outs to BR and Omni for an amazing matchup so far. But like Chocho said, we got to set the stage for Team Adams versus Team Fusion. That'll be our last match for the day. So ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a very short break, but when we return, more Identity 5 action here at IVT. So we'll see you guys in just a bit.
Bye bye.
Specters don the robes of lies, singing the song of shepherds. When a dream shatters in a trap of truth, or fail when on the run, doomed to be exiled and buried over and over again. When decisions become blades, when lies dictate everything. Only by reaching deep into the soul.
Will redemption come?
messenger, bringer of strange joy to Yuga through the void, father of the million favored ones, stalker among the stars, through the sacrifice of you all. The truth shall now be revealed. Now this is the key shot.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and it is the main event for day number 1 of IVT Autumn 2023 for NAEU. We got Team Fusion versus Team Atoms, and based on the track record of me and Chocho combining our forces, it might go BO3. We're gonna find out. I don't know. How are you feeling about this match, Chocho?
Super duper curious to see how it's gonna be, because we do have some new additions to FZN, and of course we do have Mushin back now. We actually had Dreamer as well as Loki last time for IVT, so this time we're seeing Loki as well as Mushin, and that new member we'll see in a bit, so I'm not gonna break it to you guys so soon.
Yeah, we're gonna introduce them both, and also Team Atoms. They did got really far also in the IV. They already still participated in the previous IVT, so we'll be introducing first Team Fusion. As Chocho said, Mushin's there. We got Green, the team captain. We got Bossy, Momo, and Leafy to round things out. Very, I would say, familiar names that we have seen in competitive Identity 5. Fusion has won an IVT as well. I think it was last year's IVT, and they did play in IVS. So I would say they are the favored team coming into this. However, Team Atoms, though, have also seen similar success, similar presence, but not the big heights that Fusion has seen.
And we do see Leafy over here is a new addition to the team, and he's mostly gonna be playing kiting characters. So we'll see how this new addition would affect FZN, whether it's gonna be a asset to the team or is it gonna be a liability that's dragging them. So we'll see for that. And now ADM, we have familiar faces, of course. Assassin, Evil Bear, What Why Yes, Ghost, and this hunter I haven't seen before. Wogzer.
Walkers.
Wait, we have pronunciation here. Our dear producers.
Wogzer. I hope I pronounced that correctly. But
Wogzer.
yeah, we did speak to Assassin. Big shout outs to Assassin. They did say that the meta has shifted favorably in popular opera singer and Nightwatch, so hopefully their survivors can perform against these hunters, and I'm pretty sure they got they got their hands full. Well, Fusion survivors has their hands full up against Wogzer. Hopefully pronouncing that correctly. But we're gonna meet the hunters here. Mushin versus Wogzer.
Yeah, for Mushin, it's great that he is back. Very strong hunter, and of course he does have this opera singer that we'll be seeing later on. But he's very well known for his geisha, of course. It's geisha BO1. But this time around with this new shifting meta of opera singer, we might be seeing that very soon in BO1. And now with Wogzer, he does have the breaking will, as well as the disciple end. So we'll see how it's gonna be. But the win rate is actually looking very vastly different.
Yeah. Again, we did see the breaking wheel get banned. I wonder if Walkzer will be bringing this out. Again, this is just a snapshot. This is just more of representations. We did see that some of the hunters have deeper pools than others. Wouldn't put it past Walkzer if he'll be able to bring out also an opera singer. But you can't put it past them. Based on the stats that you do see, based on the production they gave us, what did Walkzer register as his hunters?
Disciple as well as breaking wheel.
Oh, disciple.
Yeah,
we haven't
that's
seen a disciple.
Yeah, so that's gonna be interesting to see whether it's gonna bring that out for B1, or if not, he has this opera singer. And now Green, very popular member in SDN as well. I believe he's playing more of fighting characters. Let me just have it. Okay. This is what someone told me to say about Green. He is first survivor for many seasons, and he plays a lot of characters and he's super good at it. Forward, postman, acrobat, mercenary, you name it, he got it. He can kite, he can harass, he can rescue. Definitely a all-rounder in the team, in FZN, of course. Stronghold when it comes to performing alongside Momo.
Yeah, and just shout outs. I did interview Green and Assassin. Green did say he is exhilarated. What a word. He's exhilarated to have this opportunity for a second chance at IVT. Again, a great chance for the NAEU server to show and improve themselves and compete at a high level. And for Team Fusion, they believe they can display some impressive gameplay for everyone watching, and they'll do their best to be champions for this event. So yeah, shout outs to them, for people that are cheering on to them. And also, apparently a shout out to their mascot, Polars. He was first survivor once for about 5 minutes. So there you go.
Oh, yeah. I went to talk to
How do you register to be a team mascot? I would definitely love
I was actually the original mascot, I just want to say.
You?
And yeah, I was the original mascot. And then
let it be heard.
I got demoted. He got promoted.
How do you get demoted as a mascot, Chocho? What'd you do?
I don't know. I just got demoted, and I'm no longer the mascot for FZN, unfortunately.
Oh no.
But
how do you reapply? Like, can you reapply?
I can't. Oh, but we actually miss Bossy. Bossy plays mostly rescuer role, so we probably won't be seeing him with the prospector. Momo though, with this harasser role, very known for his battle, but he's so good at kiting as well. Very strong. Green, Momo, this two. The synergy between these two is just next level.
Yeah, and I just want to, since I quoted Green, I'm going to quote Assassin, which he said, because I asked what can we expect from your performance as a team, and she said, you expect us to play our hearts out today, and you can also, we'll give a shout out to Caramel and his exciting performance last year with the Gardener. I think it still deserves a callback for helping the teammates struggle. That's all, and they're very excited for today. So hopefully we'll see some Gardener breaking chairs, allowing the struggle to happen. Shout outs to Caramel from the previous IVT. But now we're gonna move on over to the newcomer Leafy and Ghost.
Yeah, for Leafy, what was registered was his Cowboy as well as Prospector. I'm interested to see the Cowboy if it's coming through. The only person that I remember that plays exceptionally well with the Cowboy is from the SE region, Oxygen. He has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, so we'll see whether Leafy has similar, if not more, tricks that he can pull off here. And now with Ghost, apparently I have to call, his name is pronounced as K. K-Y.
K-Y.
Mainly kiting characters. Perfumer is and Patient. So we haven't really seen a lot of Patient, unfortunately. More of Acrobat. Yeah. So I'm not sure whether there was enough for Patient, but it seems to be that Patient is no longer a popular pick among teams. And Lawyer is. So
we did see, I believe it was Pet Stoppers, he did ban out the Patient. I'm not sure, maybe they've been banning it out, we just haven't been catching it. But yeah, if there's any changes in the meta, let us know, chat. We also have to keep up to date with that. We're still kind of studying how we still have to study Cheerleader, dude. Cheerleader is going to be a problem for hunters.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we kind of missed out some parts where they actually talked about, before we're just going to pause on that. Let's look at our band pick first for map. SZN will be making that selection of Red Church. So sorry, I'm just taking
Go. Go.
Okay, so for ADM, right, we didn't really talk about them. We talked more about FZN. So for ADM, they actually said it in the interview that Posh carried out with them, that Assassin actually has teeth, forward, S1 patient, S1 professor, S1 novelist. For Caramel, it's S gardener, S dancer, S postman, S little girl. So they have a lot of S badges in the team, and I hope that they can actually play all of this and show it to its fullest potential. Because people like me, we wouldn't really know how detailed one character can be. Yeah, I mean, because for Explorer, I know it like detailedly, but some people might not because they don't really play that character as well. So hopefully, Assassin as well, Caramel can play. Can play those characters, because we never really see a lot of Postman and Little Girl anymore.
Sadly,
Especially
right?
today's matches, yeah.
In today's matches, we have not seen any of that, but we're seeing a lot of love for Assassin in the chat. So hopefully, she'll be able to bring out those characters and bring out those strengths. I'm super excited to see that. And also, they're going up against Fusion, which is definitely no pushovers, because we've talked about them before. However, ADM has always been very synonymous to competitive NAEU tournaments. So they joined various official and unofficial tournaments, so it's come full circle for them as a team. So I'm super excited to see what they have. If you guys don't know, the team stands for it's supposed to be ADM, right? So it's Angels of Death. So an assassin. Oh my. Like it's very dark.
Very, very dark. But let's not go into there. Let's not go into the dark. But let's go into the light. FZN versus ADM is gonna be huge, right? ADM going against FZN, a very strong powerhouse, very strong team that we've seen for many seasons already. If ADM is able to win against FZN, that's gonna be something that will be the talk of the town.
True.
Yeah.
And if we recall, okay, so it's B4U that advanced, CH4 that advanced, and also Omni. So those are synonymous that you've always seen, right? And like you said, if ADM is able to trump FZN to getting to top 4, dude, that is a huge victory. And I would say it's a big shifting of a landscape of the competitive NAEU scene, because Fusion is the favored to win this one. But if Team ADM could trump them or to be able to get a victory up against Mushin's Hunter now that we're about to see, that is huge.
That will be huge. And now, lucky guy. Once again, BO1.
I can't tell if you were excited, or disappointed, or both, or like what was that reaction?
I get it why Lucky Guy is being picked. I mean, there wasn't actually a buff towards him. When you open chests, apparently it's like very fast, like 1-2 seconds, like that. You can like open it mid-kite.
It's still RNG, right? You have to wish.
Yeah. Yeah, you still gotta wish, you gotta squat down and things like that. But now looking into our finalized picks, this is super fast. This is the fastest band pick I've seen. Lucky Guy, forward coordinator as well as acrobat. A very strong, I wouldn't say. I'm thinking about this team comp going against Opera Singer. How is it gonna fare? Because the gun is the only thing that can help coordinate the.
And like we established with Eli and Nell, it's like you really need to Cypher Rush just to put the pressure onto the Opera Singer. So I mean, it's not as slow as, but it could be faster if like they had a main decoder. But yeah, Lucky Guy. I mean, it's the first round, the first pick, so you don't have to worry about seeing Lucky Guy again. However, it's a big risk. Hopefully, big reward coming in for Team ADM. Mushin, though, definitely no hunter you should take lightly. He will go 0 to 100 in the first round. He won't pull back any punches. And I know that Fusion is also, they want to get that championship title again. They were, I think was it 2021 or 2022? They got the championship out of B4U, and that was a big stunner of an event.
Yeah, so we'll see whether history is gonna repeat itself or not. But now with Mushin, with this opera singer, something to note as well, he is the #1 opera singer in the NAEU region server. So, is probably gonna be very, he's gonna be very familiar with this character. He's not gonna be giving any chance, and we'll probably be seeing a great, fantastic, most tip-top conditioned opera singer from Mushin. And now with the spawn location, he's gonna spawn at the back gate next to Coordinator and also Lucky Guy, so I can definitely see how Lucky Guy is gonna be the potential first chase over here. And the survivors need to prioritize on
Chocho,
Sakura.
what should he wish for?
He need to wish to not die so fast. Actually, there's no counters to a opera singer other than to kite long. So what items can you kite long with? You can't transitional kite because that is opera singer's thing, right?
Shadow.
The shadows and everything. So maybe a perfumer to kind of just slow her down and get into the palette. That could be the possible play that Ghost can go for. So perfumer, or you can just a bot definitely wouldn't make up much use, honestly. Forward is balls.
What about watch? There's a watch. There's also a gun. I mean, just not a syringe. I hope. Because you're gonna take first kite and like, oh no, the RNG is not working in my favor, folks. But we have to trust, okay? We gotta trust in Ghost. Believe.
Yep, we gotta trust, and we need to not manifest like how Eli and Nell did. Like they keep talking about the syringe, and then
yeah. So we cannot say that word. No. If that happens, we blame
gun.
Eli or Nell. No, gun. It's the gun.
But actually, the gun is actually not that good also because.
I'd rather take a gun than a syringe.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
Anything but a syringe at the start, and it seems like a magic wand, which again can help out since it acts kind of like a perfume. But it is Chocho, it is Potch Spice on the mic here for this first round, first half.
Ooh, okay, so entering into this match, I think the skill is possibly a teleport. Very aggressive, and now Mushin getting that first hit onto the Lucky Guy, and that magic wand has already been utilized. Cypher progress is not fast, and he's speeding through it, Mushin. Ghost getting through there, fortunately enough, and there's no palette to work with, so Ghost is just gonna mind game with Mushin. Who will win out ultimately? Time will tell. And he brought confined space as well. Excitement.
Oh, can he drop it? Oh, unable to go through the pallet in time. Mushin able to hit him through the pallet. Yeah, I mean, he was able to use the item well, but this is why it was a bit of a struggle from the start. Mushin just had to play it real safe. He was able to teleport to his remnant really fast for him to provide that pressure, because Lucky Guy's veteran bonus didn't really account for anything because he was able to catch up so fast. So now we're at the middle part of this map, and Mushin playing very aggressively, chasing out the acrobat because he knows he could just teleport back to the remnant.
Yeah, I mean, the map pressure, Cypher control, it's definitely showing on the side of Mushin. He knows exactly how to play and reset the cooldown so he doesn't have to wait for him to get into the Shadow Realm. Now, Forward will be here. Will he harass?
Yeah, that's the big question. It's also kind of a risk because the Forward did get hit to rescue. Seems like Ghost is going to go towards the corner area just to keep Mushin from pressuring down the other Cyphers, but unable to get full presence. And we also have Excitement, by the way.
Yeah, so if Forward actually came to harass, it would have been a huge bait and GG from there. But now Cypher only 2 popped, and the third one's only less than 50%. Cypher's on a standstill, and I believe Coordinator will be coming for this rescue and potentially shooting that gun to help Lucky Guy kite further. But rescuing this person wouldn't be really ideal because he has nothing to work with, and there's no chest that's nearby for him to open up.
Yeah, this chair is a hard rescue, especially if you have no support items to work with. And knowing what we know, which is Excitement is in the air, the flare gun's not gonna be that big, but we see that Assassin is gonna be coming on in. Seems like, it's gonna be a little timed off, and now the Lucky Guy has expired. Assassin might have to use this football just to transition.
The speed. And now going in, Assassin's able to kite this out, but he's just gonna get into the Shadow Realm in about 1 second left. Mushin. It's just gonna hit him. Wow. That speed of his fingers, what? Anyways, he's because it was actually 2 different buttons, getting to Shadow Realm as well as hitting. So that was amazing stuff coming from Mushin, and now they still don't know that he has Excitement.
Yeah.
They still don't know.
Because he's been so good with the skills. They don't even know if he has a blink, a teleport. It's gonna be tough. Now we see the Acrobat getting hit real far from the Forward, so it seems like Mushin had a control over this map. He already just teleports right back to just guard this this chair. Able to get the hit, but baits it out. Unable to get the first hit, but Coordinator really far from the chair. Unable to close it out. It seems like the cooldown is already done. He's going to use the Path of Shadows just for him to be able to close it out. Gets the rescue, but the 4 gets farmed off of.
Oh my goodness, Mushin! So scary, so aggressive, and now Mushin will chair forward once again. He'll be sent back to the mana. This will be a definite 3 kill, if not 4 kill already. And running together, both of them at the graveyard area. One of them, if one of them downs, the other one's just next door.
Yeah, speaking of down, you were very, that timing of that statement was very good, Chocho, because the Coordinator has fallen down. It's only a matter of time that he's just going to go back and forth between the Acrobat and the Coordinator, force out the self-heals for him to secure the 5-point game in this matchup.
Yeah, so why yes will be that 4th kiter now, but that short hitbox by Mushin is just gonna speed through it. Double down situations, 4 of them might be eliminated in this BO1 first half of today. And now
I was gonna say Mushin is terrifying. Like how fast and how comfortable he is using this hunter is terrifying. I hope he puts all of the teams on notice and they just go for the immediate surrender. That just shows the respect that they got in this matchup. And Chocho, I'm trying to reel back to that match because that was a fast match that Mushin gave us.
I'm fine. It's just Mushin was able to he played out how the character should be played.
Yeah.
This is so aggressive, and this is exactly what Opera Singer is able to do. So strong, and there's nothing you can do. Once second skill is open, the speed that Mushin can go for in the Shadow Realm is a lot faster, and it's just gonna speed through you. By the time you feel the heartbeat, he's gonna be in front of your face. You're gonna get that hit already. It's giving Poland, but this guy is in physical form and the hit registers immediately.
Yeah.
So this is terrifying coming from Mushin.
It's I don't know. It's we couldn't even see the survivors put up a good struggle or fight against them because he just did quick work. Like before you know it, you're already down. Like for him to be able to go past the pallets, they were hiding behind the pallets. For him to be able to hit them, he did that 2 times out of 2. So it was just unfortunate also that, you know, Lucky Guy was chased first. He didn't have the right item. But if you think about it, I don't know if any item would have prolonged the kite because the Lucky Guy did as best as he could. But it's just so far we haven't seen a direct counter to Opera Singer just yet in the current lineup of survivors. So Mushin really capitalizing on the meta, and this really merits a respect ban in game number 2.
So he's so strong. I wonder how Mushin will fare going against other Chinese mainland team survivors, because this is I got nothing to comment, because this is just the clear example of how Opera Singer should be played, and there was no mistakes. He made full use. He's able to get the hit and then still teleport back to his after image, back to the chair.
Dare I say he had a flawless game with how he played this. There was no missteps there. He was pushing the pace at the same time reacting to everything, and considering he did only bring excitement, he didn't need any blink, he didn't need any teleport. It was pure skill of the Opera Singer and just the mechanical prowess that he showed. So yeah, putting out of all the Opera Singers we saw today, he's quite far the most impressive.
Yeah, this is like another skill level of Opera Singer already. I'm not saying praises because because it's SEN, but Mushin is just built different. And if we're looking at the stats itself, there's nobody that has contained him more than 60 seconds. It's all below 60 seconds.
And this is and this is a team that has S badges all throughout, right? So he really put the pressure onto them. I do see the struggle that you're saying, like, you know, Lucky Guy at the start with him picking that item. Again, it's tough, but he actually had an okay kite. Like, he did all right, but it's just, man, like you're racing up against the car that like has nitro boosts for days, and you're just riding like a regular sedan or something because you can't even establish that much distance. Yes, she is a single hit hunter. Yes, the hitbox is kind of short, but my God, like just the speed and mobility is just, it's too much to handle.
Yeah, and now with that being said, that is that first half with that 5-0 in favor of FZN, and now moving on to this second half, it will be FZN survivors going against ADM's Hunter, and ADM's Hunter is Walkzer. With that Disciple and Breaking Will. Breaking Will is terrible at Red Church. Disciple is still fine. We'll see whether that Disciple pick will be that choice for the side of ADM if they need that. If they are wanting that for a kill.
Yeah. And considering that Mushin is their teammate, I'm pretty sure they scrim a couple games together, so they might be very familiar with the opera singer matchup. So I mean, if Walkzer has an opera singer, I think he might have to perform a little higher than expected because Fusion has Mushin as their hunter that they scrim with. So off to the races we go, and Fusion really just right off the bat, once the bell rang, they just sprinted with Mushin, giving them a 5-point lead. So ADM, backed up to a corner here. Let's see what they can cook up in the second half. It's still not over. Based on match number 3 we saw, we can't judge a book by its cover. We can't judge a match based on just one half. We have to see this whole thing play out, folks.
Yeah, so let's just wait and see how ADM might potentially come back here. Or if not, it's going to be FZN with this one-sided victory, because now Mushin's so strong and Survivor side is also very stable. But the only thing that we have to consider now is whether Leafy, how does he value add to the team? Or is he like a loophole that ADM's Hunter Walkzer can actually capitalize on? So that's the huge question mark we have for now. And this match itself will be the last one of today that will determine who will take that last spot in that top 4 for tomorrow's matches. So we just have to wait and see. And yeah,
we're still reeling the effects of that match. Mushin was just so good. I don't know what else we can analyze with that match because it was so fast.
It was so fast. I thought IDB was fast before Opera Singer. This
could fit in a TikTok. That's how fast it is, or a YouTube short.
You can like speed it up. Yeah, that's
that's the
speed
end.
up a normal hunter. That's a movement speed of the Opera Singer.
It's not just the Opera Singer. It's just how well Mushin was using it, right? You were saying like canceling out the recovery, making sure that he knew which remnant to phase into, and the after image and all that. So yes, in the right hands, she is very scary. The right hand, yes, because we did see also a little unfamiliarity, right? We saw Santi use it, and you saw him kind of struggling, but this is just a completely different level with how Mushin is able to pilot and operate this character. So it does take the familiarity and that skill, but Mushin being very mechanically gifted, and I would dare say, a mainstay in the competitive scene of Identity 5 for NAEU. So yeah, this is definitely a match made in heaven for him and this hunter, but it's a match made in hell for any survivor that will go up against him.
Yeah, definitely a comfort choice for Mushin when it comes to Opera Singer, and that's not his only hunter that he's great at. We know that he's also very excellent when it comes to other hunters, but I just feel that this might potentially be the best ever hunter that I've seen Mushin play since the start of his career in FCN. So very good job, well done. And of course now Walkzer will be that hunter that will be coming up for this BO1 second half. Wow, they have 2 unknown IDs. Wow.
Whoa, unknown one.
What
It'd be very interesting to commentate.
Yeah, so we'll see how Walkzer decides to go against FCN survivors with Leafy added into the mix. Green, Bossy, as well as Momo. So Bossy and Momo is the unknown IDs. Bossy and Momo.
Bossy, Momo. So we're just gonna have to see in game like which one is Bossy, which one's Momo. But we are gonna see just some respect bans out of Walkzer here. Doesn't really give much. Maybe he's gonna pick a single hit hunter based on this being the Seer and also Antiquarian being banned. So we'll definitely take notice of that. And also we're taking notice to the chat. Nell has joined the chat, so shout outs to him. And I know Eli is also watching from backstage, so shout outs to our fellow co-commentators that are tuning into this match. Again, big shout outs to each and every one of you that's joined us since the start of this. Again, you know what, the NAEU scene is very exciting to watch, very hunter sided, but they give us such amazing moments. So I can't wait to see what Walkzer will add to the highlight reel of the NAEU scene.
Yeah, and I just want to say that I thank you, I think Hanako, for saying that I am the only one that cannot be bald. So
Why not? Solidarity.
yes, thank you very much.
But I will thank Nell for. Oh wow, everyone's just using that. Why? When did this happen? Oh my goodness. Well, it is kind of hot these days. I'll think about it. If Chocho does it, I'll shave my head too.
Dude, what the heck? I'm the trigger. Then you guys are the effect of the trigger, is it?
Started it, but yeah, shout out to each and every one of you. You know what? It's all in good fun for us, but do show your love and support to your favorite players that are giving us amazing matches, and make a hashtag Eli Bald too. You know? He's here too. I see a lot of hashtag Nell Bald, hashtag Poch Bald, but what about Eli? What about Chocho? Well, Chocho again, she has a pass, I guess.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but just now before we started commentating for this match itself, I did see some people talking about Kuga. If you guys don't know who Kuga is, he's actually the hunter for the FT team of the, what is it, SEA region. One of the very strong hunters. Currently there's a few strong hunters, right? Kuga, Melpai, and Seichu. The three hunters. Yeah, it's not even.
Interesting. Okay. So yeah, it seems like magician. Sorry, the magician pick got me off guard. I'm like, okay, magician pick, and coordinator coming into the mix here. So coordinator at the start, again, pretty good. We're banning out the priestess because priestess can be very terrifying in the red church. So that's doing all right. So it's gonna come back to us, folks, because it seems like they will have to fix some things at the back end of the matchup. Again, we want the best possible quality of match, so big shout outs to the prod team that's working behind the scenes. We've been up since how long? I lost count. Chocho.
What, as in like what time we woke up? We wake up for the sound check, is it?
Yeah.
No, we love you.
Thank you for giving us the wake up calls there. But we do it for the love of the game. We do it for the love of the community as well, and we want to highlight the hard work that these teams have been putting in for the enjoyment of people watching. So do give them your love and support for that. Last match, Mushin really setting the tempo here, and Walkzer, if you guys know anything about him, do let us know in the chat so we can properly set the stage up for him, because getting a 5-0 is big shoes to fill in the second half of round number 1.
Yeah, and I think FZ and Severus might be able to add the insult to an injury with a possible 4 escape as well. I mean, if they actually get 4 escape, that's gonna be the first 4 escape we have for the day. In fact, for the whole entire series of IVT Autumn season. So that's gonna be really exciting. We just gotta wait and see. Good things must wait, right? So we just need to take a moment and speaking of which, I keep seeing Nell, and whenever I think about Nell, I always think about the upcoming IVA.
Oh yes.
You know, IVA that's coming up, which is after IVT, right?
Yeah, community tournament run by Nell, but it's also it's run by the community, but also, you know what, NetEase has also given us the go signal for that, so shout outs to them, you know, also putting together IVT. Shout outs to Nell, shout outs to you too, Chocho, for coordinating things together. So yeah, I would say, you know what, join your locals, join the official tournaments as well, just so you can really test the waters and make a name for yourself and your teams, because I know also I know Nell and Eli were talking about like their experiences running these tournaments, and it gets pretty wild. Like when with the times that like oh yeah, that one. The funniest excuses before the match starts, like, oh, my internet's off, or oh, I gotta go to the doctor or something. So
I'm sorry, my mom's scolding me or something, right? Something like that.
I have to use the bathroom real quick. Oh, you can bring your phone to the bathroom. It's fine.
I heard one excuse though from the SEA region that they needed to go collect a parcel.
What?
They needed to go like collect a parcel.
Oh
then, like,
wow, a parcel.
We had to wait. We had to wait. Yeah, but speaking of IVA, if you're watching or interested to see Kuga or any other hunters or survivors, actually a majority of well-known players are participating for IVA. So if you guys don't want to watch that and have reminders, you can actually follow Nell on his socials and also on YouTube. It will be live streamed on YouTube as well.
Yes, that's gonna be very interesting, and we are gonna play with the cheerleader, so that's gonna be very interesting. Yeah. Oh my God. Wait, I saw you post about Airplanist. What's your take? Because I think Airplanist is so hard to use.
Aeroplanist is just a not as good version of a patient. But then no, we're not even seeing patient anymore. So I guess Aeroplanist probably, even if it's available, people are not gonna pick it. You can actually change your direction that you're facing, and then if it's just going left, you just change it to here, and then you fly in through the window. So it's actually fine.
I saw, yeah. But the thing is, it's like the arrows, right? You have to really position the camera to go to where you need to be at, right? So that takes a lot of skill, and I would say there's a bit of RNG with how the arrows point. But then again, if you're good enough to know how to direct the camera to where you need to be, that's still pretty good. I don't know. Where would you rank Aeroplane? Do you think Aeroplanist will be used in tournaments?
I hope to see it. I hope. Sorry, my Singlish.
That's fine. It's all good.
I hope to see it because it's available for IVA, right? I mean, that's the first non-official tournament. Actually, not the first, but in the SE region, we are allowing that. And now, I think if it's available, just use it, lah. Just use it.
Just try it. We need to stress test this, right?
Yeah.
For me though, it's oh man, I don't know. It's gonna be so tough to see though if someone's trying to shoot for like a window, then all of a sudden they just backstep because like the arrow, they weren't able to change directions in time. So we'll just have to see. I mean, I'm more excited to see cheerleader, to be honest, and see like how that is gonna kind of change kitings, because yeah, we do see some support in terms of harassment, but this is support in buffing down your cooldown. So we are gonna see fusion now, Momo and Bossy, like you said. The graphics have been fixed. Big shout outs to Prod for fixing that up. And now we're going to know which one is which. And it seems like Acrobat and Mercenary will be the last two picks for this lineup.
Yes. And
oh, and yes. Sorry, I just have to say, Psyche and Kuroshiro will be commentating IVA. So thank you, Nell, for reminding us that.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's going to be really exciting. We've never had Psyche nor Kuroshiro Gaming commentating for any non-official ones, I think. So this time around, it's just gonna be a new ground for them. It's first time for SEA region. Kuro, super nice guy. Super nice guy. I texted him, and then he's like really nice. Psyche as well. Psyche actually, in fact, is actually teaching me about what this thing called daylight savings, which is like the time zone thing. I was like, what are you talking about? And then he's like, oh, is this a time zone? I guess nobody used that. I'm like, I think I just don't.
In our parts of the world, we don't. But yeah, daylight savings is a big thing. But hey, the more you know, so that's great.
Yeah, really, really awesome people like Psyche and Kuro. I mean, other casters as well, but these two as our new casters, they're amazing, and I hope you guys are there to support them on Nalamelo's YouTube channel. Please go follow it now.
Yes, and also follow Chocho on Instagram. It's who is Chocho?
Who's Chocho?
Who is Chocho?
Yeah, who's Chocho?
What? Why? Yes.
No. Anyways, going into our spawn locations first.
What is
they
Chocho?
will be begin.
Why is Chocho?
Yeah, why is Okay, wait. Let's just get right into the match first. Our spawn locations. We do have Walker spawning at the front gate with that opera singer. So we'll see how that's gonna be, and whether FZN have a counter or a long kite that can teach us, people that don't really know how to kite opera singer, how it should be done. So excited to see how it's gonna be. And Acrobat might be the potential first chase here, but he's at the Red Church, so it's gonna be slightly tough for opera singer to kind of navigate around it and catch Acrobat. We'll see how it's gonna be.
Yeah, so without further ado, folks, once again, it is Poch, Spice, and Chocho on the mic for this second half of round number 1, with Fusion leading the dance with 5 points, courtesy of Mushin. So Walkzer can only tie this game out and he can't win it because of how much there is that point differential. So we're going to get into the action here, Chocho.
And wow, amazing scheme of wrestling. He's going to the middle broken area where he's trying to, where Green is at. Green is having the coordinator, so Walkzer, I believe he has Blink at hand as well. We'll see how Green is gonna do. Is he gonna throw his gun?
Yeah,
Oh.
you might as well go for the. I mean, it's such an open area. This just helps you transition just a little bit for a better kiting area. It seems like he's gonna go straight for the church, and the window will be onto his right. Walkser is gonna try and close out the distance here, but unable to get it. The cooldown time is still there, so he's gonna be forced to go through the window, and now Green has his way towards the graveyard, which Leafy is actually at.
So how's Leafy gonna help him out, or oh, Green is just gonna kite away.
Double back.
So, yeah, so very interesting. I think he just doesn't want down or interact with his teammate Cypher. First hit will register now, and Blink is available. So I think 3 Cyphers will be down by the time by the time the hit registers onto Green.
Yeah, so I think that was a good job by Green because Leafy was there, so you can see that they are communicating. His Cypher wasn't interrupted so badly, but now Walks are using the blink, and now the down happens, able to get it. However, 3 Cyphers are well on their way. The 3 Cyphers are far away from this chair, so I would say Green did a great job. Now Mercenary could possibly go for the rescue with that Tide Turner.
And we'll see how the rescue is gonna be, whether it's gonna be a safe one or if not, maybe a free rescue could be possible. Let's see how Wogza plays this out. Wogza kind of actually still not too bad with the opera singer. I mean, he does reset the cooldown. You see, we see him come out and then hit, so it prevents the from happening. So very stable rescue from Bossy and Green. I think we'll be back once again.
Yeah, he's gonna have to rely on the last effort there just to carry him away from the Cyphers that could be primed at the back, the brokeable areas. Dungeon is at the top broken, so we shall take note of that. We're already at full presence here, and Trump card is the one that is available since he already used that blink, but now last 2 Cyphers are already being worked on.
Oh yes, of course, and with actually the Cyphers are actually progressing not too bad. Coordinator actually did not affect, did not down at any of the Cyphers. We do see that the last Cyphers are all at back gate. So Wogza wants to Cypher camp, but he can't because of how far the Cyphers are. So great placement and great, great. Great. This is great.
It's great,
This
dude.
is great.
It's a great performance so far. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, were you gonna say great placements of?
Yeah, well, this is to be at a great, and the rescue will not happen onto Green, unfortunately. I thought it might be they would just want to sell and go for a tie instead, it seems. And Leafy, this will be his first kite in as a member of FZN, and the hit registers successfully.
Yeah, he was able to use the first magic wand there just to provide that space. He's transitioning towards the graveyard area. This Cypher has already been primed. Nice usage of the wand. Let's see if he can make it towards the... Oh, he kind of lost sight of him. He can make it to that window, forcing Walkser to actually decide. Seems like he's going to go through the Remnant. And now there's a pallet here to work with. Nice fault for him to continue on this kite. While the last 2 Cyphers, well, the last one is at 43%. The other one's still sitting at 73, so they can choose to pop either of them since 1 Cypher is needed to power up the exit gates. Oh, teleport.
Yeah, Leafy is super fast with his reaction time. I mean, the vaulting over pallets and everything. He's really is really showing why he has been selected as one of the FZN members. Main lineup, in fact. So Mercenary will be down here. She's not going to use that last little pet, so he has a better end game. Now Wogza will try to chase down this Mercenary, but he still has one more elbow pet to use.
He does, tries to, uses it already, and now we see that there's some pallets to work with, but right out in the open, Walkser lands a hit. He's going to try to chair as fast as possible, but the win condition for Fusion is to just get a tied game so they can still hold on to their 5-point lead. Walkser has already expelled the teleport, so now he's going to have to be forced to go through the shadows for him to be able to go to the back exit. However, the last 2 survivors have already exited the gate, leading to a 7-2 lead for Fusion.
Yeah, so amazing stuff coming in. Unable to get a taste of their own medicine in the second half because they got a tie instead of a full elimination that Mushin initially did. But I'm trying to think about what's different between Mushin's match and Walk's opera singer.
Well, if we go like play by play, the first chase onto the lucky guy, right? It was an early down. I think he was just able to cut him off early on, and the first chase here, you could see it was the first one that was chased. It wasn't Leafy. It was
green.
Coordinator.
Yeah, green.
Yeah. So the coordinator's gun kind of lasted long, and the route he was able to take, he was kiting out in the open, right? He was transitioning towards the top broken to the red carpet. Red carpet doesn't really have any structures to work with, especially the front part leading to the church. And then he kind of doubled back. So I guess it was more familiarity or just getting caught in places where it could be viable, because Mushin just, I don't know, like he looked a lot more comfortable, I would have to say, on this opera singer.
Yeah.
Well, not to say that Walkser didn't. It's just that the team looked comfortable facing him. Like they knew when to drop pallets. They knew like to hug windows. So I think it's more of a familiarity thing. But how about you? What do you think?
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you, right? They're not very panicky when it comes to kiting. Even just now, Green, Leafy, in fact, Leafy actually showed us that his reaction time is super fast. I think when it comes to opera singer, you need to think fast, react fast, and that's something that FCN survivors are actually very familiar with since Mushin's opera singer. I think it kind of trained them to do things in a certain way. You know, geared them up in that way. And also, I think that we were talking about great, right? I know what I talk about already. Great cipher distribution. It's like not all together. It's all separate out such that the person that's down at the top broken, the last two ciphers are all the way at the back gate. Like, it's gonna take forever for Walkser to get there, and by the time you get there, Mercenary can sneak a rescue, a free rescue. So amazing stuff coming from FCN survivors. They're able to capitalize on certain opera singers' weak points and get that tie instead of a full elimination.
Right. And just to add more context to that breakdown, we are going to be showing you the match stats, folks. Again, Leafy had possibly a really good kite since he was the second chase, forcing Walkser to actually switch targets. Green being the first one to get chased kind of had to be sacrificed. Fusion honestly just needed to get a tie for them to be able to move on, but it does show that Walkser does have a opera singer to work with, just in case the survivors think that they're safe, or like, yeah, let's ban his regulars. No, they do have to respect. I would say they still have to respect ban this opera singer, especially as the match goes on to BO2. So that is the breakdown for the match stats.
Definitely a hassle to deal with, so banning it out would probably be the most optimal choice, so that FCN servers can play comfortably, more comfortably, without the opera singer being in the way. So ADM's Hunter Walkser, he does have the Breaking World as well as the Disciple. Hoping to see more of those characters coming out in BO2. And as for Mushin, it should be undoubtedly and should be a ban for his opera singer. Like, you can't not ban his opera singer and let it out and face that kind of aggression by him. So they need to pick a map that's, because right now it will be ADM's map selection for BO2. They need to pick a map that Geisha doesn't really do well in.
Which is yeah, definitely not the big maps, but yeah, we'll just have to workshop that idea as we go along. But hey, we have to give a congratulations to Team Fusion for winning the first round in this matchup with a decisive lead so far. So Team ADM kind of put in the back foot early on. I wouldn't be surprised if Mushin went it first again, just to set the pace for the Survivor team, just to start things out, because I'm pretty sure he's super confident with whatever is going to happen in this next match. However, this is the chance for them to kind of strike and kind of have that redemption facing up against Mushin. We saw Honor do that, so hopefully the Survivors can kind of clear their mind and try and perform to their best in this round number 2.
So fingers crossed, hopefully ADM is able to show what they have prepared, and also things that they have as their specialty, their comfort picks. Hopefully you will be able to see it if it's favorable situations for them. Yeah.
Fingers
so for
crossed.
Now,
I was gonna say, I was gonna add on to Mushin. Man, like, I don't know how you can counter that guy. He's like,
Yeah.
you only can ban one. Obviously, you have to ban out the opera singer because in any map she's still very good, right? So I just wanted to add that. What were you gonna say? My bad.
I forgot, but talking about Mushin's opera singer, right? I think there is a very clear difference when it comes to playstyles. Other hunters, opera singer, right? You can see that they have to lean towards the corner and then they dash forward. Then they leap forward to the next Shadow Realm.
Yes.
For Mushin, right? You don't see him leaning forward. It's like so smooth. It's like him. It's like others are like a baby trying to walk, but then his is like
Wow.
like a baby that can already walk. When
That's not a
he's
baby
born, you
anymore,
know?
dude.
Yeah.
It's an athlete that's running.
Yeah, but this doesn't mean that he's like naturally talented at the character. It just means that he has trained a lot more with this opera singer, and it's just so smooth. It's so smooth.
Smooth like butter.
Smooth like butter, like
You don't sing the song. You just like, okay. I thought you were gonna go back and forth to that. All right. Anyway. Yeah, it was very smooth. Honestly, my reference is gonna be like Mushin. He's definitely like, oh man, he's cooking, right? He's definitely cooking something good for everyone to watch. And honestly, it kind of tastes like chili. No.
Chili.
It's fine, dude. It's. I mean, he's definitely performing to his full ability, and I'm excited to watch it. But I really hope ADM's gonna be ready for what he has to serve in round number 2.
Yeah, I hope he serves, and now Ever Slipping Town will be the map.
You
that
gotta
ADM
recover from these references, dude.
Yeah. Will be the map that ADM will be picking. But we do see FZM banning out the Arms Factory. I think they don't really wanna have a geisha at Arms Factory. We don't really see that as well. So Ever Slipping Town geisha, definitely possible. Definitely possible. So but it kind of opens up for ADM's Hunter Walker to play the Breaking Wheel, which is great at this map.
True. They can ban him out.
That's true.
And then
But
face Opera Singer again and just tie it out because they seem very familiar. If you're gonna pick the poisons, right, you definitely want to eliminate the 4K or nothing and just go with the familiar. However, the Opera Singer could be warming up, but I would have to say, I don't know, like maybe it's because recency bias or something that Opera Singer is the more apt to ban, but I would still put some respect on the Breaking Wheel since that is one of the hunters he did register. So definitely want to respect the familiar hunter more than the meta.
Yeah, definitely have to give their respect then. If not really respect them because Opera Singer is so
Meta
strong
ban
right now.
Mhm.
Yeah, meta ban. And yeah, a lot of things going on, and this is gonna be really, really intense. I mean, I'm actually not too sure how the brackets will be kind of played out because before you as well as CH4, before you CH4,
beef.
and
We're getting
I just
hungry, dude.
mixed
We're
the
talking about
two.
food now. Sorry, I was talking about chili and now we're talking about beef. Okay.
and Omni actually made it to the top 4 already. So last spot is here. Is it before you versus CH4 next for tomorrow?
I don't know if we're gonna I'm not sure how the bracket is gonna be. We're just have to wait and
Yeah.
see. So tune in for that and also follow Identify on the socials to find out. But I mean, if you could kind of go a merry-go-round with any of those 3, and it's gonna be a really intense match. So I'm super excited because both Omni and Before You have acknowledged. If I asked all teams, who do you think is the team to look out for? And obviously people are going to say Before You, but Before You said CH4, and Omni also acknowledged that CH4 is a very terrifying team to go up against. So you got to put respect on CH4's name.
Yeah, because if we're looking at the previous IVT that they had, right? Before Your servers actually struggled against CH4's Hunter Ling. And Ling is actually very, very strong when it comes to X-Boy, Bloody Queen. Today itself, we saw an Opera Singer from him. So, wait, I think we even saw his Hermit.
Yeah, Hermit. He was supposed to bring out, I think, a drink. Yeah, he was supposed to bring out something else. We were expecting that, but then the Hermit came out. So yeah, it's kind of scary. So CH4. I mean, Before You obviously is the top dog also, but CH4 also is on the cusp. They went to grand finals with Before You months ago in the previous IVT. Fusion has won an IVT Omni has seen the stage of like Call of the Abyss, so I do think what CH4, and they're acknowledging that this might be their tournament. Who knows? You have to find out tomorrow.
I hope to see CH4 make it, because I always see them in IVT tournaments, but they are never making it to the grand stage of COA. And today Eli sang praises about 933, right? Was it 933? And he did amazing character. It's just, if Eli is gonna compliment someone, and I think that person is definitely exceptional when it comes to skills. So I'm hoping to see more of his plays tomorrow, and maybe the people who are actually bench warmers for today will be in the main lineup for tomorrow.
Fingers crossed. This is definitely a platform and a stage for people to get their highlighted moments, and for the community to acknowledge their hard work. So yeah, I know we have the known names, but I definitely want to add more to our notes and add more to the lore of NAEU with how well these guys have been performing. So we can only hope that we'll see more like star-making performances from both Hunter and Survivor side, since this is only 2 days, but man, it's jam-packed with crazy action. And hopefully, we'll see some Survivor MVPs, because NAEU with IVTs and tournaments really known for having very strong hunters, but we do know like the team, like before you, you can have standout performances here and there, but they're like a cohesive unit. So maybe tomorrow we'll see more of that, because Opera Singer, Night Watch, very in the meta. But let's see some lawyers. Let's see the new meta for survivors.
Yeah, let's definitely hope for that. And explorers maybe. I mean, we did see an explorer today, but nothing shined.
Yes.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll see it shined tomorrow if there is a explorer. So. Actually, I'm looking at the interview that you guys had. FZN actually did recognize their biggest competition is before you. What was said was that we've always had very good matches against them in the past, and we're hoping to defeat them again. However, it is definitely an uphill battle. Our other challenge is CH4. There's two teams constantly being mentioned. This team
of fours. They're fours, like CH4, B4U. What's the number 4?
Yeah.
Isn't the number 4 unlucky? Like it's a bad number. Right?
In Chinese it is, because in Chinese 4, in Chinese it's called 四, and 四 has similar tone to 四, which is did.
Oh wow.
So
okay.
yeah, but then they're showing 4 eliminations from their hunter side. 4 escapes.
That.
Yeah, so hopefully all of them are able to pull through. But for now, the 3 teams that I find strongest would definitely have to be before you CH4 as well as FZN. I think this tree is gonna have a huge fight tomorrow, I would say.
And if ADM can actually win up against Fusion, again, one of the top 4 teams that are out there, that's going to change the landscape of competitive Identity 5. So they have a big opportunity here. I think if you're in their mindset, just kind of shake off the nerves, or shake off the previous round and try to continue on with this one, because I think I just come at this with nothing to lose and everything to gain, and just chalk it up to experience, chalk it up to learning, because you'll always try to learn and try to improve yourself, but you always got to try to do that in the first place.
Yeah, so that's that. And some of you guys are actually talking about Fool's Gold, which is a new hunter. We just got Opera Singer into IVT, and now we're talking about a new hunter, Fool's Gold. I think a majority of us have seen it on IDV socials. This new hunter. I personally have not really studied this hunter just yet, so I'm not too sure what this dude can do, but it should be another strong hunter coming out. Since Night Watch until now, they haven't released a single weak hunter yet. It's getting stronger and stronger, I feel.
True, very true. They did release, like with Clerk and Hermit, very mechanically demanding hunters. I wonder, what's gonna be with Fool's Gold, but for sure it might shake things up, because that has been the trend as of late. It's definitely we're eating good as Identity 5 fans with the content that's currently coming out with the competitive scene, with the amazing stuff that they keep promoting in game, and also with the community. So that's why each and every one of you that's watching from the NAEU community, do support your favorite players and grow the scene. That NetEase is sponsoring this tournament. Maybe we'll have even more IVTs for the rest of the seasons and grow it to even bigger heights and reward these players for showing us what they got.
So this is gonna be really interesting. Lawyer meta is real yet potent. It is real. Even in IVL, Chinese, China team, Chinese mainland teams, BO1 lawyer is the norm. The norm. They just want to cipher rush a opera singer. That's that, and there is no counters to its opera singer. You just have to cipher rush, open the gates, and leave. If you can even pop the ciphers, that is. So. Well, we have very interesting suggestions as well regarding skins from Tuberos Kisser. Transform as Bonbon skin, please.
Wow. He's going to turn into Optimus Prime in a truck when he's like...
what exactly is he throwing then, if he's Transformers?
That's true. I don't think Optimus Prime or Bumblebee have projectiles. I think they have swords, and I don't know. I'm not sure, but I definitely workshop it. I don't know, like no bad ideas with what you guys are throwing at, but big shout outs to each and every one of you. To Bros Kisser, that's it's definitely a crossover skin that would be very interesting to have. For you, Chocho, what's your favorite crossover skin?
I think have to be the B-Duck that people are expecting me to cosplay someday.
Expecting? You will.
How am I supposed to cosplay a B-Duck? I don't know.
What if we sponsor it?
No, bro,
in the next offline
so I'm gonna have
IVC.
This thing on my head.
Yes.
I'm gonna be a mascot. Oh my goodness.
A mascot. Dude, wouldn't that be a great arc for you? You got kicked out of being a mascot for Fusion, and now you'll be the B-Duck mascot.
B-Duck mascot for which team though?
I don't know. Just, do you have your moves down? Because like usually IVLs, right? You have the mascots like fighting, or they're usually like dancing and stuff. Like if you're the B-Duck,
I'm gonna do new jeans. I'm gonna do new jeans with my B-Duck costume. Watch
really?
Me.
Okay, yeah. I mean that's the B-Duck. I would say the B-Duck costume's kind of big, so I hope you got your I hope you can move around well with that. But I like the attempt, so that's good. So you like the B-Duck one? Because for me, I kind of like the Persona one, Persona 5. Really
which character though?
I like the Forward and Joker. Those are really good.
The Joker.
Acrobat.
The Forward, you mean with the curly
crowbar?
Hair?
Yeah.
Lol.
It's a good one. You never played Persona, that's why.
Okay. I actually don't really watch a lot of.
It's
Japanese
okay. First of all,
stuff,
it's
so I
it's
don't
not.
really
It's a game.
It's a game, Persona 5.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it's a
Fifth
show. Isn't it like a anime kind of thing?
It's the one I'm familiar with is a game. I played the game, so that's why. So there's that. So the more you know, guys. How about you guys? What's your favorite crossover skins? We're gonna ask you guys. You want to give any shout outs while we wait for the next match, Chocho? There's a lot of people.
Yes. I would like to give a shout out to everyone, but whoever I'm seeing here, I do see Idea Shroud, Seiro, Zo Sears, and Tuberos Kisser, Hanako, hi Hanako, Teu, Venus, oh my goodness, Venus, hi.
Hello.
Genoza's Dominator, Otori, Rosili, Juju. I'm trying to get everybody cooking Lolita. Cooking Lolita. Okay. But you guys were talking about IVC, right?
Yes.
FT1 IVC against their finals, which is against
crazy
GH. So that was like everybody was shocked. I mean, even I was shocked all the way back in Singapore. So, like what I think. But they're actually the first team to qualify for COA 7 next year.
Yes.
So super excited to see how they're gonna perform. This time, even in IBS, they were so close to possibly winning against Chinese mainland team. So we'll see about that. I think a lot of expectations for FT.
Yeah, and considering how that match went, right, it was kind of a foregone conclusion because we were saying that GH is like at the height of their power. They're really good now. But yeah, it just took that one performance by Kuga to kind of show the way for the team to be able to get the victory. So hopefully the survivor team of ADM, or maybe even the hunter of ADM, can show and shine the light to get this victory in round number 2 and push for that BO3, because we are going to get to the picks and bans, Chocho.
Yeah, so the picks and bans are actually happening quite quickly. Mercenary as well as Antiquarian will be picked here, so this means that Mercenary will be globally banned out if there is a BO3. And Antiquarian, a very strong harasser still in this meta. There really ain't any changes to the harassers that we usually see. Is that a Prospector or Antiquarian? Forward, not as much anymore. So let's see how ADM's Antiquarian can outperform Mushin. So we talk about the respect band onto Aura Slinger, and we also talked about how Patient is no longer seen today at all.
Hey, I'm sorry, I just had to react because we were talking about Patient not being seen, and now it seems like ADM, bring out the Patient. So let's see, right, in this new meta, this new day and age for competitive Identity 5 for NAEU, how viable the Patient is. Probably because, you know what, the Opera Singer is banned, and now you're going to be playing with BO2 Hunters, so we're just going to have to see how this one's gonna shake out. Shout outs to Horton Hines again, always telling everyone to drink water. Yeah, stay hydrated, folks.
Yes, I think I also need to drink some water. But with that last ban onto that psychologist, we do have the gardener. Hey, they have air smash gardener, so I guess this might be it. This might be it.
An evil bear actually on the mercenary, so it's Ghost that will be on this gardener. So Ghost having kind of a veteran calling card here. He was the lucky guy, and now he's on that gardener. So it's interesting to see how this one will go. There have been some interesting plays today with Gardener, especially with that bubble. So hopefully he can add his name to those highlights. While Assassin on this Patient, very conservative throughout, Antiquarian, Patient, and Mercenary. So the wild card definitely is that Gardener. So we just have to see what Mushin will decide on, who he will use to face this lineup.
Yeah, and they actually specifically pick a team comp that goes against his Geisha. So this Mushin, maybe he can pick some other hunter, Nightwatch, but then again, Nightwatch is not great. Still single hit hunters. So what else can he play? Naiad?
Naiad would be a solid. I mean, so I would say it's safe, but yeah, he can go for other hunters. Maybe because Naiad has kind of relegated. If he wants to play it super safe, Wax Artist. We saw how that changed the tide for Santi. And Wax Artist is still a problem in tournaments, especially if the surviving team wants to go for more than just a tie.
So we'll see what Mushin ultimately decides, and he thinks it's okay to go against his team comp. He needs to be comfortable in his own pick and confident as well, so that he can show. So
like you, we wanted to believe in something else, but no, he's gonna go with his tried and tested Geisha. So yeah, first Geisha we're seeing of the day. So this is kind of exciting because I love seeing Geisha matches. I want to see those glitch dashes happen. Interesting spawns here where Ghost is actually going to spawn over there at the corner house. What YES over at the graveyard, and Assassin and Evil Bear at the center.
So very interesting indeed, and you don't really want to choose spawning at the graveyard, because if you're gonna get spawned there, you're just gonna be deep inside graveyard. You need to take the time to kind of run out to get the cipher if it's at the outside area.
Yes.
And if Hunter is to spawn right outside graveyard, you're just cornering yourself inside graveyard. You can't come out. So wouldn't really recommend this graveyard spawn location. But regardless, Mushin will be spawned nearer to the gate, nearer to the Gardener as well as Patient. We'll see which one he decides to go for. And we'll see whether he decides to go for Gardener, which can give him more presence.
Yeah.
The second skill can be really scary.
Yeah, we're gonna find out in just a bit, folks. Will ADM need to call for that SOS in this matchup? Mushin with that calling card of a character, that Geisha in this matchup. We've seen him really fast and really smooth with the Opera Singer, but now the Geisha has those glitch dashes. We're gonna find out in just a bit. Once again, that's Chocho. I'm Poch Spice. We'll be giving you the commentary action for round 2, first half of ADM versus Fusion.
we are heading into the match. Seems like Geisha Mushin will be heading towards the center area where Patient was spawned at. He does have this tonight popped up, and we'll see whether Assassin can successfully head it out. But Evil Bear, which is the mercenary, is the only person that he has inside, and he doesn't want to chase Mushin. Mushin doesn't want to chase, and Cypher is just only decoded by Ghost, who is the gardener at the shack area. I think Mushin might have to target him down now. Oh! Amazing usage of that butterfly. Very strong familiarity when it comes to Geisha. I mean, Mushin is very known for his Geisha as well before the opera singer was released. And the Ghost might be getting this potential hit soon, and Mushin brought in Blink into this round. We might be seeing a possible instant down before any Cyphers are popped.
Possibly. Let's see how he's going to use this butterfly dash a little. Oh, wow. I thought it was a little too deep, but Ghost hanging around this palleted area. Blink tried to go for it, but unfortunately it didn't work out. And what why yes here for the support. Whoa.
Oh my goodness. Able to fly well and disarm the hunter continuously. I'm so sorry, Mushin. I think I jinxed it saying that it's an instant down. Now Mushin will fly up once again. But Ghost is just he's just looking at Mushin. Doesn't want to give him that free hit immediately, and now Cypher still not looking too good.
True. Now, wow, I was scared of that tram, but it seems like Ghost has already been cut off here. Mushin now is gonna try and just go for this chair. Again, the blink attempt was a little bit, it didn't pay off, and then there was also the harass from that antiquarian. However, Cyphers, 5 still remain. 2 are about to pop, so Mushin still could kind of rebound from this early scramble here, so we can't just call it which side yet until a rescue happens from Evil Bear.
Oh, double down? No. Evil Bear will get that hit and rescue successfully. Hope Evil Bear away so that he doesn't get that free hit. So you need to be less conservative when it comes to a Geisha or anybody after a rescue. Today itself, we've seen a mercenary using 12 just for a rescue, and Evil Bear is just way too
dashing in. Oh wow, but we do see that the antiquarian is here. It hits the bubble, but we do see that the disarm is happening. But yeah, down situation onto the mercenary is gonna buy Mushin some time, because we do know that one is down, that's not working on a Cypher. So 3 Cyphers still remain here, Chocho, while why yes is still here for that support.
Wow, I really like the support coming from what yes and the tram.
Uh-oh.
Can he make it in time?
Oh, he's just gonna ride the tram, so this is gonna buy him some time for him to move on, but Mushin's gonna be ready for that second stop in that tram. So yeah, what's your ETA?
Now Mushin will try to catch Gardener, but seems like he will be able to transition towards this pelleted area. It should be fine.
Oh, that was close. If he was able to. The commentator's curse. It is real, Chocho.
Yeah.
So, Cypher progress. You know what? 2 are about to remain. If they could pop that one. This one is around 60%, while the second to the last one is working at 78, 79, about to be 80. Evil Bear has to transition away because he is 1 hit away from falling down. It's still looking okay for them to tie this one out. They just need to make this rescue happen.
Exactly, and we're seeing how that antiquarian support helped the Gardener rebound kite so long. What?
Blinked, so that was very interesting. Now he trade swapped. Patient did bring Tide Turner, so a double Tide Turner build here. We do see that the last effort, unfortunately, we aren't able to see a bubble happen, but last Cypher is moving on accordingly, but the tram hit again. He's gonna hide. Oh, you can't hide underneath the tram, so this is quite unfortunate. So he's just gonna wait. Oh, force heal. Terror shock. Is it ready?
98, 99. It pops. That was a super duper clutch pop that I have to say, but now no blink. Mushin is kind of in a stuck situation, and he's gonna go for Evil Bat. Evil Bat is full health with 1 elbow pad, which he's gonna expand. What yes is in the area. alongside. Mushin's kind of lost. It looks like a 3 escape, Posh.
It does. I mean, we're just talking about underdogs here, but what a performance by ADM so far. Evil Bear might have to be the sacrificial lamb here, but what's concerning, Chocho, is that the other exit gate isn't quite open yet. No trait available, so let's see if Mushin's gonna go aggressive here. He's not gonna chair the mercenary yet. He's gonna try to hunt these survivors down. It seems like he's gonna have to walk his way there. It's only 50%. I'm not sure if they're gonna make it in time.
I think they will, and question is whether mercenary can
heal.
make it.
Uh-oh, the bubble. Oh, we see the antiquarian. Antiquarian has fallen down.
She didn't fly wheel. What?
But this allows the mercenary to go for the self-heal. Can the antiquarian struggle in time? But the chair is right there. I'm not sure if that's gonna happen.
This is not looking good. He can teleport back to the gate. Mercenary down at the gate. Can't set up in time. And a 3 escape turned into a tie. That was... I didn't really expect Mushin to come back from there. And also it was... I think he was very confident that Mercenary wouldn't be able to stand up then. So amazing stuff coming from Mushin, able to salvage that situation.
Yeah, let's take it back to just the last sequence there. It was very heartbreaking to see a flywheel not get used. Exit gate was opening. Antiquarian was able to get the stick just to establish distance, but no stun available, and he had detention. So, man, the timing was just a little bit off. They were able to tie things out, but I hope this doesn't discourage them. They still got a tie, so that's good. But, I mean, Chocho, let's highlight it back to the start. You said that it looked kind of tough for Mushin to bounce back after that rough go.
Yeah, because YYES Antiquarian did an excellent job buying so much time by supporting the Gardener through those disarmaments happening with that flute. But the only mistake that YYES did, right, that is the most crucial thing, is to not fly wheel when he was at the gate. There was that slight chance that 3 of them can make it. We're not too sure unless it actually happened. But that flywheel might have been that game changer to get that 3 escape. So Mushin was able to really play on the pressure, the stress, and them being really nervous at that point in time. So good job by Mushin. And Ghost Gardener, I'm actually looking at it now. He actually got hit by the train. I think he wasn't really looking. He just wanted to die away.
Yeah.
So but luckily though, Assassin the patient was able to run to her side very quickly and get that force heal. If not, it would have been a guaranteed tie without that skirmish that happened just now.
I will say this also. Unfortunately for Mushin, there were no blinks that changed the tide in his favor. The first blink that happened, he blinked towards the wall. The second one, I think he was trying to surprise the patient, but I think that was the pressure getting to him. So the teleport really paid off at the end there. So it was an excellent showing for both for the survivor side, but towards the late game, it was a good salvage of the situation by Mushin. It's kind of funny because we were singing his praises with the opera singer, but I think if you go a gear too low, Mushin has to kind of adjust towards the geisha because mobility-wise, geisha isn't as fast or as he's definitely not as fast as opera singer. So I think you have to change that speed. And definitely ADM have been facing geishas left and right, so they're more familiar with this matchup. So that probably played into a factor here for us to lead towards this outcome of a 2 point each.
Yeah, and looking at our statistics, we do have the Garden 153.8 seconds, but of course with the support by entomology is 99.9 seconds. So that's more than half of how much goals kited initially. So amazing stuff. I love the synergy. I love the harassment coming in, and I hope to see more of it. And coming into BO2 second half, where we will see FZ and Survivors going against AD and Hunter Walkser. Let's kind of recap. In BO1, it was a tie situation with the opera singer, and now he's going to be picking one of his comfort picks in BO2. I really think, I don't really want to jinx this or whatever it is, but I think it's going to be a tie, unfortunately.
Yeah,
because this is ADM's map selection. We need to remember that. So I think Walkser has a corrector that he can pick that would go against FZ and Survivors.
True. he did say that he does have a breaking wheel as a disciple, so that is probably in the heads of Fusion as they do the picks and bans. So, yeah, I mean, the commentator curse is real. I don't blame you for jinxing stuff. It might go that way, but I mean, that pound of flesh will haunt you in game number 3, so you might as well correct that and try to course correct it and get back those points. So hopefully, if we are going to push for that game number 3, Walkser is going to try and kind of even out the deficit of points in this matchup. So we can only hope and pray that's going to happen. And like you said, you know, it's kind of looking that way since they did pick this map for a reason.
Yeah, hopefully things do work out for them. And I think for the side of FZN, right? I mean, we've sang so much praises about them, but it seems to be that whenever they go against opponents, it seems to be so close still. You know, at one side they perform exceptionally well for the Hunter side in BO1, but then they don't do as well in BO2 with their comfort pick. So yeah, I think maybe Mushin is kind of focusing a lot more on Opera Singer and not too much on his other heroes that he used to be confident and strong in. And that's definitely showing in BO2 first half with that Geisha.
Yeah, so while you're saying that, right down below the screen, folks, is the win conditions here. If 4-man escape, Fusion wins. 3-man escape, same outcome. Tie, like you mentioned, Chocho, we will be seeing that game number 3, but they will have to win in terms of points, since if they tie out this round, that's going to be so hard to come out of in game number 3. So I'm excited to see that, especially if it goes to game number 3. I wonder if they're going to kind of bench Mushin, because you said he's focusing on the Opera Singer, and try to bring out Loki. So maybe Loki would be that hunter to come into the mix once the Opera Singer has done the damage.
If there is a BO3, I hope to see Loki though. I really... he was pretty impressive when it came to... wait, when was it? The previous IVT. The previous IVT.
A couple months ago, yeah.
Yeah.
Remind us again, did you happen to remember who he uses?
Yes, I remember, but I need my...
It's okay, I don't want to put you on the spot like that, but yeah, Loki was registered also as another hunter that can come into the fray here. So like you said, maybe Mushin is just really focused on Opera Singer, while who knows, maybe Loki is that BO3 hunter that they might call into.
Hopefully, but I do have what he played the last time. The Breaking Wheel, Sculptor, the Clerk, as well as the Bonbons are his normal, usual picks that he's comfortable with. And we'll see whether that's going to be the case. But, I mean, the win conditions already brought you guys through it. As long as FZN gets a 3 escape, it's going to be a win. And they'll take that last spot in that top 4 for tomorrow's. But if there is a tie or less survivor escapes, this match will be prolonged into ABO3.
It's definitely a tough sell. I think the way they're supposed to look at it is get more bang for their buck in terms of not just aiming for that passing mark of a tie, just go above and beyond that. Hopefully that'll happen, because I mean BO3 that happened last time, it was quite close, right? So we want to give them that much of a fight. And Walkser here, like you said, has those hunters that he can choose from. I don't know if they're gonna ban meta or respect ban, because if they ban meta, it's Opera Singer. If they ban meta, if they ban meta, it's Opera Singer. If they respect ban, it's gonna be the Breaking Wheel, because Breaking Wheel can be terrifying in this matchup. And if they're not ready for it, if they don't pick the survivors accordingly, it could be a long night in the office for Fusion over here.
Yeah, so that's gonna be something that Fusion survivors have to consider. Which one they want to prioritize more, because Breaking Wheel, high risk, high rewards. There is a potential that it might be a 4 escape, they win. 4 kill, they lose. I mean, not they lose. It will be a complete takeover, and the point deficit wouldn't matter really in BO1. So they have to pick it wisely. But I think to be safe, just ban out the Breaking Wheel, just to be safe. Just to be safe.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, roll the dice again onto the Opera Singer. I mean, it's hard to say that too, because what if like Walkser just wants to... I mean, he just needs to warm up maybe. But yeah, it is breaking wheel. Don't you think that if they let the breaking wheel, no, it's gonna be hard to counter it with just the survivor picks, and I don't know if people knowingly go into a breaking wheel match more often than not, they don't get the desired points that they want. Oh yeah, I guess ban out the breaking wheel would be a good strategy.
Because that is Wogs' comfort pick, right? And he might do exceptionally well at Ever Slipping Town. Who knows? And to eliminate that possible factor of them getting eliminated, it should be a possible ban that FC and survivors can think about. Banning out the Disciple, that's... If that really happened, that would be really crazy. But Opera Singer, I really don't see them banning out the Opera Singer because they seem very comfortable, very confident when they went up against his Opera Singer at Red Church. So
yeah, and considering the map also, I mean, there are good areas for the Opera Singer and also open areas like similar to that Red Church. So I'm remembering the lineup that they picked also. It wasn't too flashy as well. So, and they also have priority since they did pick who did they pick at the start again? I think they went, did they go Lawyer? I'm trying to remember. I know Bossy, Green, no, Acrobat, oh, Gardener. They picked Gardener. So yeah, so they still have their picks of meta characters. So yeah, it's a tough one to kind of decipher. It's a good thing we're just watching this tournament and not competing, because that's definitely a lot of pressure on their side. So once again, big shout outs to each and every one of you that's joining us, and a shout out to the teams also that are performing. This is the final match of today, and then tomorrow we will decide the winner. It's an intense tournament, folks, because this is a single elimination tournament. So the top four, there's going to be no third place a match. It's going to be purely single eliminations all throughout since the start of this tournament.
yeah, once you lose, you're out. So there's a lot at stake, right? I mean, you went through so many preliminary stages just to get to top 8, and just one loss, you're out. So that's really tough, and
it's heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking, and it means that every single thing you do, it matters.
Yes.
Every single win, every single point. And you don't want to give a full elimination to your opponent's side, giving them that 5-point lead. So let's see what's it gonna be for the Hunter ban. Whether it's gonna be the Breaking Wheel, or if not, that Opera Singer.
Ooh, right. They're banning out the Opera Singer, so I hope they'll be ready for the Breaking Wheel, like you said. And hopefully this won't haunt them in the end. So it seems like Fusion starting off real, I would say real meta here. Yeah, real meta, with the Lawyer at the start and Antiquarian as well. Would you say these are the two best characters in the game in this meta?
Best characters, no.
Put respect on the Lawyer's name, bro.
Best characters, no, but great decoders with kiting
Who
potential.
Who is the best character for you in the game? In competitive, like, I know you're gonna say Kurt because he's
I know, right?
He's your boy. That's fine. But no, like, if we're looking at a pure competitive standpoint, because I thought Antiquarian would be good, and now Lawyer kind of made its way to the meta. But who do you think?
I think a very normal comfort pick, and everybody should be able to play this character. It's easy to learn. Great. And I don't think it will ever change in any other meta, would be Psychologist.
That's stable. I would say very stable.
Yeah. Other than Breaking Wheel, she basically can do everything. And even Breaking Wheel, right, you instant down her with 2 spikes. Once she's rescued from the chair without attack turner, she can continuously kite you still. Nothing
True.
You can really do. So I think Psychologist is not the best. I mean,
yeah, I know. It's stable. That's why I said stable. And then since that was such a stable character, Walks are realizing that, bans it right away. However, Patient gets picked up in the process, and Assassin did bring out the Patient before. We're going to see green on that Patient. Leafy, very impressive kite in the previous game. We'll be using the Lawyer this time. Momo onto the Antiquarian, and Bossy with the Rescuer, the most stable Rescuer in the game, on that Mercenary. So now all eyes are on Walkser, because we kind of set the stage up for his comfort picks, which are the Disciple, Breaking Wheel. Since the Opera Singer was banned, I wonder if they're going to be ready for that.
Yeah, I wonder. So we have to really go inside and see what their persona is. If they actually gear up for that Breaking Wheel, right, it should be a Flywheel. If they are not, and they think that it's a Disciple and they want to establish that distance, they would bring more of a 3-9 than a 3-12 build. So let's see what's it gonna be. Wogza. This might be the determining match. If he doesn't get at least a tie, it's game over. It's GG. So this is difficult. I think a lot of pressure is also on Wogza. The survivors wise, they need to. I mean, ADM survivors, they could actually get that 3 escape just now, right? But because of just one slight but huge thing that turned things around, now a lot of pressure is on Wogza with the need to tie against FZN survivors.
Whoa, okay, Dream Witch. BO2 Dream Witch. So Wogzer here, pulling out, the old reliable Dream Witch. Again, we've had discussions as commentators. Dream Witch has always been a big threat. You always have to respect a Dream Witch. You can only, even if you get like a 4-man escape, you just survive a Dream Witch because again, like she's such a unique hunter, and she's always been in constant conversations when it comes to competitive Identity 5. So, you know what? We were expecting a breaking wheel, but now we're gonna see a Dream Witch here. Let's hope Fusion. I mean, they had their fair share of Dream Witches as well, so I don't know if this is gonna be as decisive as Wogzer wants it to be, but he's putting all his chips down for this Dream Witch to get more than just a tie, Chocho.
Yeah, all or nothing. And with this pawn location, Lawyer is there. You can try to chase him. Patient as well. Antiquarian is possible too. So yeah, he's just surrounded by people that he can chase. We'll see which one he decides to after all. And whether FCN is geared up for this Dream Witch pick by Wogzer. And this will be BO2 second half, and might be potentially the last half of today between FCN survivors going against ADM's Hunter. We are Chocho and Posh Pies, bringing you the live commentary of the last match of today.
All right, folks, this could be the potentially last match of the day or the game-changing match for Team ADM. So I want your voices to be heard in chat. Wogzer has brought out the do-or-die Dream Witch to start things out here, while a very meta pick here on Antiquarian, Mercenary, Patient, and Lawyer on Team Fusion's side. So so far, Wogzer trying to pick the best possible target here, rotating in and around the map, but it seems like Momo might be his target here at the graveyard area, but Leafy on the outside here. I wonder if that's going to grab Wogzer's attention, which it does.
And the trump card detention build with that patroller into this match. Great scheme, by the way. And
yeah, I was going to say.
And able to actually smack down the pellet, but that patroller by regardless. He's not going to get that hit first with that spawn follow, which is actually quite curious, but he's just going to be patient with that. Oh, he's waiting. I don't exactly know what he's waiting for.
Maybe he was thinking the flywheel was ready, but I mean, he was just waiting in anticipation to see what he was going to do. But out in the open here, that was a main body hit, so that was a great start for Wogzer here. Now Leafy out in the open here. That's the thing with Lawyer, right? He has to build up his presence as a lawyer, his lawyer ability. I don't know, with vaulting through pallets to get that interaction boost, but now getting struck down by his own leech here. So Wogzer having a good start so far, but Cypher Rush is still in the air for Team Fusion.
Yeah, so it seems to be a pretty fast down, but he blocked himself. It seems to be pretty fast down, but the Cypher is actually progressing really quickly, and the center Cypher is...
Is it?
And, I think they're just gonna forgo the center Cypher and then they code the other Cyphers instead. Because if you don't get it done by the first Kai, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna just camp it out. Now,
oh, for sure.
Yeah, now Bossy, the mercenary, will be coming for this rescue. Let's see whether it's gonna be possible. Terror shot, or is it gonna be a very safe rescue by Bossy?
Oh, Chocho, you've been predicting the future so far in this this tournament. Let's see what happens. Bossy has to be very careful. He's gonna wait out the patroller bites and play very patiently. Lawyer is about to expire in the halfway mark. So what is gonna be the call there? Nice rescue. No, I think it was in half. It was before half.
Oh, bro, my eyes. Anyways, Leafy will try to cut it out.
I hope. I don't know. We'll see. But the blink?
will happen. But Leafy, wow, the speed he's going at. It registers when you try to vault, and now last 3 ciphers in very healthy progress.
Yeah, looking real good on the survivor side. So they have, they do know what to do when it comes to a Dreamwatch match. Like kite away from any ciphers, promote that cipher rush, continue to keep the presence in one area of this Dreamwitch, and not get leached onto. Because the map pressure here. Walks are now walking towards the center. The corner house, just to try and catch these survivors off guard.
He's
It
out!
is past half. Oh my god!
Wow.
Wild.
Okay, so amazing camp by Wogza. If he's deciding to get a 3, if not 4 kill here, this is definitely the right moment already. But the ciphers are so fast. Green, just gonna use his hook to get closer to the talented area. He already knows that Hunter changed to a blink, so there's no petroler for sure. Green might be getting this free hit.
Green using the flywheel just to establish a little more distance, but now can he get the grappling hook off? He gets body blocked, and now the patient is half health.
Amazing stuff coming through, and now Bossy will be forcing that last cipher at 60%. Green just gonna kite away. I don't think the base is here. Hopefully it's not. And yeah, just gonna be Wogza just analyzing the situation first before actually deciding on whether he wants to focus that chase onto Green or if not Cypher can. Now going back to the Cypher, we do see Bossy, Mercenary full health being here.
Yeah, so now Mercenary's gonna have to respect that camp of that leech. Walks our main body. You're starting to feel the effects of how big this map is with how much he has to reposition himself. So still kind of a stalemate here. Again, Fusion wants to push for the 3-person escape, while Walkser, again, the minimum for him is to go for that tie. So it's looking like that if he continues on the pressure. But Chocho, they're opening up another cipher.
Yeah, and I think right now, what Wogza is trying to do is not actually trying to do much. Like, as in, he's trying to stop the cipher from progressing, but at the same time, waste their equipment so that they have lesser things to work with when it comes to the end game. And Bossy was able to expand one of the double pad, but he still has 2 left. So it's still playable for the side of FZN. And luckily enough, there's no tight turner for any possible
I love that the Mercenary picked up an anti-curse because that last cipher is moving on accordingly. Actually, 2 of those ciphers are going. So they're preparing themselves for the end game here to try and get as much out as possible. We do see that Walkser is going to try to camp out this last cipher by leeching onto Momo. Last ciphers are already primed here, Chocho, so I wonder how they're going to play this one out since Momo is at full health.
Yeah, so we do see Mercenary trying to prime his leech as well. Both ciphers are 98%. So anytime somebody gets 1 hit, they're probably just gonna pop that cipher. And Dungeon, let us remember that it's at the fit hit area. If SCN is trying to end this in BO2 second half, they need to get a 3 escape. So all of them left in the map, they have to get it out together. Oh, so not gonna pop.
Not gonna pop yet. I guess bait out a hit, or like just make sure that everyone's ready for the last pop. Lower left side of the screen says patient is actually already at that exit gate. So now, yeah, they're gearing up for that end game kite here. So let's see how they're gonna play this one out. Antiquarian goes down, a little late on the pop, but it still does happen. So now Antiquarian has the kite for her life.
Yeah, and she can definitely do so. She has full flute as well as a flywheel to make use of. I think there might be a potential 3 escape. Don't think Wogza should be committing to Antiquarian here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Already Antiquarian near the area. They're already gonna wait for the dungeon has already spawned open, and Momo is gonna use the disarm factor here. So he's gonna try to rush forward it. Flywheels, and that is gonna be a hit outside the dungeon.
Flywheel is fast crawling.
Oh, he's able to get it! Oh my goodness! And just like that, folks, we're gonna see the winner, Fusion, getting a 3-person escape. What a turnaround!
What a turnaround indeed. It was a clutch dungeon escape that we saw there. Flywheel happened. The leech hit her out of that dungeon area, but that because of flywheel, you actually have triple fast crawling. You're able to crawl in towards the dungeon, and I think Momo's fast fingers managed to help him get out of that situation. And congratulations to FZN for securing that last spot in that top 4.
Yeah, that was quite intense, and we got to give it up to Walker. A lot of people in the chat were saying like, "Yo, let him cook." He's gonna try. He already eliminated one of the survivors. Just let him steamroll. But like you said, you know what? It's the tale of two halves. Yes, Mushin had a really good performance in the first game, but now in the second half of the second game, it's the survivors that kind of showed their prowess to show that they're this well-rounded and well-oiled team that both survivors and hunters can try and get points off of. And for them to get a 3-person escape, it was gearing up towards that. Cool, calm, and collected Momo able to get that escape, using the tide turner. I'd say the flywheel. I would say Walker, blinking a little bit. I think, getting caught out in the open. It's a little tough, especially, with the bright lights of IVT. You kind of question your decision making afterwards, but I would say Walker performed to the best of his abilities, and hopefully we'll see more of him as more tournaments roll in.
Yeah, hopefully so. So the next time is probably officially probably going to be COA qualifiers, COA 7 qualifiers next year. So hopefully we'll be able to see all these hunters, including Santi as well. We saw in the third match of the day, amazing stuff coming from him. But unfortunately, Omni's pit stop was able to kind of ultimately win, going against the survivors of BR. And now with FCN advancing further. It's definitely something that we can anticipate tomorrow.
True. So here are the match results, folks. Denying the game number 3, Team Fusion has decisively won game number 1, game number 2. Game number 1, Mushin was able to stamp that victory, and then game number 2 was the survivors to be able to get the victory out of Walker's Dream Witch, which again, it was very impressive with how they played out that last scenario, that last scramble. And again, kudos to Team Fusion. We will be giving them their flowers and congratulating them, but do show some love to Team ADM for putting up a great fight from the first in those 2 games. So I hope, like we said before, please support your favorite teams, and hopefully we'll see more of them, and hope they stay together and grow together as a team.
Yeah, so nice crawling, Momo. And I mean, I didn't actually, from what I remember, he actually got hit away. The distance is actually quite a lot, but the crawling
was fast,
dude. It's because of Momo. I think there might be enough to probably
wow.
Crawling
Thanks,
speed,
Momo.
Dang, but amazing performance coming from FZN. In BO1, we saw FZN's Hunter Mushin pop off with the opera singer, and now in this BO2 second half, we see FZN survivors popping off with that 3 escapes. So it really comes to show that when one side is lacking, the other side will be the one that pulls that team together and get that win. So very nice balance, and we're not seeing someone dominating one side, or it's not a one-sided thing for sure.
Yeah, well-rounded. I'm excited to see who will be MVP, because I know Mushin kind of struggled with the Geisha matchup. Still got a tie, so you can get him as MVP. But you also have to argue, like, some of the survivors really showed up and really performed well on the tide of FZN. So we're just gonna wait on Prod on who will be that MVP. But what a way to end the day number 1 with that intense dungeon fight, or that dungeon escape by Momo's Antiquarian. The crawling, guys, it was right there.
Yeah, I can't really decide who will be the MVP because I think I'm biased. Momo and Mushin are my favorite members from FZN. Yeah, because they are so good. So I'm not too sure who I really am leaning on again, for the MVP. But do you have any Mushin?
Well, recency bias. Momo did really well with that one. I mean, if we're talking about survivors, what's hard is what's impactful, right?
Yes.
And what really turned the tides in that game. So I think if it weren't for that, I mean, we could say Leafy, but that was in the first game, right? With how he was able to kite. But here in this one, this was the do or die moment. If they weren't able to get that escape, we would have seen a game number 3. So it might be recency bias, but I'm also putting the weight of that escape, because that escape just nullified the entire game number 3. So maybe Momo, if we're not gonna go with Mushin, but you can also make the argument for Leafy.
That is true. Yeah, but this 2-0 sweep was all thanks to Momo, so I shall say that it should be Momo, right? Right?
Right. I agree with you. I agree with
Right?
you. I'm just trying to cover
Yeah.
our basis if it's not Momo. Like, yeah, see, we told you it's Leafy. Oh, yeah, we told you it's this, so.
Like, he's
Yeah.
gonna psych us and give us green. Green with that first kite coordinator, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's above 60 seconds. It was above 60 seconds, which
It
is a
was.
lot more. Very impressive.
And Green able to, kind of go full stop and kind of go back towards the red carpet area. So it was a good showing for the kiting. So we're just gonna wait and see who will be the MVP.
Oh. Congratulations, Mushin, for being the MVP.
You sound so enthusiastic for that.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Mushin, for getting the MVP for our 4th match of the day.
Mhm.
I think there hasn't been a single survivor, right, that got MVP just yet. It's all been hunters, so maybe tomorrow, just maybe tomorrow. And we do see a 0.5 Terror Shock and remaining ciphers of 1. It's not gonna allow those ciphers to be popped, so hopefully we'll be able to see maybe other hunters from Mushin other than the opera singer as well as the geisha.
But you definitely have to respect, Ben, that opera singer from him, because he really made a mark with that. I mean, he got us lost for words, and our job is to keep talking, but how fast he performed in Red Church was just amazing. I can't wait to see the brackets, because I want to know which team lines up with which and who will be battling it out tomorrow, because we will have 3 matches. It's 2 matches for 2 matches and then grand finals. Again, there's no battle for 3rd place. This is all like you have to be the best version of yourself in this tournament. So there's definitely a lot of pressure on these players.
Yeah, and what we can confirm is the timing, right? Tomorrow's first match is.
I think we're gonna see it on the screen, but do you know? Like, we could.
I don't know. I have a lot of timings for tomorrow. I think I have a lot of things to do. Right? But all I know is that call time is 4:30 a.m. our time.
What? You're telling people that our call time? Their call time is, I believe, the stream starts at. The first match is gonna be like 7 a.m. GMT plus 8, but that's gonna be like Sunday night for the NAE region. So we will confirm that. If you guys want more updates, again, follow Identify on all the socials. But this is the today's result. This is the first half. B4U has won over Ace, and we also CH4 winning against KNS. And then the last 2 matches, we got Omni winning against BR and Fusion taking the win over ADM.
Yeah, we do see quite a bit of fight in that 3rd match between BR as well as Omni, but Omni still on top. And yeah, FCM with that almost BO3 moment that we had. Yeah, I mean, that one I think was really just about Waltz's decision making. But looking at our matches for tomorrow, B4U versus CH4 will be that first match, I
BO4.
believe. Did I say that? B4U
No.
versus CH4.
You didn't say it. You're about to say it, but no, you got it. So it's the battle of the 4s, B4U and CH4. Again, these 2 teams acknowledge each other as like their biggest competition. We're gonna get that before the grand finals. Then Omni versus Fusion. So that's gonna be an intense one. So here's tomorrow's schedule, folks. Mark your set your alarms. The first match is gonna start at 19,000 or 7 p.m. EST, and the rest will be accordingly. So we will determine the winner by tomorrow.
Yeah, and something interesting will be the second match for Omni versus MCN. The last IVT, the COE qualifiers, Omni won against FZN and kicked FZN out, and Omni was the one who represented this NAE region in COE 6. So
a lot of lore with these 2 matches, right? B4U CH4, that was the grand finals of last month or a couple months ago was IVT, and now Omni and Fusion is going to be like a run back of the COA qualifier. So pretty intense matches, Chocho. I'm super excited.
Yeah, super excited, and we'll see who will be that reign champion by tomorrow. And Tosh, any last thoughts?
Well, you know what? Big shout outs to everyone that's joined us. We're in there 8 hours, by the way. So that's shout outs to each and every one of you guys. I'm gonna try to read some names real quick. Hanako, Pomfior, Roselli. I feel like people are gonna shift on over to the IVL chat, because that will be happening in just a bit. But how about you, Chocho? Any final words before we close out the show?
Yeah, thank you guys for being here, whether you guys at the start, in the middle, towards the end. You guys have been amazing and supportive of these players, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow once again.
And with that being said, thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of IVT. But for now, that's Chocho. I'm Poch Spice. We're going to sign off for now, but we'll see you guys tomorrow for the top 4 of IVT. Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.